the staff presentation on agenda item C3, so that's where we will pick up again today. Morning, Mr. Armstrong. Are you? I see you coming up as the presenter.
I am here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. No bandwidth problems this morning.
Great.
I got so much bandwidth, I wish I could donate some of my extras to Mr. Mesereau. All right. So this is where we left off, and just to remind everybody, we had in the staff presentation yesterday, Dr. Krieger and I had run through the elements, and I had just started the regulatory impact review. Went through a couple of the slides there when we had to get offline. So this is where we are. On this slide, we deal with the prohibition on discarding that's been in place throughout the IFQ program. According to the 1991 proposed rule, it was first put in place to prevent halibut and sablefish from being discarded in this new fishery, which where the quota shares were spread a bit more thinly. But now that both these fisheries are mature, directed fisheries, it works more to prevent economic discards, also known as high grading. So high grading can be a touchy subject, of course, but it is a concern that was discussed quite a bit during the development of the IFQ program, and it's been discussed yesterday in terms of the retention selectivity. For IFQ fisheries, the incentives or risk associated with that issue are usually strongly influenced by the presence of a steep price gradient across market grades, according to the fisheries economics literature. So alternative 2 is currently described limit discarding in terms of the sizes of fish or the quantity of fish. And so the potential for high grading is there, and that's why it's addressed in several parts of the analysis, including the effects of the action on ABC. Additionally, discarding by the IFQ fishery is not built into the current IFQ accounting structure. There's no IFQ discarding category. Within IFQ accounts, the IFQ discards that are estimated by bycatch accounting are assumed to be 100% mortalities. These can be damaged fish or fish that have to be discarded, regulatory discards, once the quota share holder on board has reached the limit of the IFQ. So each individual's IFQ adds up to the total fixed gear IFQ part of the TAC, so there's no discard. Now, of course, there is no unused trawl TAC, and the discarding that does occur in the IFQ fishery has actually gone over in an accounting sense, and the unused trawl TAC has sort of served to as a source for using that. Since under current conditions there's no room for that, that doesn't appear to be an option going forward. Of course, we don't have a deduction in the motion for discards right now. The action contemplates that the occurrence of IFQ discard mortalities will be accounted for in the assessment, and the subsequent impacts therefore have to do with the effect of that approach on ABC, which, as we've seen, is to reduce ABC by varying amounts depending on the inputs, and this would translate to TAC reductions, proportionate deductions in IFQ to core shareholders. So, as I said, yesterday, geography is important for this fishery. We provide in the RIR a brief overview of the communities involved in the sablefish fishery. The majority of the participants and the vessels are in the Gulf and mostly in the central and southeast. That's where the proportion of sablefish revenues to total revenues is the greatest. In other words, where communities tend to be more dependent on this fishery. So the bulk of the fishery is small vessels. That's what the table shows here. The under 60 foot, which is the Class C vessels. And these are also concentrated in the southeast and then as well as central primarily. This slide provides revenue trends for the IFQ fishery overall by area and among market grades for the four different areas. The next slide has two other areas. I'll flip to that in a sec. Market grade info is a bit different in the area definitions. In terms of area definitions, I mean, because it came from fish tickets. So even though I have a figure up in the top left, it has 6 areas broken out. We only have 4 areas broken out in the market grade information. So you see a general decline in revenues across all years from 2009 through 2019, as well as the relative magnitude of revenues by area, with the Central Gulf and Southeast at the top, the most revenue. The market grade revenues are the data behind these figures are actually in table form in the analysis. They're in Appendix B, but I thought it might be good to just sort of have them on the screen this way to make it a little easier. And this is important in terms of the area differences because it shows the relative importance of the different size fish on revenues. The scales are the same within areas, so overall drops can be seen. Also, the top row of these figures is the 3 years before the big year classes showed up, and the bottom row is after. Okay, so you can see in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, it's pretty variable throughout the entire time frame, except maybe in 2015. And so the value of the different market grades in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is relative to some of the other areas pretty even. The Western Gulf shows consistently more value from the larger market grades in 2015 and 2015 through 2017, the top row there. But then all the values drop, and then the relative contributions of the different market grades kind of flatten out after the larger year classes show up. The drop, the flattening is the year classes is probably the impact of the year classes showing up, and then the drop overall is driven by prices. So here's the same slide, but with the market grade info for the Central Gulf and the Eastern Gulf. So that's the West Yak and Southeast combined. So you see also the plummeting value and a bit of flattening as well for these areas in the recent time frame. But relative to, say, Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, maintaining more the importance of the larger fish. I'm just gonna here. So price gradients, as I mentioned, are discussed in the analysis because they drive a lot of the sort of behavioral response theory on size selective handling of the catch. So in the document, it suggested that the price gradients between small and large fish is greater in 2020 than it was in 2017, when prices were overall much greater generally. So if this is true, it suggests that the current market conditions may be magnifying the incentive to discard in a sense. And in a sense, this kind of proves the point of the economic hardship of the prohibition. It's one way of looking at it. There's a strong drive. The low value of the small market grades is magnified as in comparison to the larger. So if the incentives are exaggerated by the market, an allowance for discarding, especially without a size limit or other constraints, might result in discards beyond the intended size range. So I don't predict the likelihood of that in a quantitative matter, but there are some tables provided in Appendix C that could be used to discuss changes in effort needed to retain larger market grades. You know, obviously, if there's a lot more effort, which translates to a lot more higher operating costs, that would tend to dampen out the incentive to discard, and because the additional cost in effort in trying to replace the discarded fish with higher value fish. Anyway, this set of figures just points out that the incentives and the likelihood, the degree of discarding is likely to vary from year to year with market forces. And this is another look at price gradients, a comparison of the price gradients for the same sort of before and after periods. Here, the before period, before the big year classes showed up, is in orange, and afterward in the blue. There appears to be a steepening of the price gradients everywhere. After the larger year classes, all the small fish started showing up, except for the Eastern Gulf, where it's actually, if you look at the slope there, it's actually a little flatter. So it's kind of hard to interpret there, because flatter tends to mean less incentive. But the tables in the appendix also showed that there's less effort involved in replacing small fish in this area as well. This basically suggests that the area differences, as well as the annual differences in discard potential, are likely to be an important consideration. So, there's no attempt in the RIR to model or project the discard behavior. These analyses are meant to support qualitative interpretations of the impacts. And so I'll just run through a couple more slides here. So in the RIR, impacts are discussed mostly in terms of the allowance itself rather than the operational issues in the elements and options that were discussed by us yesterday. The no action alternative would, of course, perpetuate current conditions, which are clearly negative, according to stakeholders, and demonstrably so, given the recent turn down in the value of the fishery as a whole. Those conditions also apply to processors in terms of reduced value of deliveries and increased costs for processing smaller fish that have become more common in the deliveries. Communities are affected by maintaining the prohibition, or which is the no action alternative, based on dependency, with the majority of the most highly dependent communities being the Southeast. Community dependency in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is generally low. So that would be a balancing issue in terms of different geographic impacts, but also less dependency for areas where and those impacts may be more pronounced. In terms of the action alternative, the extent to which market conditions may be driven by the appearance of the small fish isn't addressed. But, everything is kind of in terms of the market conditions that are in place now, which are greatly depressed. But if there is a relationship between the appearance of these small fish and the market value of sablefish overall, then the potential for deliveries of larger fish might improve overall market conditions under alternative 2. Discarding allowance would, of course, provide near-term flexibility and the potential to improve, the value of landings for a given trip. But that outcome's highly dependent on the magnitude of the ABC reduction. Of course, always the specific conditions of a given trip. But the ABC reduction reduces IFQ. That reduction would have to be overcome for it to be a net positive. As the ABC reductions grow in magnitude, it becomes increasingly unlikely that the reduction in the value of IFQ could be overcome through selective retention. So this likely varies geographically, so that areas like Bering Sea, where large sablefish are not as available to the fishery, would tend to be negatively impacted. This translates through to area processors and communities, but as I noted, the SAI communities are not, for the most part, highly dependent on sablefish IFQ revenues. The impacts on the trawl fleet, of course, are driven pretty much entirely by the impacts to ADC across the range of scenarios. ABC is going down. It would reduce the amount of sablefish available to the trawl fleet, which would mean sablefish status to get listed as PSC could occur earlier. Catches that have been seen recently would exceed TAC possibly by a greater amount if the same catches were to occur with a lower TAC. The possibility of fishery closure is generally limited to where OFL has a risk of being exceeded, which doesn't appear likely in any of the scenarios. So the council may wish to consider accommodating IFQ discards within the IFQ side of TAC allocation. The discard reduction in area tax for fixed gear could alleviate some of the impacts of the trawl fleet and keep the impacts of the action to the fishery where the change is occurring. The bottom line for this in RIR is that there appears to be area impacts within the different geographic components of the IFQ fishery that could result in, possibly other than equitable impacts. There would likely be impacts to fisheries or fishery sectors that may be outside the intent of the action. The magnitude of those impacts can't really be characterized until the magnitude of the ABC reductions is well understood. And if the lower end of the ABC reductions is considered unrealistic, then it becomes more likely that the cost may outweigh the benefits for certain areas, possibly all areas. Alternatively, if the action can be refined so that there's less uncertainty introduced in the assessment and generating ABC and TAC or perhaps a limited geographic extent, then the likelihood for net benefits to the affected participants could be improved.
Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Armstrong, I'm going to sort of pick on one line on this particular PowerPoint slide, but it actually feels to me like it's sort of indicative of something that's been bothering me through the much of the analysis. The bullet about that positive impacts are improbable at higher ABC reductions. So the first part of it is sets up a probability, and I understand that the analysis does actually support that. But what the analysis doesn't do is give me any context around possibility for higher ABC reductions, or it doesn't do that very clearly. And I feel like that's a bit of a systemic problem throughout. It does describe how there could be one, but it, at least as I follow through in the analysis, it seems like the scenario for higher ABC reductions is fairly unlikely. And so what I see here in this one line is that the more important part of the story actually appears to me to be buried, and that's why I'm sort of highlighting it. The improbable part, that it's unlikely that we'll see positive impacts if there's higher ABC reductions, that stands out to me as a conclusion, and I understand it, but the context that higher ABC reductions is probably pretty unlikely, there's none of that context, so I can't put that in context at all. And I guess I'd like your reaction to my observation that there's a fair number of places where throughout the analysis, and this is just one of them, where at least to me, these problems are raised, but they seem to be low probability problems that would certainly be consequential if they happen, but they're low probability, at least as best I can tell, and that's not discussed or provided. So can you let me know either if you think I'm off base on that, or provide some more context around that, because it leaves me struggling.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, I share your concern completely, and it's I think probably the crux of the unresolved issue here for this action. Now, we don't have, for example, a clear narrowing of DMRs. We have a range, but we don't have likelihoods associated with those. We have a range of retention selectivities under consideration, and each one of those can be explained, but probabilities associated with them. And then of course those things work synergistically to have some effect on ABC reductions, which, if we knew the probabilities of each of those, we could characterize the probability of the range of ABC reductions. And that's kind of, in doing the RIR, I found that there, with a fairly uniform probability scenario for across that range, it's pretty hard to characterize the landscape of impacts going forward with this. So I think that is exactly the thing that in doing another pass of this through the SSC would be the focus of improved analysis. And I think we were kind of hoping to get some of the feedback from the SSC on just this issue, and so hopefully maybe that conversation can continue when they give their report.
Mr. Twite? Further?
Nothing further at this point. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And that's actually, that was really good time, because that was the end of my slide, and I think Dr. Krieger's going to take this one, and then maybe the last one.
Good morning.
Thanks, Mr. Armstrong. Good morning, members of council. For the record, my name is Joe Krieger, National Marine Fisheries Service, Alaska region. And this is the last side of the presentation. It's just a summary of the NIMS management and enforcement considerations section of the document. So starting with management considerations, As outlined in Section 2 of the document, the chief concerns of this action from a management perspective involve the inability to accurately estimate the annual variability and the number, size, and composition of discarded sablefish and the resulting impact on the sablefish stock assessment. In the management and enforcement section of the document, which begins on page 146, we provide some high-level summaries of these concerns. And after conversations with NIMS leadership, both at the Alaska region and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, there was general concern about any resulting action that would allow vessels to discard sablefish if appropriate estimates of the size, number, and composition of the discarded catch cannot be obtained. This analysis describes in detail that the agency is not currently equipped to collect the necessary information to accurately estimate sablefish discards in the sablefish IFQ fishery. Furthermore, this analysis also explicitly describes possible negative consequences that poorly informed discard estimates could have on the sablefish stock in the resulting fishery. And while the agency is in the process of developing techniques and methodologies that might help to address some of these concerns, this work is still in progress and is still some years away. And moving into looking at enforcement considerations under Alternative 2, we noted in the analysis that this would require extension of careful release requirements to ensure that sablefish intended to be discarded were returned to the sea immediately with a minimum of injury. And outside of that, we didn't really note any other substantive concerns with this action. This action was also presented to the Enforcement Committee ahead of this council meeting, and I think you'll get a report from them. But the Enforcement Committee did not raise any other substantive enforcement concerns with this action, as it's currently focused. However, they did note several possible enforcement concerns that might arise depending on the ultimate direction that the council chooses to take in regards to this action, but none as it is right now. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Krieger and Mr. Armstrong. Further council member questions on the staff presentation? Additional questions? So thanks again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we will take the Enforcement Committee report. John McCracken will be providing that.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, John McCracken, council staff, and the staff of the Enforcement Committee. I'm assuming you guys can all hear me. So the Enforcement Committee had a virtual meeting on January 28th of this year to review Agenda Item C3, IFQ Sablefish Release Allowance. And I have some slides for you. Walk through the minutes. So the Enforcement Committee found the analysis and the discussion very helpful. The committee recognized that the analysis was focused on Alternative 2 that would eliminate the regulatory restrictions prohibiting the release of sablefish caught by IFQ sable vessels and allow for voluntary discards. For at-sea enforcement, this would involve observing fishery operations and ensure that sablefish not retained by IFQ vessels are returned to the sea immediately with minimal injury, and that sablefish not retained by IFQ vessels, and that the discards are accurately reported in the logbook as required. The primary compliance monitoring tools for enforcement would be limited to at-sea boardings, observer trips, and EM monitoring trips. The committee did note that there needs to be careful release regulations included that would be specific and similar to the careful release regulations for the halibut fishery. The committee identified that the analysis also discussed the potential need for increasing observer and EM coverage for IFQ sablefish vessels to better determine sablefish discard mortality estimates. It was noted that there could be differential bias due to high value of larger fish and the very different behaviors that may occur during observed trip and unobserved trips, which suggest the need for increased observer coverage. This increase in observer and EM coverage on IFQ sablefish vessels would also aid the compliance, monitoring, and enforcement efforts associated with the observer and EM report violations. The committee discussed the potential action that council might take in authorizing sablefish discards, such as implementing a size limit in future iterations of this action. This could create additional enforcement concerns pertaining to the limited compliance monitoring tools that would be available to enforce a size limit and detect high grading violations. The primary compliance monitoring tools, again, are at-sea boardings, observer trips, and electronic monitoring trips. The committee discussed the added cost that would be incurred to review the electronic monitoring video for illegal discards, and that the current EM technology is not able to identify illegal discards, particularly with size limits of sablefish, to the accuracy and fidelity required as evidence in support of violation for prosecution. The final slide here talks. The committee agreed that that risk will need to be addressed in a future analysis and be reviewed to ensure regulations and other management structures do not create unintended mismatches between sablefish discard accounting and discard reporting and monitoring mechanisms. Both enforcement and management rely on these same monitoring tools, which I've already noted as observers, EM, and logbooks, to accomplish their mission regarding sablefish discard reporting and monitoring. Other potential issues to be addressed could include accuracy of trip level discard reporting, observer involvement in compliance, and the observer bias effect at the fishery level versus the vessel level. 3, a cost of reviewing the EM video. And 4, the ability of EM technology to determine size of discards. And finally, the monitoring and reporting requirements mandated by other statutes, such as the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the minutes for this agenda item. And obviously, if there's any questions, Mr. Marks is obviously, he is a co-chair on it, and he can provide further information too.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. I'll see if Committee Chair Marks has any additions or comments he'd like to make on the report.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, John, for that report. No, nothing to add. John did a good job of characterizing the discussion in the Enforcement Committee. And again, most of the discussion revolved around the counting and reporting and how to make sure we had a high level of confidence in the reporting and the behavior in the fishery. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Any questions from council members on the Enforcement Committee? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. I wonder, on your last slide here, I wasn't quite following under the potential issues include bullet. Can you explain again the second bullet, observer involvement in compliance and observer bias effect, presumably under the proposed action? Can you explain to me what is meant by that bullet? I just didn't follow it the first time.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, as far as I can understand, I think that there was some discussion about I'm trying to remember if the issue having to do with careful release, or for example, careful release of sablefish, in the observer involvement in determining whether that's careful release is how to define that, since it's sort of an ambiguous thing, and if you got shaking at the rail, that could be some of the observer involvement with regards to compliance there. The observer bias, I think, has to go back to, on the observer bias, I am having a harder time understanding that issue with regards to the overall, the sablefish issue, to tell you the truth, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker.
Okay, thank you. And so you're not sure if it has to do with the careful release aspect of the proposed action or the actual discharge, or release part of the action. So I'll try to follow up and get that information. Thanks.
I think that I'm looking through the notes, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, and I've noticed that there was some discussion about observer vessel bias due to high number of volunteer observer sampling, and that was part of the discussion that we first got into in the first part of the meeting. And then, as I indicated, the observers could be asked to monitor careful release, and that could be increased workload, and then obviously trying to determine, the viability of sablefish, whether it's carefully released when it's being released at the rail. So that's about the only thing I can provide for further information at this point.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions on the Enforcement Committee report? Kraken. That will bring us to our SFC report. And so Dr. Sherry Dressel is here to give us that. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'll wait for just a moment until the presentation comes up. Good morning, Chairman Kneen and members of the Council. My name is Sherry Dressel, and I am co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to provide our report on C3. This analysis evaluates the effects of allowing the release of small sablefish and introduces a discard mortality rate into the assessment. The SSC finds the document is not ready to advance to final action, as it does not currently allow the Council to sufficiently understand the fishery and policy impacts of the alternative. The analysis addresses three primary issues, and these are difficulties in estimating the size or age distribution of discards and thus enumerating discard mortality. It addresses the risk to future productivity and the risk to future yield. The analysis thoroughly considers the difficulties associated with estimating size or age distribution of the releases. However, there are two unresolved questions that are central to understanding the effects of the proposed amendment. The first one is, what is the impact on the age structure and overall productivity of the stock under different rates of discard mortality and for different year and retention selectivity profiles? The second one is, what is the impact of the uncertainties in the stock assessment and the required buffers in setting the ABC arising from knowledge gaps introduced by not knowing the gear selectivity, retention selectivity, and discard mortality in a mostly unobserved fishery? So these 2 points, 1 and 2, I'll follow up on in my next slides. So the SSC recommends that projections be developed to assess where the trade-off in lost yield of younger fish balances with preserving the spawning biomass and the future value of the catch. The SSC also encourages the authors to consider whether additional exploration of the impact of poorly informed IFQ fishery selectivity on the stock assessment model reference points is warranted to fully evaluate the impacts of this proposed management measure. As far as number 1 goes, the projections, the SSC recommends a spawner per recruit analysis, and this includes a 50 to 100-year projection. And the SSC provided the authors with suggestions for how to frame this model, including using a wide range of discard mortality rates, including the 5, 12, 16, 20, as presented in the draft analysis, as well as 100% as sort of a bookend to apply to the population model, either by age or size and sex. And the second part is to consider whether to include simulations with a range of retention curves to explore the potential uncertainty that's related to retention selectivity. So the SSC suggests examining both the near-term performance, where we have a big year classes, abundant small sablefish, looking at the simulation performance when there are sequences of low recruitment years, and then also looking at the long run performance, which gives you sort of an average over all of these. The SSC requests reporting the differential impacts across communities in the simulation results. So there's some details in the minutes about what would come out of these simulations and the differential impacts across communities. We're asking to be part of that. So finally, the SSC highlights that due to uncertainties with potential new fishing strategies that could occur under Alternative 2, monitoring the release catch under Alternative 2 would be critical. And I know you've received presentations on difficulties with doing that. And what we really mean as far as potential new fishing strategies is that if the fleet changes its behavior and starts fishing in areas where there are greater encounter rates with small fish than there currently would be, then the total expected amount of released fish could actually go up substantially, and even with low discard mortality rates, we may not end up with the desired result. That is the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions.
Dr. Dressel. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. A question, and I don't know if it's in one of these bullets that talks about the near term and long run performance, but was there any discussion about the fact of sablefish, small sablefish now, as they grow, if there's less of them in the Bering Sea, this may not become an issue, looking back, casting at what's happened when we've had smaller before. And you know, then you have the fish kind of growing up and moving out or moving deeper. Was that discussed at all?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross. The issue of whether or not we have high recruitment or low recruitment is definitely incorporated, say, in the middle bullet on this slide, because hopefully with the simulations, we can see both what happens when you have high recruitment and when you have low. As far as whether or not this addresses the Bering Sea specifically, part of the simulation that we were recommending included partitioning the ABC to approximate historical sector allocations of the TAC, and then assuming that these sectors maintain their catch below the TAC, reporting on IFQ landings, variability or CV in IFQ landings, discard mortality, age composition, spawning biomass, total yield. And so in some ways we address the specific area of the Bering Sea, but I'm not sure if that fully addresses your question.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dressel. I was hoping to get a little more background on one of the primary SSC recommendations that projections be developed to assess where the trade-off in lost yield of younger fish balances with preserving the spawning biomass and future value of the catch. Because what I pretty clearly read in the analysis and heard in the presentation is that under all circumstances, the ABC and resulting tax would go down under this proposed action. And so, but what I'm hearing and reading in the SSC report is that, and I'm just quoting directly from the draft report toward the bottom of page 1, depending on how of the SSC report, depending on how selectivity is changed, this could result in a higher or ABC or lower ABC. And so am I understanding correctly that the scenarios that the SSC has recommended, or the projections that are highlighted here on this last slide that you've shown us, was the SSC anticipating that these scenarios or projections would address that issue specifically? Because I guess that's a pretty important outcome, potential outcome of this action that would be obviously helpful to resolve. So I wondered if you could just give me a little more insight on the discussion and the recommendation there, please.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, the SSC was intending and hoping that these simulations, the goal of the simulations, like you had mentioned, would be to examine the trade-off and the balance between the loss of yield, even though these small fish have low value currently, and then the natural mortality rate that by allowing them to grow, and then trying to examine how this lost yield balances with the future spawning biomass and the future value. And so, but to your point of the ABC, yes, the simulations that were described in our minutes include not only estimating, so if discard mortality rates, and depending on what the discard mortality rates and the retention rates are, the SSC did discuss that the ABC could go up or down. And the way that the simulations would address that is that through the spawn or accrued analysis, when we would come up with a new spawning biomass, the simulations would also include applying the sloping control rule, which uses F35, F40, B35, B40, based on the current IFQ selectivity. And what this does then is that we would estimate the future total ABC. And so within the simulations, the goal is to see how the ABC would change depending on the discard mortality rates and the retention selectivity. Does that address your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. Dressel. I found this whole analysis to be really good, and I thought the SSC review of it, I listened to the SSC when they received the analysis as well. I thought the SSC focused on all the right questions, in my opinion. Your last bullet on this particular slide is relative to whether or not the fishing industry would be able to, or the fleet would be able to change strategies and fish differently. And I'm wondering, and I agree, under any case, monitoring the release catch is critical, but I'm wondering about the opportunity the fleet would really have to significantly change strategy. When we hear that small sablefish were everywhere, no one could avoid them. So I'm not sure how they would expect to change areas to avoid small fish. I don't think they would change to like a smaller hook size just because they could discard them. So I'm wondering what you think those opportunities would be to change strategies that might add to the uncertainty under the if discards were allowed.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dr. Balsinger. Yes, as far as opportunities on the grounds, I am certain that the fishery members and fishery fleets are more familiar with that than I. I think what we were trying to highlight is that, and perhaps, like you said, I would agree that if there are small fish everywhere and opportunities are the same everywhere, then changing where members would fish potentially wouldn't make much of a difference. If we do get to a point where these year classes age and there are differences in area of how many small fish, what proportion are small fish and large fish, and then with the caveat, like you said, if there really is a choice, then being able to release the small sablefish may allow fleet members to fish in areas where there are higher small sablefish because they're able to release them. And so I think that was what the SSC was getting at, is a concern under that scenario, rather than suggesting that we know what the fleets are facing right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Dr. Foster. Further questions on the SSC report? Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bring us into public testimony. We have 7 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Bob Alverson, then Bernie Burkholder, and then Paul Clampett. And just a reminder, like everybody here is familiar with our testimony system, but individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 6. We will be timing on the Adobe Connect platform, but I will also keep track here just in case we run into technical or lag glitches. So with that, Mr. Alverson, are you available?
Yes, I believe I'm coming through. Am I?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good morning.
Good morning to you too and the rest of the council members. Do you want me to start?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I'm Bob Alverson for the record, and I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. All our members are IFQ holders of sablefish and halibut, and operate throughout the biological range of the resource throughout Alaska and even off of Washington, Oregon, California. In reading this analysis on the release of small sablefish, we come to the conclusion that the council staff has developed an essay on the theory of what happens to sablefish resource when the fixed gear fleet releases sablefish, but has not done an analysis based on what is the actual mortality that might be inflicted should we release that fish. They have a lot of esoteric questions, and the SSC, the Dr. Krieger, and the Enforcement Committee are all concerned about a number of things and ask a number of questions. But we would like to ask, what is actually the mortality that would be expected should we release these sablefish? And as a benchmark, I will take you back to your December meeting when the trawlers were faced with having 7 million pounds of mortality. And Dr. Dana Hanselman said, well, that amount is so small it can't be measured. It's de minimis, he said. It's less than 0.5% of the biomass. 1% of the biomass of sablefish is about 14 million pounds, according to your SAFE document. And so you did nothing. You did not impose any restrictions on them. You said, fine, do your best to avoid it. But now we come to the fixed gear fleet. How are we going to be treated for whatever mortality we're creating? And your analysis doesn't even suggest a number. So I'm going to gen up a number here for you. On page 132 of your analysis, that it suggests that the 0 to 1 pound and 2 to 3 pound fish, if you add them together, that we landed was 2.7 million pounds. So that's what we landed last year is 2.7 million pounds of under threes. Assuming we were allowed to discard and none of those were landed, that would, at 30% mortality, using the most aggressive mortality I've heard so far, that would be 810,000 pounds of mortality. Now let's say I'm light on that, so let's double it. That's 1.6 million pounds. That's a whole lot less than the 7 million pounds you measured the trawl fleet against. But yet, Steve Mark's enforcement committee would have us under the thumb of enforcement for, what, 0.14 of 1% of the resource? You can't even measure it. The SSC has all these gobbledygook questions to ask, but if you were to tell the analysis, and people are going to do the analysis, oh, you're talking about 1.6 million pounds, they would say they can't even tell you because it's so small a number how that impacts the rise or fall of the ABC. So the question has to be asked, what mortality are we creating, and why is it avoided throughout this analysis? The reason it's avoided, I think, is someone has developed an analysis here with a particular outcome in mind, not to go forward with this. Our bycatch is de minimis. If you assume like 1.6 is wrong and it's 3.2 million, how much less is 3.2 million than the 7 million pounds that the trawlers created? And that was de minimis. It's not even measurable from your stock assessment people if you were to try to figure out what impact that has on the rise and fall of an ABC. So to circle back on the analysis has a number of inaccuracies. The comments on what the Canadians are doing. I've been in touch with Adam Kaiser. They have no intention to go to full retention. They have a 55 absolute size limit, centimeter size limit. They don't intend to change that. Your staff has put, I don't know where they got their information, but it's inaccurate. Your growth over fishing argument on page 34 comes across as if the small fish that we're encountering are all going to die, and therefore that's going to create growth over fishing. Well, that's not what we're doing. We're releasing them, and somewhere between 90 and 70% of them live. That would make an argument that we are minimizing growth over fishing. And then you have a comment in here about likening the discard mortality to that of red snapper on the East Coast and a triggerfish on the East Coast. Both those fish have air bladders, and the reason, if you look into the analysis of why they had 85 and 100% mortality, is the seagulls took care of them. That's not happening with sablefish, and trying to line those two up just kind of shows the whole bias of this report. And the ultimate bias is, where's the beef? Where's the estimate of mortality that we would likely create? Is it like I came up with, 1.6 million pounds? There are different ways to come up with that. What we would like to see is a fair analysis. Ask your stock assessment people, not the people that came up with this analysis, but your stock assessment people. How much do they think we would discard in mortality? How much would become mortality? And does that even have a measurable impact? If it's less than the 7 million pounds, why should we be held to a different standard? We want parity between the trawlers and the fixed gear. That ends my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Questions from council members? Mr. Downs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. My question is on your the issues that you pointed out with the current analysis that's before us. When you look at what the SSC is recommending on DMR at the various levels, and also their yield per recruit going out, 50 to and 100 years, looking at what the effect of this long term would be on the ABC, and their notion that the ABC could go up over time with this, or it could go down. We just don't know. But does that take care of the issues that you found if we were to see this analysis again, and the analysis addressed the issues brought up with that the SSC addressed? They seem to be some of the same issues that you're addressing here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something in your testimony that you would, if the SSC recommendations were to be picked up in this analysis, that would get to the bottom of the issues that you have on the things that are not in the analysis.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the SSC recommendations are good ones if you have some meat to work with. If if someone fails to give an estimate of what the mortality is likely to be from us releasing these juveniles, then you're just going to get an answer back that it could be higher, it could be lower. I heard Dr. Balsiger make a comment about the SSC minutes and the recommendation. Dr. Balsiger used to be one of the top population dynamics people on the West Coast. And what I would recommend is ask your pop-die people what type of mortality it would take to reduce the ABC by 1%. I'm going to guess that number is somewhere about 50 to 70 million pounds, which is totally not what's happening in our fleet. In fact, that 7 million pounds, assuming a 20% mortality, we would have to be throwing away 35 million pounds of juveniles in order to equal the 7 million pounds that the trawlers had. I mean, what number, the SSC has to, someone has to produce a number for those equations and analysis to make any sense. Otherwise, you're just going to get, well, it could be large or it could be small. It may happen or it may not happen. And that's not a fair analysis if you're imposing us with potential fines, more observer coverage, and everything else, particularly if our mortality is less than 7 million pounds. Why would you treat us different than the trawl fleet?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alverson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Alverson, for your testimony. So, accepting for the sake of my question your argument about parity, and that's something the council needs to take a much closer look at. There are other parts of the analysis that indicate that there are complications just because our system really isn't built to handle discards that we've not been allowing all this time. We've sort of hardwired our system around that in a lot of ways, is what this analysis indicates. And so there will be complications, a fair number of them in implementing this, that will take time and energy, staff time, staff energy, agency time and energy away from other IFQ issues that have been identified to date. So the question I'm asking for, I have a two-part question. It will be both my questions, but you can roll them into one. The first part of the question is, as you look at some of those difficulties that we have to we'll have to address, do you see enough benefits to make it worthwhile to continue to proceed with this? And maybe even some examples of what some of those benefits are from your perspective would help me. And then the second question is, would the IFQ committee be the right place to try balancing whether work on this is a higher priority than some of the other IFQ related issues that are currently in our task list? So, sorry, sort of a big two-part question, but it's easiest for me just to roll them together.
Well, through the chair, I'll try to answer as much of that as I can. I have a different opinion of the difficulties you see coming into being if we allow us to release the fish. That is that would be a relaxing of the current regulations. It would not require NEMPs to be looking at enforcement issues the way they are now. And I would argue that if our numbers are 3 million or 2 million pounds, biologically the impacts can't even be measured. So why do you think there would be all these other machinations that law enforcement and observers and stuff would have to go through? I would say there would be much less impact by releasing this on law enforcement and the requirements of the observers. As for doubling up with the IFQ committee, I think the IFQ committee took this up once before. I'm not sure of that now, but it's probably a reasonable place to put it. But none of these places or none of these analysis go anywhere, Mr. Twite, if the council doesn't ask the heart of the question. And the question that we feel it is, what mortality are we likely to create if we discard these fish? And from our analysis, it probably is coming in about 3 to 2 million pounds, half of what the trawlers came in with. So why is there all this concern over enforcement? And are we a moneymaker for enforcement or something? Is that what the issue is? Or is there more favorable analysis of the biological impact? If your biology people can't measure the impacts, why would there be all these consternations you think there would be? I think there would be less. I hope that answers some of your question.
It does. One part that I managed to bury that I was hoping you could get at is, can you give me some sense from your perspective of some of the benefits of doing this now? Again, as we've talked, this is a problem that may well diminish greatly in a couple of years. And so some sense from you about why it's needed now, if it's likely to be going away soon, would help me as well.
Well, some of the problems, if we're going to be held to extreme standard, and we have to keep the half pounders and 1/2 pounders or pounders. I don't know if you've ever seen those. Some of them even don't have a form to them. The guys call them cigars. And these things are going to deteriorate on the boat as a functional matter. And, you know, a 5-6 day trip, iced fish, these are going to have to be put in a special place because we're going to have some decaying fish on the boat every trip. And those fish we're being told by our processors, don't bring them in. So there's no market for that stuff, and if there's biologically no reason we shouldn't be forced to kill those fish and bring them in. You know, there's people want to abide by the laws, and I agree with you. I think we have a 5 to 6 year window where we're going to have this problem. And maybe that's the answer is to just give us a 5 or 6 year period and go back to you can't discard once these year classes have matured. So I would agree with you on that aspect. And, you know, I've been around in the council process since 77, and I've seen only one other year class, and I think that was the 80 or 76 year class for sablefish. Now we have like 3 or 4 similar year classes in a row that are exacerbating the situation for us on the immatures. So we don't want to be breaking the law, and we don't want to be bringing in fish that have no market value. So those are the two of the drivers, Mr. Twite.
Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Alverson. And I hear you on the question of trying to assess what kind of mortality we're likely to create. I wonder if, as a member of the Observer Committee too, if you could talk about the crux of the question that keeps coming up about how we would monitor released catch and how our SSC minutes as well say that that's critical. So is there some combination of tools that you see as possible to monitor that catch, or should I better understand that your testimony asserts that catch would be so de minimis that we shouldn't be so concerned about that as we seem to be in this analysis? And I bring that up somewhat in part that we have 100% coverage on some of the other sectors you mentioned, and I'm trying to get to how we could assess the catch here with lower observer coverage, but potentially use some EM.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm going to relay. I'm on that committee, as you pointed out, but I've also been on Observer Committee in the Pacific Council arena, and in that arena they have a IFQ fishery for sable fish. It's referred to as the tiered program, and in that program, there's about 25 to 30% observer coverage on that fleet. And the observers, I don't know what their standard is, but they make a determination of what our discard mortalities are, and that can change whenever the assessment is redone down there. And currently, they work that mortality into our allocation and just reduce it off the top at the beginning of the what do I want to say, when they come up with our portion of the ABC is just taken off as a deduction. So I would say the observers could be a very important component in determining what are the condition of these fish is, if similar to halibut, if they had some standards there. There was a comment, I think, in the analysis that this may create a safety issue. It hasn't been a safety issue in any of the observer work on our fixed gear fleets, either in the trawl program or the tiered program off the coast of Washington. And it doesn't seem to be so onerous a requirement for the observers to figure out, a mortality, what the status of these fish that are being tripped off or released by pot gear is. So I think the observers could be used for that. I also still think that our number is quite low. So I hope that answers the question, Ms. Kimball.
It does. Thank you.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Alverson. So I just want to follow up on a couple of the items, and I do tend to. I've had it in my mind the comment you made about temporary relief. Should we look at this in the short term, and once perhaps these younger year classes move through, and how would that look? But also, I guess I did not hear anyone minimizing kind of the trawl overages, but they are what they are, and I think there was a motion to address that. I mean, kind of one of my concerns was a lot of the testimony was to jump to a regulatory approach to that. But my desire in both of these is that we somehow develop tools and some management flexibility when we encounter large year classes like this. How do we provide relief to both sectors without impacting the productivity in the stock? So, I mean, with that in mind, is this something that the other issue is we're looking at perhaps, and I don't know how the approach to the trawl sector will proceed, but it seems like we're looking at we have two fragments of one issue my thought is, should we look at those together and really do, rather than do two separate analyses, should we actually ask the SSC to take a broader look at the structure and overall productivity and impact of the high encounters we're having of small age fish, and what perhaps the duration that will take to move as fish move through the system. And do you have any thoughts of that? In particular, should we look at these together as opposed to two separate actions?
Through the chair, Mr. Marks, I think you make a really good suggestion. The only problem I think that we're concerned about is timing. We would like to get out of this responsibility of keeping these fish earlier than later. In looking at, in relooking at what your action was on the trawl site in December and this one, they are similar. They both have some impact, but based on the actual numbers that I can come up with for the mortality of juveniles in our fishery and what's happening in the trawl fleet, what seemed to be a big issue to me in December is being pointed out to me that this is, if you add them both together, it's still less than 1% of the entire biomass of sablefish, which I think is 696 kilotons, 1,000 metric tons. So I don't want to put the council through unneeded regulatory actions towards the trawlers or us if this number, our numbers are so small that the stock assessment people can't even measure the impacts of them. I hope that answers the question.
No, that's helpful, and I think certainly if we get that some context back from the SSC, and even at a fairly coarse level, it would help form the future action on this and that with respect to the trawl fishery as well. So thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Alverson? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Next up is Bernie Burkholder.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association and two boats I own, the Northern Endurance and the Aleutian Endurance. SHPA supports alternate number 2 to allow voluntary release of small sablefish by pot and hook and line fishermen. Moving the careful release of small sablefish forward is perhaps one of the most important issues the council process can do to help fixed gear fishermen, especially the small longline vessels, to improve the negative economic conditions now facing them. I have participated and supported the careful release of small sablefish since its beginning in the council process. Every other sablefish industry that I know of, federal and state, permits careful release of small sablefish. Other fisheries, including the halibut fishery, the crab fisheries, mandate or permit the release of smaller subsets of that species. It has long been an accepted practice that careful release of small fish in a fishery with high release survivability has proven to be good fisheries management. Fishermen have been targeting larger sablefish for decades. It is done by the area fished, the bottom fish, the depth, the bait type, the bait quantity, hook size, escapement ring size, pot design, mesh size, etc. It would be impossible and a waste of research dollars to try to measure or model what effects these efforts may have, either individually or in total on any given day. All of these factors have been going on for years, and while not formally considered or accounted for in any analysis, they are now fully embedded in the analysis and the data being used to manage the sablefish resource. The analysis regarding IFQ sablefish release is widely regarded by my industry as flawed and politically biased. The total impact to the sablefish biomass, if careful release is permitted, is small, even if the DM rates are doubled or tripled from accepted rates. This is not a trawl versus fixed gear issue. I want to go on record and state that the trawl fishery bycatch of sablefish is reasonable and a low impact to the sablefish biomass. Careful release of small sablefish will have a much smaller effect on the sablefish biomass if the same science and logic is applied. If the science is used to determine that trawl bycatch is not significant, and I believe it not to be significant, and this same science is corrected, why does the science have all the uncertainty with as much smaller impact due to careful release of sablefish spread across not only the Gulf of Alaska, the Aleutian Islands, and Bering Sea? To me and many other fishermen, it just comes down to an issue of fairness. I'll stop there and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Burkholder. I think there's questions from council members. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. My question is, since you're testifying on behalf of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association, on pots, there's been a large shift, I think that we're all aware of, from hooks to pots in the sablefish fishery. Pots taking a larger percentage every season of the preferred gear type. One of the things we hear is that the pots are attracting a smaller size. So being that we're, for one, if you could just comment that is the case, and two, because of that, does that highlight the necessity of this action even further? In other words, we're moving to pots to get away from whales, but we're getting more small fish, so we really need to be able to release those small fish as well. So that's my question, if you can comment on that as a pot fisherman. Thank you, Bernie.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Downs, thank you for the question. It's like all things, it's kind of complicated. I think as times went by, we've found that there's a lot better ability to sort out smaller fish in the pots. I think when you get a pot and it doesn't have the right size escapement rings, every year we go larger and larger. And that tends to be a problem. If we would have started out too big, we could have just zip tied the littler ones in. But every time now we got to cut them all out and sew them back in when we go bigger. But that, in time, the small fish do get out. But if you have a large amount of bait in that pot and you haul it, it's set on fish and you haul it relatively quickly, you're going to get a lot of small fish in that pot. But over time, given the time to let, that bait dissipate, you seem to get the smaller fish out and you get a larger grade. We've had several trips where we fished right alongside of longline boats where we've had as larger grade at the time of delivery. So I think that it's kind of the general case with guys just getting into it and experience, but as time goes by, there's not that big a difference.
Very good. Thanks, Bernie. Yes, it does. Thank you, Bernie. I always enjoy your testimony, your expertise on this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Burkholder, I'm wondering, you mentioned early on in your testimony that you support this action in part because discarding or release is authorized in other fisheries. You mentioned halibut and crab particularly, and my question has to do with that comparison, because it's my understanding in listening to the presentations that starting with halibut, there's a minimum size limit. Same for some of the crab fisheries where voluntary release is authorized and or some pretty robust monitoring requirements that go along with voluntary discards in some of the crab fisheries. So my question is, do you support the AP motion that suggested analysis of a minimum retention size of 59 centimeters for this action?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, no, I don't. And the reason I don't is this was given up on the West Coast some years ago. It was an enforcement nightmare. And I think that, you know, just careful release, you know, you might have a size where anything over this you've got to keep, I guess. But I think just keep it simple. It's really not a complicated process. I think the vast majority of boats do this on the West Coast in Canada. I think the vast majority of boats did this in Alaska up until just a couple of years ago when the threat of fines and tickets became, you know, a lot more prevalent. But it's by any major calculation, and that's what I think this white paper really could have given you is, what is the mortality? A lot of plants, some plants require live fish to be delivered tanked. Other plants pay a premium. If you stand there and pop the hatch on a tanked load of black cod, you get a pretty good idea what the mortality is. And it's not 2%, 3%, sure not 10% or 20%. You might have half a dozen fish dead in the bottom of that tank. So we're just overcomplicating this, and I think the more things we add to it, the more levels of complication that we're going to end up with. And I know that's maybe a longer answer, but hopefully it answers your question.
It does. Thanks, Mr. Burkholder. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Burkholder.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Paul Clampett, then Stephen Rose, and then Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Chairman Keeman. Can you pick me up here?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm Paul Clampett. I'm a member of the Sablefish and Halibut Pot Association, and I own the fishing vessel Augustine. Our members hold sablefish and halibut IFQ and reside in Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. We harvest with pots, which are clean, efficient, and sustainable means of harvesting sablefish without whale depredation. Our members support Alternative 2, allow voluntary release of sablefish in the IFQ fishery. When we are using pots, we are targeting the largest, most valuable fish, but at times we will run into a large concentration of small fish, which I liken to a lightning strike, similar to what a trawler experiences when trying to avoid halibut or other prohibited species. Retaining these small fish, especially in these times of low prices, can be devastating to a trip. Some plants refuse them because they are unmarketable and they will grind them up. Every boat using pots that I know of uses escape rings, and many have tried other techniques to sort out small fish from the pots while they are in the water. The problem stems from the fact that these small fish want into the pots because they're being fed. When the pots are hauled up and they break the surface, the fish are writhing in the pots. They're in great shape and active. This is when they want out. They just took a nice elevator ride to the surface and were fed on the way up. Many studies have shown that these fish are extremely hardy. They have no air bladder, so when they are released, they rocket back to the bottom. The study produced by the National Marine Fisheries Service for initial review for the release of small sablefish missed a crucial consideration, and that is that these small fish are rapidly growing. The best way to harvest fish is to catch them after they have grown up and their growth is slowed, not when they are growing rapidly. This is the most efficient way to harvest a fishery resource. This is also why there are size limits in crab, halibut, and other sport and commercial fisheries. All of the other sablefish fisheries on the West Coast allow the release of small sablefish with various discard mortality rates depending on gear type, from as low as 9% for pods and 14% for hook and line. There's a lot of hand-wringing over the difficulty of accounting for the release of small sablefish. Release of small sablefish in all other fisheries in Alaska and Washington is allowed, and these fisheries are all thriving. There's no reason why one of these examples cannot be followed. There's also a discussion of the possibility that whales might predate on the fish after release. In the case of pots, these fish are hardy and strong and move quickly to the bottom, unlike fish that have been captured in a net or a hook. Also, since we are not feeding the whales, they quickly learn there is nothing for them, and they move off from our vessels. The fleet is rapidly converting to pots, and I believe will be mostly using pots this year. The report also mentions the possibility that by discarding small sablefish, we may be lowering ABC and spawning biomass. This is really a stretch. The majority of the 2014 and 2016 year classes, which are some of the largest ever recorded, will be all spawning by the time this action is approved. It is not known what the relationship is between spawning biomass and recruitment, and with the large year classes coming into the spawning stock, it's hard to understand how allowing discards would cause a decrease in ABC and spawning biomass, especially considering that these small fish are largely survive and are growing rapidly. It should be noted that these current large year classes happen during a period of... Thank you very much, sir. I guess you get my point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Clampett. You've done a good job in your testimony of describing why sablefish are a good candidate for careful release with the expectation that of high survival. What I'm still sort of looking for is a little bit of the operational end. What do you have your crews do from the time the pot swings on board to the time that the young fish, the small fish, go overboard that you think constitutes careful release? And does that, does it slow your operation down at all to work that way? Or if you can sort of talk through, I mean, there's a lot of thrashing and bashing going on that sorting table. And so if you could talk me through what that looks like from your perspective in terms of careful release, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the question. And through the chair, well, off the coast of Washington, we operate our pod vessel, and it's completely legal to release fish. So I can answer that question easily. We have developed a bin, and the pod comes in. We dump the bin. The bin has slots in the bottom that allow the small fish to go right through to the bottom of the bin and right out the scuppers. We don't even touch them. And when we have an observer on board, they want to test the mortality. We just close they put a basket at the end of the chute. They collect them and they can determine the survivability and how many what the percentage of the hull is, and then they release them. There's been studies that shown that these fish will live and have a 90% recovery rate after laying on the deck for 15 minutes. And that's in that Statura report that was produced by the National Fisheries Service. So these fish are incredible animals. I think that sablefish are probably the hardiest fish in the ocean, in the Pacific. I mean, they come up from 600 fathoms to the surface and rocket back to the bottom like nothing's changed. If you can imagine that, how strong they are. And to us, this is just a no-brainer, and we're just dumbfounded by the length and breadth of what the authors of the assessment went through. It almost seems like agenda-driven science to us to try to discredit the idea that letting small sablefish go would be some way detrimental. We think it's a conservation issue, that they should be allowed to grow up and become spawners. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Clampett.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Rhodes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thanks for this opportunity to speak. My name is Stephen Rhodes, for the record. I'm speaking on behalf of Seafood Producers Cooperatives in Sitka and our 400 small boat member fishermen. And I put forth a attachment to my testimony there, and I pulled some numbers on the side. As a processor, I wanted to look at the effect of releasing sablefish in Chatham versus Southeast Alaska. And I pulled the numbers for the end of the year, and they were surprisingly similar. That the over 5 was 44% in Chatham and over 5 was 45% outside. That the effect of shaking wasn't a dramatic thing. And I'm going to keep on working on those. I think we can pull observed and unobserved effect pretty easily from the fish ticket data. And the next few graphs here are just my presentation on what we see is going on in perspective with the other sablefish discards. So graph number 1 is the plan that we all agreed to. That's IFQ quota versus the trawl quota, and it seems like a pretty good plan. And the next graph is the total removals, and that's the total trawl removals in blue versus the IFQ removals, and it looks a little bit different than our plan. And the next one is, of those trawl removals, the red is the discard at sea, and the blue is the landings. And for my number of showing what a small sablefish release would have been in 2020, I picked 600,000 pounds, which is roughly a 20% discard mortality rate. And that little wedge of 2% is the 600,000 pounds relative to all removals of sablefish in the Gulf and BSAI. It's a pretty small sliver. And when you compare that in slide number 5 of those proposed 600,000 pounds versus the trawl discards, it turns into a 6% share. And it seems like we have an undue burden on that 6%, that there's a big problem with analysis of how do we enforce it and all these things while it's not being kept in perspective of the big picture. And the final slide I had to make a little bit bigger, because when you put these things relative to the entire biomass, the blue sliver is the trawl discards, and you might be able to see the green wedge, which is the proposed 600,000 pounds of discard mortality from small sablefish release. It's minuscule, and we're doing a lot of dancing around of how to make this possible. And I have a hard time believing that this is a problem. It's a big effect for the fishermen. That for small boat fishermen, we estimate it's between $1,500 and $5,000 difference on a trip of being able to release the small fish. And for our fishermen, that's the difference between going fishing and not fishing. These are small boats. You saw it last year in the quota. In Southeast, we had 80% caught. Coast-wide, we had millions of pounds left on the table. And that wasn't because of opportunity. That was because of expenses and the market for those small fish. So I'm asking to send this back to analysis and to keep it in perspective. And the joke we had earlier was, let's decriminalize saving small sablefish. That we don't need to change the world. We just need to take away the penalty for doing what's right for the biomass and to keep fishermen fishing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Rhodes. Are there any questions? Again. Next up will be Linda Benkin, then Sean McManus, and then the last up will be James Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. As you've heard, there's a giant gulf between fishermen's view of this amendment and its benefits as well as impacts and what's in this document. No one in our industry wants to kill juvenile sablefish. We want to release juvenile sablefish carefully so they can mature, contribute to the spawning biomass, and increase in value. That's the title of this document. That was the reason we asked for this amendment, and we'd love to see that language consistently used throughout the analysis. We agree with the SSC that this document contains a lot of solid work, but that some of the information would benefit from being considered in a different way, while some of the sections from our perspective deserve a serious edit. Most important in the next review draft is to clearly identify and place into meaningful context, as others have said, the impact to the resource of this amendment and the value to the fishery of being allowed to carefully release juvenile sablefish. I wanted to speak briefly to both those elements. First, the value to the resource. It's not complicated to understand that 20 1-pound sablefish would be killed to equate to one 20-pound sablefish, and that all the potential of those 20 juvenile sablefish that have not yet contributed to the spawning biomass is lost when they're required to be killed and retained. The analysis clouds that value in the uncertainty of release mortality. But we cannot believe that the Science Center or NIMS really consider targeting mature versus juvenile fish is bad for the resource. The concerns raised relative to growth overfishing, for example, seem significantly overstated, and we believe the SSC has highlighted that in their minutes and in their discussion with the analysts. Previous testifiers have spoken at length to the information on page 132 and tried to place into context for you the minuscule amount of release mortality associated with this action. I won't go over all that again, just to note that from our perspective, the impacts are vastly overstated. The potential impacts to the resource, the potential impacts to the ABC, given the small amount of release mortality potentially associated with this action. I would also note that the analysis assumes some changes in fishing behavior driven by this amendment that do not match our reality, such as fishermen stopping targeting big fish. I would say there's no basis for that. The operational costs of being far offshore, deer in the water, bait bills, fuel bills, fishermen will continue to target the bigger fish, whether or not they're allowed to release the small fish. Catch and release fishing makes no sense in a commercial fishery. As Stephen has said, we also believe the comparison is much more realistic if you compare Chatham to South and South Side. Also to note, there's a whole lot lower operating costs in Chatham, where you're on inside waters close to town compared to offshore. If anything, we would have thought you'd see more incentive for high grading or more release in Chatham than you do offshore, but there's really no difference when you make that comparison to Southeast. Relative to the impact on the fishery, I asked a few processors to pull fish ticket data to help calculate the impact to the fleet of retaining versus releasing the under 3-pound fish. In Western and Central Gulf right now, it's not unusual for observed trips to include 40% under 3-pound fish. Since some of those fish will still be retained, even with allowed release, we ran the ex-vessel value of an average trip with 40% under 3 and the same trip with 10% under 3. The ex-vessel value for the trip increased by 20%. That is significant to vessel owners, to the operators, to the crew, to the skippers. That's making a payment on your quota share, covering groceries and fuel, or making a boat payment during these challenging times. To summarize, the impacts to the resource are minimal, the value to the fishery are significant, and would like all that to be made clear in this analysis. I do understand that there will be some accounting challenges in allowing fishermen to choose to retain dead juvenile sablefish but release lively small sablefish might increase uncertainty regarding selectivity, but we believe those challenges are also overstated. As others have said, fishermen have long targeted bigger fish. They are long taking steps to try to avoid whales. Sometimes that involves moving to shallow water, in some cases switching pots. All those changes, all those practices affect selectivity. Again, adding this allowance to release small fish to us is minimal compared to the selectivity uncertainty that already exists in this fishery. I wanted to quickly address the issue of whether this can't be done in time to make a difference. Sablefish don't reach their full value to the fishery for 10 years after they first appear in the water. They start to bite hooks at age 3. They're 50% mature in 5 to 7. We have 2 more year classes coming. I see plenty of time, even with another initial review, to get this in the water to make a difference for the fishery. We would argue that even during times of low numbers of sablefish, those small fish have a value to the resource. So being left in the water in this amendment could still play a role. But with the amendment of performance review that's been recommended through the AP motion, you'd have an opportunity to review that and make a decision on whether this is a long-term or a short-term fix. Thank you. I'll stop there just to say we urge you to move ahead to accept the recommendations from the SSC and the AP and to move as quickly as possible to final action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Are there any questions? Mr. Twice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Benkin, thank you much for your testimony. I think I've heard you talk about the several valuable parts to this package from your perspective. One is the action itself of allowing discards of small sablefish, but you've also, I think, talked about I've heard you talk about independently of that, both further work on developing a DMR as well as just further work on developing careful handling regulations are also really important parts of the package, independently of or regardless of whether or not the council adopts the discard allowance. And I'm wondering if I heard you correctly on that, and if you could give me some sense of why those still seem important to you, whether or not the council moves forward with allowing discard as it's described in this package. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twait. To the chair, I would say, first of all, we would love to have it called allowing release, because that's certainly how we are thinking of this and will approach this. We're allowing release of small sablefish, not discarding. But yes, we recognized early in this process that the careful release requirement that's in place in regulation for the halibut fishery is not in place for the sablefish fishery. And right now, if you're fishing and have fulfilled your IFQs, you're required by law to release sablefish. Or if you're fishing and for turbot don't have IFQs and counter sablefish, or for halibut, you have to release those sablefish. And certainly it should be required that those sablefish be released with minimum harm. I think right now, if sablefish goes on to prohibited species status, maybe that careful release is in place, but it's not in place in those other situations, and certainly should be to keep the fleet on notice that anytime a sablefish is released into the water, it needs to be done with minimum injury. And so we suggested that at the advisory panel, and appreciate that they included that in their recommendations to you. And with regards to the discard mortality rate that's currently assigned to the fixed gear sablefish fishery, it's 100%. There are 55,000 tags recovered from sablefish that were caught on hooks, tagged, and released. That would suggest 100% mortality is certainly not right. And it's really time to reevaluate that and to assign a realistic release mortality rate to sablefish taken in the fixed gear fisheries and then released, and appropriately account for that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. I'm back to the SSC minutes, and it's a similar question that I asked Mr. Alverson, and I wondered if you would also address it. I think the SSC is clear that the benefit of this, of the ability to release small fish, is probably well suited for this stock if the amount of released fish can be reliably monitored. And then they have a whole section focusing on the uncertainty being a big deal there. And I just wanted to get your take on that, because as I read the analysis, it doesn't seem to jump out at me what great options for monitoring released catch would be. And I didn't know if you had thoughts there or if the intent is that, it's such a small proportion of the total stock that we shouldn't be so focused on monitoring releases.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I think your last statements would be my first parts of that answer is, how big a deal is this to require a big increase in that kind of coverage? But I'll answer the rest of it this way. Right now, 70% of the observer costs are paid for by our fleet. 75% of the observer days are being deployed in our fixed gear fleet, despite taking somewhere in the neighborhood of 15% of the ground fish. So it doesn't seem like too big a stretch to me, since we already have most of the observers, we're already paying for the most of the program, that if the council feels they need more data, and this is an amendment that has real benefits to the fleet, that you would go ahead and assign that responsibility to some observers to collect that information. I mean, you do have 15% coverage on the fixed gear fleet with observers. You have 30% coverage in the EM pool. It's not as if you don't have some observer data already, but certainly some monitoring program could be devised to continue to gather data on released fish if the council feels that that's absolutely necessary, or on whether there's changes in behavior associated with this amendment if the council feels that's really justified by the potential impact of this on the resource.
Thank you.
Further questions from Ms. Benkin? Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. My question is on the comparison that we saw in the analysis on the Chatham Strait fishery versus the Gulf-wide fishery, and how that would look if we, looking at just southeast, it looks, listening into the SSC and the AP deliberations, that would be quite different. So if we're not seeing a lot of small fish in southeast, is it expected that you're looking at this, that there's an expectation that you will be, some of these new year classes will have some of these more recent, like 2016, 2018 year classes are going to have a bigger effect in southeast, or is that because you're seeing this in the hook and line survey that you're seeing that, these small fish are in southeast and we will be seeing those and have a need to discard? I'm just curious on that picture of the need to look at how important this is to the fishery in southeast versus people that have in other areas that have larger amounts of small fish.
Thank you, Mr. Down, through the chair. I think there's a couple answers to that question. The first, I believe the figure from the document is that 85% of the stablefish value is delivered to processors in southeast and the central Gulf. So stablefish is a really important fishery for southeast communities, and while there aren't the large quantities of small fish yet in the southeast West Yakutat areas that we're seeing in the central or western Gulf, if they follow the patterns of other year classes, they will continue to move this direction and will show up here. I think with climate change, warming waters, these fish may stay in the Bering Sea longer, which makes it all the more important to be taking care of them wherever they are, and minimizing the mortality on those fish. But relative to Chatham Strait, yes, Chatham's always been known for bigger fish. For the Chatham blackcod are always the prize on the market because they are some of the biggest, nicest blackcod that we catch anywhere. They're certainly more comparable, particularly right now, to the size and catch composition that's found off the southeast or in the eastern Gulf than what's being encountered or captured in the fisheries in the central or western Gulf, where the small year classes have really moved in on mass. So that's why we think that's a more reasonable comparison.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Sean McManus, and then again, James Johnson will be last up, and then we'll take our morning break. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Sean McManus. I'm a member of the Council's IFQ committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Deep Sea Fishermen's Union. Our union is made up solely by second-generation fishermen. Some of our members, including myself, have purchased Sablefish IFQ, and as many of you already know, Sablefish IFQ has historically been quite expensive, often requiring mortgaging the fish out to 15-year loan terms. And unless you purchase your Sablefish IFQ after about May of last year at a much discounted price, then you are more than likely upside down on your investment, meaning you would not be able to sell your IFQ for what you paid for it, even if you could find a buyer. And furthermore, you are unable to make your IFQ mortgage payment through the sale of your harvested fish. You'll have to subsidize your payment through an outside source. And who would have guessed that not only would we face soft international markets for sablefish, but also ramifications from trade wars, and more recently a pandemic, and all these points have driven sablefish prices down significantly, especially the smallest size category, which are worth approximately 40 cents a pound. Mandated retention of all sablefish only exacerbates the struggles of sablefish IFQ fishermen, which I've already pointed out. And with mandatory retention of small sablefish, there is very little chance you will make your IFQ mortgage payment. In fact, you would be lucky to even pay for the bait, not to mention afford to pay a crew well enough to retain them. And based off of the 2020 sablefish tax of 34 million pounds and say an assumed 5% pot DMR, we would have killed 1.7 million pounds of small sablefish. Meanwhile, the Bering Sea trawl fishery exceeded their sablefish bycatch allocation by 484% in 2020 and 356% in 2019, amounting to 11 million pounds of small fish with 100% DMR. There are no penalties in the trawl industry for discarding fish, keeping in mind 100% DMR. And meanwhile, I know one sablefish pot boat which received an $80,000 fine just based off of one trip sablefish discards. And we are discussing the careful release of small sablefish today, but meanwhile, we seem to forget the amount of wastage the directed sablefish hook fleet was forced to endure year after year through whale depredation, which was and still is growing exponentially. Fishermen were left to not only find a solution in order to keep making a living, but also to pay for those solutions. And although I respect the Groundfish Plan team's efforts to apply whale depredation to sablefish annual TAC, their assignment of 1% whale depredation does not accurately reflect why there is such a mass exodus from hooks to pots in the directed sablefish fleet. And going forward, we hope we would not be releasing enough fish to account for 5% of our TAC. Careful release of sablefish would only be necessary for fish less than 3 pounds, and that is based off of recent prices. We are optimistic that prices will improve as the economy improves, and therefore mitigating the amount of fish being released. We will continue to adjust our fishing practices to catch fish with a maximum yield, such as modification to start pots, depths, etc. However, despite our efforts, there are times when we simply get into a lot of small fish with a string. The Deep Sea Fishermen's Union has always advocated for sustainability and conservation. However, given the huge inequities in sablefish trawl bycatch and the subsequent absence of penalties versus what the directed sablefish fishery is held to and endures year after year, we're having trouble holding to the moral high ground. We would appreciate the opportunity for small sablefish release through Alternative 2 with further study of this agenda item to be considered in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands without fear of penalty, just as being done in Alaska state waters, Canada, and the West Coast sablefish fisheries. And that concludes my comments. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Are there any questions? Thanks again.
Thank you.
Last up is James Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is James Johnson. I'm the executive director for the Deep Sea Fishermen's Union, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. With the resurgence of the sablefish stock some years back, the council heeded the request of IFQ sablefish stakeholders and embarked on the current action at the December 2019 meeting following a series of 3 discussion papers on the issue. Since 2018, April 2018, IFQ sablefish fishermen have provided testimony to the council that they are seeing an influx of juvenile sablefish showing up in their gear. This trend continues today, and these fish have become an economic burden to fishermen because regulations prevent them from being carefully discarded, even though, according to testimony, these fish are mostly uninjured by the fishing gear, appear very likely to survive if released, and the impact to the sablefish biomass appears to be de minimis. Last week during the SSC and AP, and this week before the council, each of these bodies reviewed a draft analysis of impacts associated with removing prohibitions on carefully releasing juvenile sablefish that are caught by IFQ sablefish operations. While the draft analysis did much to explore the two alternatives that were identified by the council, when consideration of this action was initiated, the SSC has identified the need for further analysis and new analytical components to be incorporated. While it is rumored that at least one fishing community is opposed to this action for some unknown reason, and one processor has come out on the record opposed to action on this item, there exists overwhelming public comment and public testimony in support of careful release of juvenile sablefish. It is acknowledged that much staff time has already been dedicated to this action, but I urge the council to stay the course on this item and see the staff analysis through to completion. And should the council now be considering ending the analysis due to staff time constraints, to consider having the work completed through an outside source if it is thought that the existing data necessary to round out the analysis is too time-consuming for staff to incorporate into analysis. This concludes my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Johnson, for your testimony. You serve on the advisory panel. Was there discussion when this issue came up from the group that voted against it that represents a number of longline vessels in Southeast Alaska? Was there some rationale or discussion why it was opposed, or was it just a vote against it? Just to clarify what happened at the AP and why some longliners oppose this action, some are neutral, and some are strongly in favor. It's just like to get some clarity, if we can, for the reasons why some might oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro, for the question and through the chair. That's a good question because, you know, in the lead up to the AP meeting and the weeks before, the sablefish groups were discussing, you know, how they felt about moving forward with putting out a PPA. And I made the motion at the AP that you see before you. Of course, there were some amendments to it, but I don't think that the group that I'm thinking of opposed the motion. I think there was 18 in favor of the main motion and 2 against. The 2 against were not from the sablefish sector. So it's a bit of a mystery why if a group was opposed to this, why they would have voted for it. But this group didn't seem to have supported the action going forward, but ultimately I think approved it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Additional questions for Mr. Johnson? Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
So that concludes public comment. Let's go ahead and take our morning break and we'll come back at 10:20 Alaska time. almost 10:20 here. I apologize. I am going to have to be attending to a few other things this morning, and so rather than go through the confusion of handing over to Mr. Twite mid-motion, or I think it's probably best, Mr. Twite, if you can just open up the meeting here shortly, and I will rejoin when I can.
Thanks, Mr. Canine. I'll be ready to do that. Maybe give it, looks like we've got all the council members on phone. We just need a couple more webcams on and we'll be ready to start then, huh?
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
I see that Ms. Campbell is on the phone line, but not on the webcam yet. So we're going to wait another moment until she can connect. Mr. Witherall, do you know if staff have gotten a motion from a draft motion from Ms. Campbell? I believe she was planning on offering one.
I do not. I'm going to defer to Diana to answer that question. She's monitoring that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to my knowledge, we have not received a motion. Okay. And I got that as confirmation.
We will wait just another minute then and see where we are. Okay, council, please come back to order. We've had finished public testimony on agenda item C3, and we are now ready for action if there is action that council members wish to propose. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion. I was just sending it off to council staff so that it could be put up, but maybe I would just read it since it's quite simple. So I move to postpone action on this item until the council can consider recommendations from the IFQ committee concerning the relative priority of this action.
And while we're waiting for it to be posted, is there a second at this time?
Second.
I heard Mr. Cross, I think. Was that? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Who would you please identify yourself? Oh, Mr. Mesereau. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Campbell. The motion is now being posted. If you wish to start speaking to it while it's still taking form on the screen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I originated this action, and at the time that I did so, it seemed to be a simple way to allow those that are in the IFQ fishery to carefully release small sablefish and optimize the financial value of their catch during this time when the state of the sablefish biomass and the markets combine to make the small fish really plentiful but much less valuable. Since that time, the agency, the catch accounting team, the observer program, the enforcement committee, and the SSC have carefully reviewed and put a lot of thought into what would be needed to implement such a rule, and it's become clear that there's nothing simple about it. So it's not as simple as I had hoped. If we were to allow these discards, it does create some uncertainty in the stock assessment process, and that amount is not quantified in the analysis, and it's not characterized relative to some of the other removals in the stock in the way that some people might like. This rule would be difficult to enforce if with the AP edition, like the maximum discardable size limit, I'm having kind of some trouble thinking about how that would be enforced. It's become pretty clear that there would be some catch accounting issues and that the observer program would have a difficult time accommodating this regulation. And so I think the agency and the team that supports us is signaling us pretty strongly that there's uncertainty, there's complexity, there's additional costs here, and it may not be worth the reward. The large number of sablefish that are being caught now in the fishery is a short-term problem because of the makeup of the biomass right now and the state of the markets. And given the length and complexity of our rulemaking process, particularly the process for a rule like this, it's likely that the urgency will have passed before the federal bureaucracy is able to catch up and act. We have some larger issues with sablefish that need to be sorted through, and the IFQ committee is meeting next month with a heavy agenda of things that need review and modifications for the IFQ program overall. Our SSC review told us that the analysis isn't ready for public review. It would need to come back on the council agenda at least 2 more times to accomplish initial review and final action. I want to be really respectful of the discipline the council has shown with its agenda, given the high priority pressing issues in front of us and the leadership that the state of Alaska has shown in defining clear priorities. And we also need to be cognizant, I'm very cognizant of the fact that these virtual meetings have put even more pressure on council time and council resources. And so it's for all these reasons that I've proposed that staff don't do any further work on the analysis at this time. It would not be a small undertaking for them to take the analysis from where it is now to an action-ready document. It would require a lot of agency resources and coordination to get this ready. And so what I would like to do instead is attempt to have a prioritization discussion at the IFQ committee next month and allow these stakeholders to consider the relative priority of this and the many other IFQ program requests that are on the table. I think it would be very helpful to get more input from the fleet on some of the catch accounting questions where there isn't a clear solution in front of us. It's very possible that we'll get a committee recommendation that will reinvigorate this and convince us that it's very important to the fleet and that it's worth the work of moving forward. But my feeling today is that we have a need for more public feedback before we task our analysts with the list of improvements that need to be made based on the agency, the SSC, and the AP comments. And so I would hope to have that discussion and that conversation and get additional feedback from the fleet at the IFQ committee meeting that's scheduled for March. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. Council members, are there questions or clarifications at this time on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you for your motion and thank you for your rationale. My question is on the timing. you didn't speak specifically to what you were considering, other than that this is postponed until the council could consider these recommendations, which will take place next month. And I'm guessing that we'd have these recommendations before us in time for the April meeting. Is it your intention that as soon as these are available, this would come back to us? And then secondly, when this comes back to us, is this taking a look at the same document, or are we going to need another presentation, or how is the council going to pick that up? I'm just looking for the mechanics and the timing of how this will work. I'm a bit unclear on that. Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for that. That's a good question. So the council is scheduled to receive a report from its IFQ committee at our April meeting. So it's my vision, of course, at the discretion of the chair and the ED, is that would be the agenda item before us, is a committee report from the IFQ committee. So we would not see this document again or take this presentation again, but rather we would see the committee report and get that additional public feedback that we're looking for. And at that point, the council would be able to task our staff in moving this forward to another round, or we would be able to decide that we don't want to take that action. So that would be a decision in front of us at our April meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more question. So this is at the April meeting. This is something we could bring up at your attention on this. We could bring this up at the April meeting in staff tasking and move it forward from there without seeing another, without getting any more presentations or anything. We would just, at the April meeting, we would have the option at staff tasking of moving this forward, which is the words that you used. That would be to move forward with another initial reviewer to make a motion that to include all the SSC and move it forward for another initial review. That would be available to us as an option at staff tasking at the April meeting. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, that would be my hope. I'm looking to the executive director to make sure we wouldn't run afoul of any notice issues if we did it that way, but that is how I would envision this process working.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that would be my interpretation, is that the IFQ committee would provide a report to the council, and the council could decide that based on the recommendation from the IFQ committee and what you hear from the public, that they wish to see a revised draft analysis brought back for council review, and that may occur in October or at some other meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That clarifies the timing and the mechanics issue, the question that I had on this. So thank you very much for that time to clarify those functions. Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Campbell. I think it addresses some of the concerns that I was picking up from conversations with fishermen in my area. What I'm wondering, though, is I want to just be clear. What you said is you want to bring this back to the IFQ committee, and your vision is that you're going to work with the stakeholders in the committee to prioritize which of the issues that are before them are of the highest priority. Then you'll provide that, or that report will be provided back in April, and then from there, the idea would be that would provide guidance to the council as to which agenda items to move forward. But if this isn't at the highest priority and something else is, we may select to move another IFQ agenda item forward in lieu of this one based on the desires of the members of the committee. That's how you imagine this?
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. That is what I hope the outcome would be. I'm not blind to the challenges of trying to have the committee prioritize a work plan, but it's something that we've done in the past for example, with our observer committee, when there are a number of issues that need to be addressed, but limited staff time, limited council time. And so my hope is that the IFQ committee can help us undertake a similar process. We already have, you know, potentially 7 or 8 things on that committee agenda. And obviously we need some help from the public and from our stakeholders to tell us which of those are the most urgent.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Campbell, thanks for the motion. I think you spoke to this. I mean, this motion specifically asks for a prioritization of that committee and this group of stakeholders. But I think you also mentioned that should committee members have ideas on how we can move forward with some of the, for instance, catch accounting issues that were identified in the analysis as obstacles, that might be appropriate committee discussion as well. And I'm not currently looking at your agenda. I know it's full, but I just wanted to see if you had a response to opening that up a little bit.
Yeah,
Ms. Campbell.
through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes. So I did mention that if the public was able to provide us some feedback with how we could move past some of these obstacles, specifically what I had in mind and what I mentioned were some of the catch accounting issues that don't appear to be easily resolved in our current draft, that's something that I think if they could bring that forward in this forum, it would help us as a council understand basically the chances of successfully implementing something like this or some of the solutions that might be needed to move this forward to implementation. So I would welcome that.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions or clarifications. So I'll open the floor to council members who may wish to offer amendments to the motion. I don't see any amendments forthcoming. So with that then, let's open the floor to discussion and comments on the motion. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Campbell. I appreciate this solution. I was struggling with how to go forward with what I'd read from the SSC and what we've read through the analysis. So I think this encompasses a way for more stakeholder involvement and for a better discussion of how to go forward. So I really appreciate the motion and I support it. Thank you.
Dr. Bossiger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support the motion as well. I think that the council has to continue to consider the impacts of unintended impacts of regulations whereby we had the fleet necessarily discarding small sablefish. I think that generally was not what any of the council members would like to have had. A solution was proposed on which there were a number of questions raised. And so I think this motion will allow us to see whether those questions can be addressed and to see the priority of this as Ms. Campbell has proposed. And so I do think it is the right way forward, but I don't want the public to think that we are not concerned with issues such as an inability to deal with small sablefish discards. It's another one of those issues where the entire public comment and testimony was one-sided. We've had a number of those. I've spoken on those in previous meetings, and I think we have to realize that we are working for the stakeholders and the people. And so I don't want to leave the impression that we're discarding this because we don't care what the stakeholders believe. I think it is a genuine problem with no genuine solution that's apparent. So I will support this motion as hopefully a way to make some progress on it. And if it turns out that it's largely irrelevant in the eyes of the stakeholders when it's considered in the IFQ committee, that'll be news that'll help us next meeting. But I thank Ms. Campbell for the motion, and I will support it.
Dr. Balsiger, I would just point out that I think in the parlance of this action, I don't believe this is a discard. I believe this constitutes a careful release. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for my poor use of term.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to Ms. Campbell as well. I'll certainly align myself with some of her initial comments in terms of initially supporting this action, going forward with considering this action, hoping that there was a simple approach to address the problem. I think we've heard a lot of discussion of the analysis of this action today. I want to thank the analysts. I think they did a tremendous amount of work with a difficult issue. I understand some stakeholders didn't agree with the answer, but I hope that we can have a constructive discussion if this motion should pass and get some constructive suggestions for ways to address some of the challenges that were raised in the analysis from the IFQ committee participants. So I'll support this motion, and just want to say I listened carefully to the SSC and AP discussion of this, and appreciated discussion of both sides of the issue, and appreciate, as others have said, Ms. Campbell's approach for dealing with this challenging issue at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Mesereau?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Campbell, for your motion. I support the motion as well. To be clear, my understanding is that one of the longline groups did in fact oppose this action in the AT, and the rationale that's included reflected the views of that group of commercial fishermen. I also have heard from stakeholders in my area, the Kenai Peninsula, that were concerned about this action and its outcome, but chose not to voice their opposition at the council. And so I hope that the IFQ committee, which has a pretty diverse makeup, will be able to hear in a more informal setting some of the concerns about moving forward with this action, as well as some solutions to the problems. But I think there was not unanimous support from the fixed gear sector. Both pot fishermen and longliners had seeked me out prior to this meeting and expressed some concern about moving forward, and the fact that, you know, being in support of regulatory discards for one sector and not for another is problematic as well. So I'm glad we have a little bit of time to further flesh this out, give some people that maybe we didn't hear from in writing a chance to convey their concerns and have a legitimate debate about the possibility of moving forward, whether we can solve some of the administrative problems and record-keeping problems, and whether this is really a high priority for the IFQ fishermen at large. I think it'll be helpful to have that discussion at the IFQ committee, and if they come up with the fact that this is one of their higher priorities and we come up with some solutions, I'm not one to stand in the way of that, but I think we need a little bit more time to sort this out, and I think this is the best way to move forward in a cautious manner with an issue such as this. So I'll support the motion.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Twite and Ms. Campbell for the motion, and I support the motion. I think it's a good pause, and I think it's a good opportunity to interact with the fleet and really, if we can identify and narrow the uncertainties that have been identified, no matter their magnitude or if they're small, I think it's good just to work through it and do an assessment of the priorities. So appreciate what you put forward, and I'll support the motion. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. I'm from Petersburg, as we all know, and I would be the first one to admit that some of our locals here weren't in favor of this, but this will give them more time to think about it, and maybe we can move ahead in the right direction. I concur with my fellow colleagues thoughts on this, and I'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Mr. Down?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some concerns that what the IFQ committee is going to look at is an analysis that may or may not have overstated the need or necessity for additional observer coverage or additional monitoring requirements without the DMR. I think the timing is what it is. The IFQ committee is next month, so that does align pretty well. So I'm willing to go along with the motion and see what we get back from the IFQ committee, but I remain committed to feeling that this is quite a necessity for the council to have as a priority. And some issues, if these small issues don't ever rise to the level where they're going to have a priority over other things on our agenda, they just don't. But they're nevertheless, we need to take care of the small issues as well as we're taking care of some of the large issues. And this is a small issue for some, but it's a very large issue for others. And for the survivability of these small fish, I think I think the stakeholders have made a great case that releasing small fish is in their best interests. I think we should listen to that. We'll get the science back, but my intention is going to be to take a very close look at moving this forward at the April meeting at staff tasking. So I'm going to look forward to, and I'll remain open-minded to something from the IFQ committee that might change my mind on that. But I feel quite strongly that this is something that the council should be doing, and that I'm looking forward to us hopefully moving forward with something after we hear back from the IFQ committee. I appreciate Ms. Campbell's as the IFQ committee chair wanting to take a look at this, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Well, I'll add my thoughts at the end. And I have a couple that weren't covered by others. I do support the motion and very much appreciate the work Ms. Campbell is going to put into this. And that's one of the things I want to address is, well, I think this is the right approach. I'm thinking about Ms. Campbell's point that there's a lot on the IFQ committee agenda already, and this is adding one more potentially time-consuming item to a large agenda already. And so I would encourage the committee to focus not on evaluating the pros and cons based on this analysis. I think we've heard from several folks that this analysis it simply won't support that yet. It doesn't have what it needs to provide an actual platform for debating merits. Rather, remain focused simply on the priorities of this, the relative priority of this, moving forward further with this action and resolving some of the issues raised versus the priority of the other items that are already on the committee agenda. So I would really hope that we're able to keep this from simply being a debate on pros and cons at this point at the IFQ committee. I think that's putting way too much onto the IFQ committee, and I think it's also premature. I have no, at this point, have no ability to really judge how I will ultimately vote on this, because I really do agree with a lot of the stakeholders who pointed out in public testimony that this analysis really is missing some of the most important elements, which are how does this relate to the population and population dynamics? How does this relate to conservation? And I find myself in agreement that with those stakeholders who are saying that one of their areas of concern is that we were able to fairly quickly put the issues with the high levels of sablefish that we were observing in trawl halls last year. We were able to pretty quickly put that into a conservation perspective and a population's dynamic perspective and make a judgment about whether or not that further management was needed based on that. And I think their frustration that we've been unable so far to put this one into a similar context is merited. And so I would hope that if the IFQ committee does come back with a recommendation, that this does merit further work as a high priority. I would hope that that would be one of the first items that the analysts would address is providing that larger context so that it looks like we're treating all activities using the same yardsticks. And that's important, I believe, for us as a council is to use the same yardstick. So with that, I'll conclude. Are there any other final comments? All right, then I believe we're ready to vote. Is there any objection to Ms. Campbell's motion? I'm not seeing any objections, so the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. With that, is there any further action to come before the council on agenda item C3? Don't believe we have any. So let's move on to agenda item C4 then. Ms. Marinan and Ms. Cleaver, are you with us and ready to begin presenting on agenda item C4?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through well.
This is Sarah Marinan, council staff. I'm going to be jointly presenting the staff presentation for C4 with Sarah Cleaver and Angela Forstall. And I will let them introduce themselves so they can also test out their microphones.
Good morning, council members. This is Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Can you hear me clearly?
Roger.
And this is Angela Forstall, the North Pacific, the Sea Grant Fellow with the council this year.
Welcome aboard, Angela, and we hear you well. Ms. Marinan,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and to my co-presenters. So attached is the analysis for C4. We have 4 appendices that are on the agenda. They're bundled together. And then there's an action memo, which that action memo also includes an excerpt from the CRAB plan team meeting, which highlights some questions, some specifically directed to the SSC, but please take a look at those as well. And then we have a number of public comments on the agenda. So C4 is a proposed action which would set crab PSC limits to their lowest limit in the BSAI trawl, CDQ, and non-CDQ fisheries when the corresponding crab directive fishery is closed. And there are 3 parts of this presentation. We don't follow the order of the paper. The first part is we'll give an introduction, which includes a history of this action, the purpose and needs statement, the alternatives, and a reminder of how the current PSC limits for crab work. The second part of the presentation will be a more thorough description of alternative 1, no action. And then the third part of the presentation is a shorter description of alternative 2 and our expectations of the impacts of that alternative. So there have been a number of crab PSC related discussion papers and analyses over time for more than a decade, which that is detailed in section 2.1 of the paper. But the specific action that we're dealing with in this paper was initiated through public testimony in December of 2019, and this is the first time it's being reviewed at the council. We did consult with the CRAB plan team a number of times along the way. We've linked their reports in the action memo, and I can bring their feedback into relevant parts of the presentation as well. The full purpose and need for this action is in section 1.1 of the paper on page 17. I just have the beginning and the end of it here as I wanted to highlight a few things. So I'm going to read this part of the purpose and need. At present, most Bering Sea crab stocks are experiencing low productivity and small population sizes, leading to large reductions in directed harvest levels. This action is intended to ensure there is consistency in management measures between directed fisheries and bycatch and groundfish fisheries
making more explicit the balance of impacts to all fisheries and communities that are affected by the status of depressed stock. And what I wanted to highlight here is that this purpose and need demonstrates a vision for policy and management, not so much conservation objectives, although it does reference the depressed Bering Sea crab stock. So this purpose and need is what we use as goalposts for the analysis, and we reference this a few times throughout. Here are the alternatives. There's one action alternative, and that is to have reduced PSC limits for BSAI, trawl, CDQ, and non-CDQ groundfish fishing when the corresponding directed crab fishery is closed. So that would change regulation so that there would be another trigger for trawl PSC limits, and the alternative lists out for Beardeye in Zone 1, 0.5% of the total abundance minus 20,000 animals. For Beardeye Zone 2, it has 1.2% of the total abundance minus 30,000 animals. For Bristol Bay Red King Crab in Zone 1, it would drop to 32,000 red king crab. And for Opelio, it would be 4.35 million animals. There are a few points of clarification on this alternative, but before I mention those, I want to remind you about what the current crab PSC limits are and how they work. So these are triggered area closures. So if the PSC limit is met, that corresponding area closes to that trawl fishery. So Bristol Bay Red King crab limits correspond with Zone 1, as you can see in pink on the map on the screen. There are separate Beardeye limits for Zone 1 and Zone 2, and snow crab limits associated with the C. Opelio bycatch limitation zone on the right in the purple there. Crab catch that happens within these areas accrues to the limit for that trawl fishing sector. There are 3 trawl sectors with limits: the CDQ sector, and then the 80, and the BSAI trawl limited access. And TLAS is further broken into apportionments for the directed fisheries. So for example, in 2010, the yellowfin sole component of the TLAS fishery exceeded their limit for snow crab PSC. So that sector was prohibited from non-pelagic trawling in cobbles for the remainder of the year. The fishery wasn't shut down, but they had to fish outside of that purple area shown in the figure. Here I wanted to highlight a few points. There's some mismatch between the seasonal and spatial management of the directed fisheries and the groundfish fisheries. So in thinking about an action where you link the two, there's some relevant points of consideration. In terms of seasonal overlap, the crab tax for the 4 crab fisheries we're looking at are set by ADF&G in October. The seasons typically start October 15th, and the groundfish fishing year follows the calendar year. So the assumption is that the regs would be set up to say crab PSC limits would be at their lowest limit if the directed fishery is not open in the previous year. So for example, if a crab fishery was closed in 23-24 season, the PSC limits would be at their lowest level in the 2024 groundfish fishing year. This should work with our harvest specifications process, and that's further described in the analysis in section 463. In terms of spatial overlap, the PSC areas don't necessarily represent the boundaries of the directed crab fisheries. So for instance, Zone 1 and Zone 2 aren't split in the exact same spot that lines up with the Eastern Bering Tanner fishery and the Western Bering Tanner fishery. But we are assuming that an Eastern Bering Tanner closure would correspond with lower PSC limits in Zone 1, and a Western Bering Tanner closure would correspond with lower PSC limits in Zone 2. Here are the current limits for Bristol Bay Red King crab. There are 2 types of thresholds, as you can see on the left-hand side of the slide. 8.4 million mature crab and a threshold of effective spawning that are equal to 14.5 million pounds. As stated in the alternative 2, for Bristol Bay red king crab, the lowest limit is 32,000 crabs, which is split among 3 trawl sectors. Important for the analytical scope of this paper, these are the same thresholds, the 8.4 million mature crab and the 14.5 million pounds effective spawning biomass. Those are the same thresholds that are used in the state harvest strategy and have been set since 1996 for the decision of whether to open the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery. Recently, the abundance estimates which are evaluated against these thresholds have been produced from the same LBA model. So they're being evaluated against the same numbers as well. So that means that if the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery does not open because it doesn't meet the state's harvest strategy thresholds, the trawl PSC limits would also be set to their lowest limit in that year, 32,000 crabs, because they're based off of the same thresholds. We've identified some scenarios where this may not be the case. If the state chooses to close the fishery before the thresholds are met, which they do have the latitude to do, there's a number of other factors they can consider. If the state changes the harvest strategy for Bristol Bay red king crab, or if a different type of abundance estimate is used to evaluate the 2 thresholds. And that has been the case at some points in the past. But the fact that currently the PSC thresholds and the state harvest strategy align really narrows the scope of this analysis for Bristol Bay red king crab. This isn't to say that there wouldn't be implications from a lower PSC limit, but that impacts might equally happen under the status quo. We consider this throughout the analysis. Mr. Chair, I'd look to you to see how much detail you'd like me to present on the historical development of the red king crab PSC limits. The short version is that they switched from static limits to abundance biomass-based limits in 1997, and section 341 of the analysis describes the historical development of these limits. I'd be happy to go into more detail if you'd like, or if there's any questions, or we can move on to the next set of limits.
I'm not seeing any council member questions about that. So I think moving on is appropriate. If those come up, we can always circle back.
Sure, sounds good, thank you. So moving on, here are the snow crab PSC limits. They're set as a proportion of total abundance minus 150,000 crabs, but with a floor and a ceiling. The alternative states that if the snow crab fishery is closed, the PSC limit would be at the floor, which is 3.45 million animals. These limits were established under Amendment 40, and they're based off of industry negotiations that were recommended to the council. The industry group considered historical crab bycatch at different abundance levels. Here are the Tanner crab PSC limits. Under Amendment 41, these limits switched from a static limit to abundance-based table for Zone 1 and 2. These limits were also based off of industry negotiated numbers that were then recommended to the council. Again, the industry groups considered historical crab bycatch at different abundance levels. The highest level for each of these was the previous static limit. And then Amendment 57 decreased all of the crab PSC limits by a static amount. And when Amendment 80 was implemented, it decreased that sector's PSC limit to 80% of its previous levels. So there's another point of clarification here relative to the alternatives. The numbers listed in Alternative 2 for Bairdi are problematic. They have listed out the lowest threshold, but since it's not a fixed number, it's dependent on total abundance. It could result in a number that's higher than the lowest fixed number. Also, technically, the lowest limit for Bairdi would be 0 if the abundance was low enough. So it's assumed throughout the analysis that the council intended for Bairdi PSC limits to be set at their lowest fixed level. So that's 730,000 animals in Zone 1 and 2.07 million animals in Zone 2, unless Tanner crab abundance dictated a lower PSC limit. And I believe that's what the council intended, but we are asking for clarification on this intent. This is what we assumed through the analysis. Table 2 and Table 3 in the analysis describe an important sidebar to the proposed action. The council asked us to provide source numbers for crab abundance estimates used to calculate PSC limits and clearly state where they're from. As you just saw in the PSC limits that I presented, the Bristol Bay Red King crab uses mature female abundance, and snow and tanner crab thresholds reference total abundance. Currently, the Bristol Bay Red King crab abundance estimates are modeled survey estimates from the LBA model, in which catchability of the year is assumed to be 1. It's my understanding that for snow and tanner, total abundance estimates have recently been adopted from modeled population abundance estimates, where the total abundance is accounting for survey selectivity and catchability. And you can see in the CPT minutes, which are attached again, one of the concerns from the CPT and the assessment authors is, are we comparing apples to apples here? Because accounting for factors like catchability and selectivity can make a big difference in the abundance estimates. And I don't believe that when these thresholds were established, they were able to account for those factors. So the CPT asked the SSC to weigh in on this. And I think we have SSC minutes now, and they have suggested a few white papers to clarify what the intent should be, which you'll see in their minutes later. There was also a request from the public to make sure these numbers are publicly available in the future and the sources are clear. And that request has been previously endorsed by the SSC and the CPT as well. So, Mr. Chair, that is the first portion of the presentation. I can pause to see if there's any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Marinan. I'm not seeing any at this point. So proceed, please.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the council. So this next section, we're going to provide some information on the background and a summary of alternative 1, no action. We're going to start with a description of the fisheries that Angela is going to present.
This action impacts the Amendment 80 BSA trawl limited access and BSA CDQ fisheries and the BSA directed crab fisheries. Since 2009, there have been 18 to 21 Amendment 80 vessels active, with 4 to 8 of these vessels also participating in the CDQ sector. Figure 36 in the analysis shows how the fleet has had a high utilization rate of apportioned TAC, especially of Atka mackerel. And Section 4511 includes a description of how the sector structures their catch over the course of a year to maximize catch of target species, avoid areas when prohibited species catch are known to be high at certain times, and account for area closures. Amendment 80 vessels typically employ around 6 fishing crew, 24 processing workers, and 7 other staff members for a total of around 37 employees per vessel. The majority of crew members report from being from Seattle, and Seattle also accounts for the majority of fleet ownership. In 2020, 2 AFA catcher processors, 4 AFA catcher vessels, and 11 non-AFA catcher vessels participated in the BSA TLAS for a total of 57 vessels. 7 vessels also participated in the CDQ sector. Although not as much crew data is available for the TLAS as for Amendment 80, given the predominance of catcher vessels in the sector, the average crew size is estimated to be around 4. And BSA TLAS vessels primarily catch Pacific cod and then yellowfin sole. And Pacific cod is delivered to shoreside processors, and yellowfin sole is processed offshore. TLAS vessels targeting Pacific cod have made deliveries to 8 to 11 different processors since 2009, registered to 7 Alaskan communities and Seattle and Bellingham, Washington. 21 to 29 vessels have participated only in the CDQ sector since 2009, and CDQs make deliveries to both catcher processors and motherships. For all 3 groundfish sectors, the fleet total ex-vessel value has been relatively stable over the last few years, although the CDQ sector did experience a dip in 2019. Participation in the Bristol Bay Red and Bering Sea snow crab fisheries has ranged from 60 to 70 catcher vessels and 2 catcher processors since 2010. Seattle accounts for 56 of the fleet vessel ownership for Bristol Bay Red and Bering Sea snow crab, and Alaska accounts for around 30, with the highest percentage of the Alaska-based fleet ownership in Kodiak. In years where Bering Sea tanner crab fisheries have been open, 1 catcher processor and 24 to 49 catcher vessels have participated. And crab vessels have made deliveries to 5 different Alaskan communities since 2010 and 11. Excess of landed values, 5-year averages are shown on the slide, but it is important to note that the volume landed and value has decreased substantially since 2014. And I will pass it back to Sarah.
So our job in this analysis is to identify the marginal difference in the action alternative from no action. So here, under the no regulatory changes, the PSC limits could still drop to a lower level based on abundance of crab. The expected impacts of the proposed action could produce the same types of impacts that could occur under no action. So we try to provide a more thorough explanation of the possibilities under no action to help delineate what might happen under alternative 2. The analysis looks at potential impacts on BSAI groundfish trawl operations, the associated processing sectors, communities, and potential indirect impacts on the commercial crab fisheries. The EA considers implications for the crab stock. So focusing on Bristol Bay red king crab first, under alternative 1 in current regulations, the PSC limits could fall to a lower level than they were in 2020. Between 2008 and 2020, Bristol Bay red king crab PSC limits have not been set to their lowest threshold, and these limits have not been met by any groundfish trawl sector during this period. However, there is a possibility that trawl PSC limits for Zone 1, Bristol Bay red king crab, could change in the future under existing regulations. Recruitment has been low for the last 12 years. Mature abundance has steadily declined since 2009, and abundance estimates have only allowed for small, short-directed fisheries in recent years. So should these estimates drop below the thresholds in the future, the directed fishery would not open, and Bristol Bay and the BSAI groundfish trawl fisheries would be operating under their lowest PSC limits in Zone 1. Therefore, if Bristol Bay red king crab closure occurs, a lower PSC limit for the groundfish trawl sectors may be the result under alternative 1. Between 2008 and 2020, none of the trawl sectors have met their Bristol Bay red king crab PSC limits in Zone 1. This isn't shown on the table on the screen, but in Table 24 on page 77 of the analysis. And for TLAS, it's further broken out in Figure 30 on page 81. This is Table 9 here, and it shows that if the limits had been set to their lowest level, their lowest abundance base levels for the groundfish trawl sectors, so CDQ, Amendment 80, and TLAS, it is likely that on some occasions the sectors would have met their limits and had been closed out of Zone 1, in particular Amendment 80. So this table here shows groundfish trawl catch of Bristol Bay red king crab relative to the lowest limit, and the blue shows the times when lowest limits may have been exceeded. This is a retrospective exercise, and there are a number of reasons why area closures may have been less frequent than suggested just by looking at this table. They may have taken more precautionary fishing methods. If abundance was lower, it could be that encounter rates were lower. And there are some flexibilities built into Amendment 80, like the potential for PSC rollovers and flatfish flexibility that may have helped the fleets out somewhat in some years. However, even when groundfish fleets aren't close to meeting the crab PSC limits, the existence of the limits can influence groundfish fishing behavior and come at a cost to the fleet. In particular, for Amendment 80 and CDQ sectors that have more of an ability to plan out their seasons, they may take preventative measures to avoid crab PSC becoming a constraining factor in their operations. And I'll pause because it looks like I have a question.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marin. And I just wanted to make sure I understood this table, that the blue is representing, your retrospective on possible exceedance if the Bristol Bay red king crab limits had been set at the lowest limit. It's not assuming they should have been or taking into account crab abundance in those years. Is that right? It's just had they been at the lowest limit and this was the bycatch, irregardless of crab abundance, we would have exceeded by the percentages you have in the table. Am I getting that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. This was not intended to say that the limits should have been set at this level in the past, or it's table 24 on page 77 that shows what the limits actually were based on different abundance levels. This was just merely an exercise to just compare the lowest limit relative to past PSC use. And I think maybe our analysis does caveat this quite a bit, but maybe it could have done a better job caveating it specifically in referencing this table, because as I just mentioned, there are reasons why even if the limits were at the lowest level in the past, they might not have been exceeded, and they weren't at the lowest level in the past. So it's just, I guess it's meant to show too some level of past PSC use to think about the future, because we really don't have a great way of predicting what future PSC use might look like.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, moving on.
Yeah.
So, thinking more about the impact of a lower Bristol Bay red king crab limit to the groundfish trawl sectors under no action. If the PSC limits are set to their lowest limit, it's likely that the red king crab saving sub area, the 10-minute strip, so that is the bottom rectangle, in this green box. It would also be closed to non-pelagic trawl vessels. This area is also tied with whether the directed fishery has attacked in the previous year. Zone 1 has been a central location for trawl flatfish catch. You can see that in the in-season management map on the right. In particular, yellowfin sole, rock sole, there's been Pacific cod caught in that area with variable amounts of other species. The red king crab saving sub area has been a productive area for rock sole, and it often has lower halibut PSC rates. So based on past crab catch, in particular, a decrease of Bristol Bay red king crab PSC limits could have costly implications for the Amendment 80 sector. Amendment 80 has used between 23 to 70% of their limit from 2012 to 2020. So between 20,000 and 30,000 crab. This limit has been set to 43,293 crab for the sector in the recent past. If the limit drops, the sector would be at 14,282 crab. So in particular for Amendment 80, a Zone 1 PSC limit for Bristol Bay red king crab would likely create constraints and challenges for this fleet. If it reached the limits, a Zone 1 closure is likely to result in additional foregone revenue and increased costs associated with fishing. These costs may be incurred in time and fuel as vessels travel to alternate fishing grounds. Alternate fishing grounds may be suboptimal in terms of aggregation of the target species and or could generate higher rates of constraining species, in particular halibut, crab, or cod. A decrease in revenue could have a negative impact for crew on these vessels. Based on 2018 EDR data, the vessels employed about 2,100 people throughout the year, about 790 people at a given point in time, since almost year-long operations occur and there's changes in crew throughout the year. Most of the fishing crew and many of the processing crew operate on a crew share. So that means if costs go up and or if revenue goes down, it's going to directly impact their compensation. In the RAR analysis, we talk about the challenges of estimating foregone revenue associated with the Zone 1 closure. They have the potential to be large, and it really depends on the timing of when it might occur. An early season closure would have very different implications from a late season closure. While Amendment 80 companies have some flexibility to shift to a different area to make up foregone revenue, opportunities are variable among Amendment 80 companies. They need to balance the risk of encountering one PSC species while avoiding another, both which can compromise the catch of a target species. So it's a complicated array of cumulative factors, which makes describing foregone revenue at a sector-wide level difficult. In terms of community and processor impacts relative to trawl fisheries, there's a shoreside processing connection to this action, really just through the trawl CV PCOD component of TLAF. Deliveries are made to 5 communities: Adak, Akutan, Dutch, King Cove, and Sandpoint. And you've heard quite a bit about this recently through other actions. Based on past PSC use in this sector, lower PSC limits would be unlikely to change the amount of PCOD landed or the distribution of landings to shoreside processors. The other sectors all pretty much operate offshore. The analysis highlights there are other types of community connections that these sectors have. Spending-induced impacts are associated with crew, vessel owners, others employed, as well as spending from port calls, landing tax, and connections CDQ groups have to their communities. If the Bristol Bay Red King crab limits drop, these communities could be impacted under Alternative 1. The document highlights some of these community connections to the extent that information is available. We really have much more extensive information here about Amendment 80 through the EDRs than we do for TLAF or CDQ.
This is Sarah Cleaver, Mr. Chair. So continuing on with the description of impacts of Alternative 1, but focusing specifically on the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock. So there's a section in the document on stock status, which starts on page 42. And in general, Bristol Bay Red King crab the stock is on a downward trend with estimated recruitment for red king crab being low and mature abundance has been declining. And this section of the document also highlights the poor environmental conditions that red king crab is currently facing. Based on the past crab PSC usage in the trawl sectors, as Sarah described, if Bristol Bay Red King crab PSC limits dropped to their lowest threshold under Alternative 1, these limits may become more directly constraining for the groundfish trawl fisheries. And we highlight this specifically in Alternative 1 to show later the marginal impacts of Alternative 2. So impacts on the red king crab stocks due to constraining PSC limits are dependent upon any changes to groundfish trawl fishing effort or the distribution of that effort as it relates to the crab stocks. And for Bristol Bay Red King crab, the limits and the harvest strategy, the PSC limits and the harvest strategies are already aligned. So under Alternative 1 in most scenarios, PSC would be dropped to the lowest limits when the crab-directed fishery is closed, and Sarah explained why that is. So under Alternative 1, if the red king crab PSC limits drop to their lowest level, the measures that are taken or any measures that might be taken by the groundfish trawl sector to avoid closure of an area or to avoid the closures themselves could both result in Bristol Bay Red King crab PSC savings. The analyses that established the PSC limits, so for Bristol Bay Red King crab, that was Amendment 37, it predicted that reducing PSC alone would not drastically improve nor rebuild the crab stock, in part because crab bycatch in the groundfish fisheries made up a small percentage of total fishing mortality. And our analysis demonstrates that the observed trawl PSC still does represent a small portion of total fishing mortality. And that's what's shown here on the slide. This is figure 7. It's on page 47. And this shows the estimated fishing mortality without the crab-directed fishery retention. So this is just focused on bycatch. And this figure includes the application of the handling mortality rate. So that's 80% DMR for trawl, 20 for the directed pot fisheries, 25% specifically for the tanner, or for Bristol Bay red king crab that are discarded in the tanner fishery, and 50% for fixed gear. So this figure shows that in 2019, observed trawl bycatch made up 18% of all observed bycatch, and that's in yellow. And it shows that while this has fluctuated a bit over time, overall the observed trawl bycatch appears to have a modest or minimal impact on the Bristol Bay red king crab stock relative to these other sources of mortality. However, any decline in mortality due to lower PSC limits could theoretically help slow the decline of the stock. But the level of crab savings really depends on a number of factors, including the timing of the area closures, the typical levels of PSC in each sector relative to the limits, as well as the extent to which the PSC areas still appropriately represent protection of the stock. This being said, our analysis is based on the best scientific information that we have on observed mortality, and unobserved mortality in the form of crabs that interact with fishing gear but aren't captured is not included in the total mortality estimates for the stock assessment specifically, nor is it counted towards the PSC limit. So while we've had these specific gear designs over time that have been shown to mitigate unobserved mortality, such as the raised sweeps that were implemented in 2011, there are ongoing concerns about unobserved mortality of crabs due to interactions with trawl gear. And so we included a short summary section on kind of the current status of research on unobserved mortality in our document, and that's on page 85. But we also highlight that we worked closely with the CPT, the crab plan team, and in May of 2020, the CPT discussed this proposed action on PSC limits, including the potential stock impacts from unobserved trawl mortality. And so in order to understand the potential impacts of unobserved mortality, the crab plan team recommended that the assessment authors rerun the assessments for Bristol Bay red king crab, tanner crab, and snow crab with higher assumed levels of bycatch abundance as a sensitivity analysis in order to help inform our analysis. So there are 3 reports, one for each of these crab stocks, that are attached to the e-agenda in Appendix 4. And the purpose of these sensitivity analyses was to estimate the change in fishing mortality associated with increases in bycatch. And the intent there was to try to model theoretical unobserved bycatch mortality by responding to the question of what effect would different levels of PSC have on each crab stock. And the results that we got from them demonstrated that if bycatch mortality is anything less than doubled, there appears to be little change in stock dynamics and biomass trajectories across all species. So the authors ran the simulations with historical bycatch at a few different levels, and the results for Bristol Bay red king crab, they found that when bycatch biomass increases by 500% or more in the models, the estimated male mature biomass values in those terminal years could decrease about 14% or more, but noted that the decreases could also be much larger for some years. And while we're still kind of talking about Bristol Bay red king crab impacts here, I just wanted to provide you with the results from the sensitivity analyses altogether. So for tanner crab, increasing the bycatch by 1,000% would have lowered the male mature biomass in the 1970s by roughly 100,000 tons, but in recent years, it would have been estimated to be about 6,000 tons less. And for snow crab, the bycatch has been small enough that increasing that bycatch input by 1,000% resulted in only a 2% change in the terminal year for mature male biomass. And the largest changes there were occurring in the mid-1990s through roughly 2010. So the full results of those analyses are, again, in Appendix 4, and there's additional CPT discussion that's captured in the crab planting's report from October of 2020. And these results helped to inform our analysis by demonstrating what levels of PSC beyond the current observed trawl PSC would be needed in order to see any changes in stock dynamics.
Ms. Kimball has a question. Yeah, Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick one. Should we be reading this as a sensitivity analysis on all bycatch biomass increasing, or is it just trawl?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So I believe that in all of the analyses, they actually increased bycatch across like the total amount of bycatch. It wasn't just specifically looking at trawl. But I know that there were a few questions about that because originally this action specifically was focused on trawl. I'm just trying to look through here if I have a clearer answer for you because I know there was some confusion here, but I believe it was across all gear types. So total bycatch was increased by, I think they started at 50%, then went to 100, all the way up to 1,000, and that was, it looks like for both trawl and fixed gear bycatch in the groundfish fisheries. So leaving out bycatch in the other fisheries.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kleber, what's your sense of where there's a natural break in your presentation?
Through the chair, I think we could probably break after finishing the description of alternative 1. Sarah, what do you think? You and Angela have any input there?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think so. We kind of have 3 sections to the presentation. We're in section 2 right now. Section 3 is a summary of alternative 2. If we wanted to break earlier than that, we could get through red king crab and break before we talk about snow or tanner crab. So if you'd like us to wrap up soon, I think we have like 4 more slides before we talk about snow and tanner, and then we could break then.
Let's see how long those take and see whether or not we want to keep going. I'd prefer to get all the way through alternative 1. I think that may be best, but let's just see how we're doing on time. So let's check in after those next 4. Okay, thank you.
In looking at the impacts of alternative 1 on the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery, given the current status of the Bristol Bay red king crab and the PSC limits are already linked to the status of the directed fishery, under the no action alternative, there's already a potential for red king crab limits to drop to their lowest level and the directed fishery to close. Over the last 10 years, TAC reductions due to stock declines have resulted in truncated seasons by up to 2 months, less trips per vessel, declined participation both by vessel and crew member count, and a drastic reduction in the overall value generated by the fishery and therefore crew earnings. Similar to the groundfish trawl sector, crab crew members typically earn a crew share based on the vessel's net revenue, and there has been a decrease in median crew share payment from $211,000 in 2010 to $81,000 in 2019. Crab species are also very important to processors and communities, and there has been an associated decline in benefits and economic activity. While Bristol Bay Red King crab tends to generate the highest ex-vessel price per pound for crab due to the high volume of Bering Sea snow able to be harvested under the TAC, the Bering Sea snow fishery has generated the greatest value of the rationalized crab fishery since 2010. Still, when evaluated together, these three fisheries demonstrate an overall decline in volume and value. Given the expectation that crab PSC limits at their lowest threshold would have modest stock impacts, it appears that the lower threshold under current regulations would produce very limited indirect impacts on the crab fishery. The council requested additional information on triggers for which a stock is redefined as overfished and the process of a rebuilding plan. A detailed explanation on overfishing determination and rebuilding plans for crab is included as part of the analysis in Appendix 2. To give a brief overview, a stock is declared overfished when biomass is less than the determined minimum stock size threshold, which is calculated as 1/2 of BMSY. MSA and National Standard 1 requires that the stock be rebuilt in the shortest time possible. The timeline for rebuilding is calculated by determining the time to reach BMSY under no fishing. A target time is calculated by factoring in the status and biology of the overfished stock, the needs of fishing communities, recommendations by international organizations which the U.S. participates in, and interactions of the overfished stock with the marine ecosystem. If the time to reach BMSY is greater than 10 years, National Standard 1 provides additional guidelines for determining the maximum time for rebuilding. Overfishing limits are determined by the tier and stock status of the crab stock. Stocks are assigned tiers based on the availability of information and the model parameter choices made. Bristol Bay Red King crab is listed as a Tier 3B stock, meaning reliable estimates for spawner-recruit relationships are not available, but proxies for FMSY and BMSY can be estimated, and that the current biomass is less than BMSY, but greater than the level specified as critical biomass threshold. The stock has been approaching an overfished status, and in 2020-21, the minimum stock size threshold was estimated to be at 59%. If the stock is declared overfished, the time to rebuild would have to be calculated as previously described. The effectiveness of the state harvest strategy, habitat protection measures such as the Red King crab savings area and nearshore Bristol Bay trawl closure, and bycatch control measures would all have to be considered. If the state decides to update their harvest strategy in response to an overfishing declaration, there would potentially no longer be that direct link between crab PSC limits and the status of the directed fishery.
And so, Mr. Chair, we're at snow and Tanner crab. Would you like us to keep going?
Hi, Ms. Meriden. Let's go ahead and see if there's any questions before we move on. Looks like Mr. Down has a question.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Meriden and Ms. Cleaver. Thank you for your presentation up to this point. I know you gave us a really adequate time, but before we go on to snow and Tanner crab, you gave us really an adequate break to ask about how the numbers were derived, and did we want to go into that anymore? I think you've covered it pretty well here, but one thing that's just I'd like to get your thoughts on is I think the document adequately points out the inconsistency in the way these numbers are derived. In other words, the difference between the way that these source numbers were derived for Bristol Bay Red King crab and how that aligns itself with the state harvest strategy and the Eastern Bering Sea snow and Tanner crab, which is based on industry negotiations at the time and total abundance at the time. One thing we can't do with this document, at least I can't think of a way to, this action, I should say, I don't think there's any way to really address these inconsistencies in an effective way through this, but to the extent that it points that stuff out, it's been helpful to me. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on this. One of the things that we heard about at the crab plan team meeting on this, which I attended your presentation remotely. I attended your presentation at the crab plan team meeting, was the changes in catchability that have a huge effect on this, and that I think the assessment authors have been going forward with these changes in, for instance, catchability that have a huge effect on these numbers, but they hadn't really considered that at the time. So I'm just curious to both Ms. Merrigan and Ms. Cleaver, if you have any thoughts coming out of that. I thought this would be a nice time. It took me a bit to get my thoughts collected on that, but do you have any thoughts on the inconsistency in these source numbers and any concerns about the length of time that has accumulated since these numbers were derived through these industry negotiations?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I can field that one first. This is Sarah Meriden. The SSC definitely has a lot of thoughts on this, and you'll hear their minutes soon. I think one big takeaway that I got from all of this discussion and research was that I think it's a really good thing that we're discussing it, because it has been kind of an informal process in the past, and I think my reading of the regulations is that they're not so specific as to tell us exactly what to do with accounting for selectivity of the gear and things like that. And so an evaluation of what was intended and what do we want to do to ensure that we're comparing apples to apples could be helpful here, even in a informal sense, or maybe through a white paper or something that the SSC is suggesting. Just in understanding as well what the public has brought up, that it would be nice to have this information more publicly available through safe documents or highlighted so people know exactly where the numbers are coming from and what we're using. SSC members also mentioned it's sort of a rabbit hole to go into the concept of dictating, what catchability should be and some of these specific parameters, but really just knowing what we're using, I think, is important, because it's been clear to me throughout this process that there are different ways to think about abundance. There's not necessarily a right way to do it, but we should know what we're using and why. And so I think having help from the assessment authors and the CPT and SSC on that will be really great. And I don't know if Sarah or Angela want to say anything about that, but it's been a very educational process for us to dig into those abundance estimates for sure.
Mr. Chair, this is Sarah Cleaver. The only thing that I'll add to that is that just to point out that when you get the SSC report, they did have some really extensive discussion about this, and that did end up shedding a lot of light on where more information could be helpful. And I think that was definitely a clear benefit of going through this process and trying to achieve a little bit more transparency about where these numbers come from, because the SSC had pointed out that they wanted a clearer way to compare the crab bycatch and abundance and whether there's a link there. And without a better understanding of what each abundance estimate means and how those have changed over time, we would have to kind of caveat that data any way that we presented it. So the SSC discussion was really helpful, and I'll definitely leave it there and let Dr. Dressel expand on that.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. I have another question. It's my next question is germane to this issue, the source numbers and how these were derived, but it's along the lines of the snow crab and the tanner crab, which I could wait till the end of that presentation to ask that question, but it's germane to this conversation too, so it might be more appropriate now, but I just wanted to double check with you.
All right, Mr. Down, if you think it's more appropriate now, then go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Marinan and Ms. Cleaver, I just wanted to double check. So these industry negotiations that took place some years ago were how these numbers for tanner crab and snow crab were derived. And so when I think about industry negotiations, I think that industry went off, they brought something back to the council, and there was an agreement between the directed crab fishery participants and the trawl fishery participants, which are the two groups that would have been affected. Is that right? This was an agreement that was reached between those two groups. Is that the correct assumption for snow crab and tanner crab?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, Mr. Down, that's correct. And then it was further adopted by the council. So it went through this industry work group and then was picked up by the council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions at this point? So let's go ahead and take our lunch break for the day and come back at 12:45 Alaska time.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.
Cleaver, I think you were up. Or no, sorry, Ms. Meredith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Sarah Marinan again for the record. We had left off at snow and Tanner crab PSC limits under current existing regulations. Here are figures that demonstrate what the PSC limits have been over time. With the red dotted line showing where the lowest limit would be relative to what the limit has been over time. And the points that are circled in these figures are times when the crab-directed fishery has been closed in that year. So in this figure, you can see under Alternative 1, snow and Tanner crab PSC limits could fall to a lower level than they were in 2020. Between 2008 and 2020, snow crab PSC limits were set to the PSC floor in 2008 to 2010 and in 2016. The directed snow crab fishery hasn't been closed. For Zone 2 Tanner, PSC limits have hit their lowest threshold in 2017, and both Tanner crab fisheries have been closed a number of times over the years. Crab PSC limits have only been exceeded once by a sector closing cobbles to non-flaget trawling for BSAI TLAS sector in 2010. Typically, trawl crab PSC use for all sectors has been much lower than the PSC limit. There have been a number of times when ASA CPs have reached their crab sideboard limits as well. So again, this table compares PSC use in past years relative to what the lowest limit is. And again, these tables are just meant to provide a reference point to what past PSC use has been, which with caveats might be helpful for future expectations. This table shows that snow crab PSC use in the groundfish trawl fisheries was lower than the lowest crab limit in 2008 to 2020. With the exception, again, of in 2010 when BSAI TLAS exceeded the limit based on snow crab use in the yellowfin sole fishery. So that fishery did close to cobbles in 2010. Here are here's PSC use of Tanner catch in Zone 1 relative to the lowest fixed limit. Again, you see relative to the lowest limits, the use is lower for all three sectors. And this is PSC catch of Tanner in Zone 2 relative to the lowest limits. There was an instance in 2011 where the Amendment 80 catch of Tanner in Zone 2 may have exceeded the limit, and the limit what it was at that year, as well as the lowest limit. However, there was a in-season management rollover of PSC from the TLAS sector in that year, so it didn't exceed the limit and it wasn't prohibited from fishing in Zone 2. So based on past PSC trends in the trawl fisheries, it's expected that reaching snow or Tanner crab limits would be a rare event, even at low PSC levels in the future. But there are some things to keep in mind, some caveats here. Encounter rates are variable and lightning strike events can occur. When crab abundance changes in the future, that may change crab encounter rates in the trawl fisheries. While abundance and PSC don't always correlate, if there's a recruitment event, encounter rates may increase relative to past catch. And if abundance goes down, the proportion of crab catch relative to these limits may be lower than suggested just by looking at past data. As discussed for Bristol Bay red king crab, this doesn't necessarily mean that there's no effect on groundfish trawl fishing effort or crab PSC savings before the limit is met. Again, preventative measures are taken by the groundfish fleets to avoid a situation where they're closed out of an area later in the season due to PSC limit, which can come at a cost. And individual CDQ groups or Amendment 80 companies may be constrained by their own apportionments of crab PSC. Therefore, lower snow or Tanner PSC limits under Alternative 1 may have some impact on groundfish trawl fishing behavior as well as crab PSC savings.
So still working under alternative one, a little bit of background for tanner and snow crab. The snow crab mature male biomass has been increasing again as there's this large recruitment pulse of snow crab that's beginning to be seen in the biomass that's vulnerable to the directed fishery. The near-term projections for stock conditions indicate positive trends, and it's unlikely for the directed snow crab fishery to be closed in the near future. For tanner crab, the mature male biomass has been declining since 2014 and 2015, and given the current stock trends, it seems possible that the directed fisheries may experience closures in the near term. However, the harvest strategy for tanner crab was amended in March 2020, and so there are new thresholds for opening in that fishery, and the new harvest control rule was selected partially on its ability to reduce the number of years that that fishery is closed. So the way that those fisheries become closed has direct impact if this action were to go forward. These are the same types of figures that you saw earlier for Bristol Bay red king crab. This is estimated mortality by year type with snow crab on the left and tanner crab on the right. For snow crab, figure 11 on the left shows that in 2019, observed trawl and fixed year bycatch, which are grouped together in yellow just because of the way that the data was provided. Those two were grouped together for us. And that made up roughly 4.5% of all observed bycatch. I'll note that in this figure, the blue is all discards or some discards from all crab fisheries. So that doesn't include crabs that are retained, and it's not just crab that are discarded in the snow crab fishery. For tanner crab, figure 14 on the right shows that in 2018, observed trawl bycatch, again in yellow, made up roughly 8.5% of all observed bycatch. And kind of the overarching idea of these figures is not only to point out that trawl bycatch is a small portion of this total estimated mortality, but combined with some of the other discussions that we highlight in the paper, note that there are some caveats to this data. We note that the size and the sex composition of bycatch and the spatial distribution of crab PSC are noted as areas that could benefit from some additional information in order to tease out any impacts of selectivity on the stock. So we have a short discussion of some of these caveats on page 89, and we took a first stab at looking at the spatial distribution of PSC in the groundfish fisheries and the size and sex selectivity in Appendix 3. So we included kind of a basic summary of that data in the back of the appendix. And we just wanted to highlight that these figures on their own don't get to those caveats.
So then we're going to start the presentation of the third part of our presentation, which is a summary of anticipated changes under Alternative 2. Reminder that the action alternative here is to reduce PSC limits in the trawl groundfish fisheries to their lowest fixed abundance-based thresholds when the corresponding directed crab fisheries close. And we're evaluating this relative to Alternative 1. So here are the lowest fixed limits listed out again in this table. The expected impacts detailed in the analysis under Alternative 2 are essentially the same types of impacts highlighted under Alternative 1 if the PSC limits were to drop to their lowest limit based on abundance of crab. Alternative 2 may increase the likelihood that crab PSC would be applied at the lowest abundance-based thresholds, particularly for Zone 1 and Zone 2 Tanner PSC limits. Based on our analysis, the changes in groundfish trawl fishing behavior and thus changes to resource components are expected to be limited relative to no action.
So for impacts of alternative 2, as far as the stocks first, given the status of the Bristol Bay red king crab stock, the lower PSC limits could theoretically contribute to a slower decline of the stock, the same way that we described under alternative 1. And as Sarah said, there's just a greater likelihood that crab PSC would be applied at these lower limits. So considering both the scope of the proposed change for Bristol Bay red king crab PSC limits, given that the limits and the harvest control rule are already aligned, and given the small proportion of PSC relative to other sources of fishing mortality, the marginal impacts due to this action on the Bristol Bay red king crab stock are expected to be limited. Alternative 2 may mean a greater likelihood of lower PSC limits for the Zone 1 and Zone 2 Tanner crab or snow crab in the cobbles. And as we've identified within the section on the analytical scope, the trawl sectors have routinely caught less snow crab and Tanner crab than even the lowest PSC threshold for their corresponding sector, with a couple of exceptions. And Sarah highlighted that we note that past catch may not be a perfect indicator of future performance, but alternative 2 is expected to have a limited effect on constraining snow and Tanner crab PSC relative to no action. However, we've highlighted some caveats to this expectation of marginal change. It's worth noting that a large crab recruitment event could change the typical patterns of snow or Tanner crab PSC in the groundfish trawl fisheries. Currently, the snow and Tanner crab PSC limits are based on abundance estimates that include juvenile crabs, and those were shown on, I believe it's in Table 2, what those abundance estimates have been based off of. And the threshold for opening the Tanner crab directed fisheries depends on mature male biomass, and the threshold for snow crab directed fisheries depends on total mature biomass. So there could be a situation where the directed crab fishery is closed due to low mature crab biomass, but a large recruitment event means that the PSC encounter rates could be higher for the groundfish trawl fleet. And this could cause the PSC rates to be greater than they have in the past, and the PSC limits to potentially become constraining under alternative 2. But our bottom line here in terms of determining the impact of alternative 2 is that if the groundfish fishing behavior does not change under this alternative, it wouldn't be expected to have an impact on stock. Some additional implications of alternative 2, the reduced Bristol Bay red king crab limits in Zone 1 may adversely impact the groundfish trawl sector, but of the 3 stocks, it would be the most likely to provide the greatest PSC savings. Based on past PSC use, reduced Tanner and snow crab limits would be expected to have limited impact to the groundfish sector, associated processors, and communities. And a clear implication of alternative 2 for all 3 of these crab stocks is a more explicit and definitive link between the management of the crab-directed fisheries and the PSC limits in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish trawl fisheries, which we noted in the Council's purpose and needs statement. While the catch and stock dynamics can help inform an understanding of the impact of bycatch on the stock, this decision to link the management of these of the directed fisheries and the fishery that catches that species as PSC is really a policy decision. And the council's purpose and needs statement highlights the desire for more consistency in management measures between these two. But dropping the PSC limits to their lowest fixed abundance-based threshold when the directed fisheries close could work towards achieving that connection. However, the action would only increase consistency for the BSAI trawl CDQ and non-CDQ groundfish fisheries. It wouldn't achieve further consistency for the non-trawl groundfish fisheries, it wouldn't achieve further consistency in those other fisheries. The council's purpose and needs statement also says that it intends to balance the impacts to all the fisheries and communities that are affected by the status of depressed stocks. And this language was more difficult for us to evaluate from an analytical perspective. The declines in Bristol Bay red king crab and Tanner crab stocks have created adverse impacts to the crab sectors, as the council is aware of, and this leads to less crab landed and processed, which is important to processors and communities' economic vitality. However, crab PSC is a small, crab trawl PSC is a small proportion of fishing mortality, and relative to other crab species, reduced Bristol Bay red king crab PSC limits in Zone 1 are more likely to adversely impact the groundfish trawl sectors. If Tanner and snow crab limits are reduced under Alternative 2, changes to the impacts on sector or associated processors and communities would be expected to be limited. So that's kind of our general understanding of trying to get to this idea of balancing the impact. But it was some difficult language to work with.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of our staff presentation. We appreciate the many contributors and reviewers, and as well as industry members who spoke to us about this proposal, and we are available for any further questions from council members.
Great, thank you very much. Council members, any further questions on the staff presentation? Great, okay, I don't see any. Thanks again. That will bring us to the SSC report. Here to give that to us again is Dr. Sherry Dressel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
It'll be just an extra minute to load the PowerPoint presentation, my apologies.
Sure, no problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
And members of the council. I have, this presentation is on the SSC report for C4, and then also on one section of the SSC report in C5, where we responded to the crab plan team's comments, concerns, questions on the crab PSC analysis. So as you've seen, this analysis evaluates the effects of setting PSC limits for the trawl sector, BSAI trawl sector, to the lowest threshold when the state of Alaska closes Bristol Bay red king crab, EBS tanner, or EBS snow crab fisheries. The SSC finds the document adequate to allow the Council to understand the fishery and policy impacts of the alternatives. The SSC has noted that it provides good characterization and evaluation of the action that's needed relative to the objectives described in the Council's purpose and need. And based on the simulations that were run and reported on in this document, the SSC finds that the action is largely a policy decision about linking management between crab and groundfish fisheries, since the analysis indicates that this action is unlikely to increase the amount of crab available for the directed crab fishery based on the recent PSC levels, or substantially improve the conservation of declining stocks. The SSC recommends that this document be advanced to final action after a few recommendations are addressed. So the recommendations from the SSC include these bullets. The first one is to show the differences between PSC composition and mature male biomass in Appendix 3 using density plots and tables with notation showing legal sizes. So it's a clarification in these plots. The second one is to better illustrate the differences among the state of Alaska management areas and the stock assessment areas, which differ as they relate to PSC accounting. And the third one is to compare PSC use with abundance, as that is the underlying assumption with abundance-based PSC management, recognizing that this PSC is tied to the degree that it's constraining in the historical data. And finally, to include an analysis to clarify the linkage between communities and fisheries that are potentially impacted. So the SSC heard public testimony about concerns regarding the mortality of crab due to contact with the trawl gear. And the analysis does reference the best available information, and the SSC finds that that's adequate, recognizing that there's not currently an accepted method to estimate this type of mortality for the groundfish and directed fisheries. In addition, while this has to do with bycatch, the document does indicate through the sensitivity analysis in Appendix 4 that increasing bycatch by, and this is a summary. This is actually was better covered in Sarah Cleaver's slide, her slide 17, because my comment is sort of lumping of 3 of these species. But by increasing bycatch by a large amount has relatively small impacts on management quality, management quantities. And we think that that can give some valuable context, even though we recognize that the composition of bycatch may well be different than the composition of crab that die due to contact with the trawl gear. Finally, the SSC notes that throughout the history of these assessments, unobserved mortality has been a source of both assessed mortality, and that comes into the assessment particularly through the estimation of natural mortality, and also unassessed mortality. While it's not explicitly calculated, the unobserved mortality may also influence parameters in the model catchability in addition to natural mortality. And then through these parameters, it can also influence reference limits. So it's a bit of a mix, but this unobserved mortality is partially covered in the assessment and likely partially not. And the SSC certainly encourages future research on this topic, and as well as considering unobserved mortality in the risk table. So the topics on this slide provide an overview of SSC recommend. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, but before we move on, looks like Mr. Kimball has a question.
I'm sorry, Dr. Dressel. I thought you were done with this. I can wait if you're continuing with this.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'm a little bit slow changing my slides because I have 2 sets of them, so sorry about the gaps. I've got 3 slides left. So the topics on this slide provide an overview of SSC recommendations, but the recommendations and the reasons for them are described more in detail in our response to the CRAB plan team, and that's under agenda item C5, which I have actually included in the next 2 slides. But I'll read off the recommendations here first. So the SSC, we discussed the PSC stair-step management and acknowledged and noted that it may not align with stock trends in the assessment. And so in response to the CRAB plan team under C5, the SSC recommended that a white paper be prepared. And this paper would provide information on abundance calculation methods for use with PSC, and also explore what flexibility exists under current regulations for how to calculate these abundances. So the SSC is not requesting this paper be prepared prior to advancing this action. And we also acknowledge that prioritization of preparing this white paper obviously should be done in context with other staffing and research priorities. The SSC did discuss methods to better align PSC management with the stock assessments, and we'd like to suggest that this could be a future topic of exploration should the council wish to pursue this further. And the next 2 slides give a little bit more detail on sort of what I mean by these. So the CPT had a number of questions for the SSC, including the following 2. Should PSC stair-steps be defined as a specific component of the crab population? So as you saw in this last presentation, sometimes this is mature male biomass, sometimes it's total biomass, and they were asking the SSC whether that should be sort of consistent or which that should be. The second one was should and how should catchability and selectivity be included in the PSC calculations? And the reason for this question is that the CPT noted that including catchability, particularly for tanner and snow crab, can make a large difference for interpreting how big the stock abundance is when calculating the PSC stair step. So the CPT recommended that if catchability is to be used, then they recommended that current threshold calculations should be revisited with an analysis. And so in response to this, noted that multiple methods to calculate crab abundance for the PSC stair-step policy may likely exist under current regulations. And that was part of the reason why the SSC recommends that a white paper be prepared to provide information on the historical methods that have been used to calculate abundances, and also the potential options that exist within the current regulations. And we did note that Bristol Bay red king crab is specifically defined as a mature female red king crab in regulation. So the white paper would be a step to making PSC calculations transparent and also ensure that they remain consistent with the regulatory intent. Until this exploration is completed, the SSC recommended to the CPT that authors continue to use the current methods for calculating PSC limits until a different process or processes are identified. And then finally, the SSC reiterates its recommendation from last October to provide PSC values in the SAFE. And we also request a brief description of the calculation methods that we used to come up with those PSC values. And that is the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Circle back to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I think mine was back on maybe slide 3, maybe 4, but it was about the questions on unobserved mortality. And I did understand your response in the SSC minutes that that's in part included in some ways in the assessment and in part included in how natural mortality is defined.
And then you mentioned the risk table. So I guess I'm not yet aware we're using the risk table for crab species. Maybe that is something we're going to start looking at doing in the future. And I did not catch the SSC workshop on the risk table. But is that what you're talking about there with that? Thank you. That last bullet is that when we start applying the risk table to crab, that any additional unobserved mortality that's not already captured in the assessment could be considered there. I needed to understand that since I didn't think we were using the risk table for crab. Sorry for that long question.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. No, that's a great question. You are correct. We are not using the risk tables for crab. So so yes, it is, some of this unobserved mortality is accounted for in the assessment, and some of it likely is not. As far as we did not, so in the risk table workshop, we also did not institute using a risk table for crab. We actually ended up exploring many of the questions that underlie the risk table. What I should have said was that consideration in the buffer between the OFL and the ABC. And so the difficulty with this is that unobserved mortality likely occurs in most fisheries, and it is not well understood or estimated, obviously, because it is unobserved. And so what the SSC was trying to express is that unobserved mortality is something that can be expressed, when setting the buffer for the ABC. But it sort of goes along with future research, because how much to account for in the buffer will likely depend on future research.
Thank you. That's very helpful. A second question, Mr. Chair, on your later slides, Dr. Dressel, those were considerations for a white paper and some other considerations that would be, and just to summarize, outside of this analysis. Is that correct? Those are separate issues under existing regulations that the SSC was recommending whether or not we go forward with this analysis.
You're the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's exactly correct. Those were future steps not required before this moves to final action.
I understand. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your final slide there on C5 on the white paper that Ms. Kimball was just referring to, I'm just trying to put this in context. Is the recommendation here that the council staff would prepare this white paper? Is this something that you're looking towards the crab plan team to comment on before you'd really need any input from the council? In other words, are you looking for something of some kind of recommendation on this from the council, or is this something that that will be highlighted in the next crab plan team meeting?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, what the SSC was looking at, we have asked, so one step is that we have asked, like in that very last bullet, we've asked the crab plan team, the authors, to provide the PSC values that are currently used and a description of those. We do believe, however, that the white paper will extend beyond the CPT, and so it likely would require participation from council staff and CPT members. And the goal for that would be obviously to look at the historical methods, but also compare that to the existing regulations to figure out what flexibility there is. And the reason for that is that it was brought up, like the presenters mentioned in their presentation, this action has brought up a number of inconsistencies and a lot of questions about how abundances should be estimated for PSC calculation. And so now that we've recognized the inconsistencies and some of the things that aren't known, this white paper would be the first step to trying to bring the context there, the transparency and the regulatory intent, so that the crab planting authors can then, and the SSC actually, can then go forward and recommend what next steps should we take. Should we use trawl estimates of abundance? Should we use model estimates of abundance? Should we do this from mature male biomass? Should it be total biomass? These are a lot of questions that need to be addressed, but we felt that the first step would really be to figure out what's currently being done, what's historically been done, and what do the regulations allow us to do in the future, and then we can start working on where to go forward.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gresselson. My next question would be a little more direct. That makes sense to me, everything you said there. But this white paper is one step in making sure that these PSC calculations are transparent, which I think is, in some ways, you know, you've got a good start on that now that the authors are putting these PSC calculations into their stock assessments, and so they'll be more clear to the public and to the fishery participants how those are calculated and where they came from, and that they will remain consistent with the intent of the regulations. But you don't get to this next step, which would be, are they the appropriate levels? I think that's where this is going, but you don't intently say that. So that's my more direct question: is that the intent? Was that captured in the discussion, that the intent of this is to look at whether these are appropriate or not, appropriate levels or not, or was this just clearly only just to make sure that we've got that this is transparent and that these are within the regulatory intent?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunn, thank you very much for that question. Yes, you are. I realize that was a question, but you are correct. This would be a first step in our discussion. So we did have extensive discussion about, do we use survey estimates? Do we use model estimates? And when we look at the regulations, for instance, refer to basing this on total abundance from the NIMS annual bottom trawl survey, but they also talk about total abundance. And so when the CPT asked us, should we include catchability in the estimate of total abundance, that all depends on how regulations are interpreted and sort of what flexibility we have. Once we know the realm of what we can look at, the SSC will be much better able to provide recommendations. And so one example in our minutes is that in our discussion, one of the suggestions that came up was possibly changing PSC management such that limits are integrated within this ABC determination. So using a fishery mortality-based approach, which has been outlined by the National Research Council. Well, the question is, we can't necessarily have, say, within the SSC, a discussion of whether that's the best way to go forward if we don't know whether it will fall under the regulatory guidelines. And so you're right, this would be a first step to figure out what is the breadth of options that we have, and then we can work with authors, the CPT can work with authors, the SSC can provide recommendations on how best we would suggest going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a very, very good answer, very complete. I understand. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any further questions for Dr. Dressel? Further questions? Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you very much.
Moves us into public comment. Looks like there are 7 signed up to testify. First up is going to be Lance Farr, then Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher, and then Chris Oliver and Chris Woodley. Mr. Farr, do we have you with us?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Chairman, you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Chairman and council members. My name is Lance Farr, longtime crab fisherman. I fished crab in the Bering Sea for 38 years. I still own a boat that is fishing for Opilio right now. I am concerned with the crab stocks in the Bering Sea and believe we need to do anything we can to safeguard the stocks. I believe that lowering the PSC level to its lowest level when the season for crab is closed is the correct action. Right now, our fishing season for king crab opens on October 15th and closes on January 15th. The trawl season opens on January 20th. I am bringing this up because the reason for shutting king crab season down on January 15th is because the crab could start molting. When the crabs start molting, they become very vulnerable to impacts and are easily killed. I bring up the soft shell crab because I don't understand the rationale why you close a directed fishery because of soft shell crab. Then you go open the trawl fishery on the same grounds 5 days later. So next, I read a paper that says the area of estimated disturbed habitat with the standard contact adjustment coefficients for midwater trawls at 40% results in an estimated area of 16,156,570 square miles of impacted habitat. With the contact adjusted coefficient of 14%, the area was reduced to 15,872,213 square miles, or a reduction of 1.8%. That's a lot of bottom contract when the trawlers aren't required to move when they encounter soft shell crab, which could result in a tremendous amount of unobserved mortality. Crab form pods on the bottom for protection, and the trawl nets going through these pods when the crab are in the soft shell condition could be just devastating. All our catch in the pot sector is accounted for because it comes on board in the pots, so we have no unobserved mortality. I believe the council should be precautionary and pass this action with having the PSC limit on the crab at its lowest level when the season is closed. I support alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Cross. Mr. Cross, did you have a question? Okay. Any questions from council members? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Park. Next up is Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kneen and council members. I'm Jamie Goen, and with me is Corey Lesher. We're with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and we represent the majority of harvesters fishing for king, snow, bear-eye crab in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. I first want to thank council staff for your thorough analysis, and then refer everyone to our comment letter under this agenda item for more details, including the attached white paper on unaccounted for unobserved fishing mortality. While this is a narrow action by design so it could be more quickly implemented, that does not make it less meaningful, especially at a time where any step in the right direction, no matter how small, could help given low stock status of bear-eye and Bristol Bay red king crab. As you heard in the staff presentation and as outlined when we brought this issue forward in 2019, the council has been working to address crab PSC limits for over 10 years to create a better bycatch management system and to address limits that are over 25 years old. But the council keeps pivoting instead of making forward progress. The current PSC limits are no longer based on the best available science. They are not consistently applied between stocks, and they do not create an incentive to avoid crab bycatch. While the larger, more holistic work on crab bycatch was in discussions, we noticed a more immediate concern in 2019 when our bear-eye fishery closed and the trawl PSC limits were at their highest limit. This doesn't make sense from a policy and a management perspective and highlights a disconnect in management for crab. This action was intended to be narrow to address the disconnect as a small first step in the right direction. This action would create a trigger that when the directed fishery closes, the PSC limits would be automatically set at their lowest limit. The idea is to take some pressure off of the stock to allow small crab to grow to sizes that would again support a directed fishery and higher bycatch. Taking pressure off of depressed stocks and allowing them to grow should benefit all sectors and should better maximize the benefits to processors and communities by helping to bring back crab stocks while maintaining groundfish income. Neither of the alternatives should limit groundfish harvest amounts. However, under alternative 2, it would create an incentive for trawlers to avoid crab at times. Currently, there is no incentive, as evidenced by trawlers fishing right on top of where our crabbers fish. This action would address an inconsistency in management by bringing bycatch limits to their lowest limit when directed fisheries are closed. In short, it's good policy with some biological benefits. As highlighted in the analysis for this action and in our comment letter, there is a piece of the puzzle missing in unaccounted for bycatch mortality from unobserved fishing mortality. The council document first flagged this issue during EFH work back in 2012, nearly 10 years ago, noting concern over unobserved mortality from pelagic and non-pelagic trawl on egg-bearing female red king crab and calling for further analysis. The Magna-SNAC National Standard 9 defines the type of bycatch mortality as fishing mortality due to an encounter with fishing gear that does not result in capture of fish. As described in our white paper and shown in Table 1, there is some level of unobserved fishing mortality by all gears, but we think it has the potential to be significant from bottom and pelagic trawl due to their time on bottom, area covered, and the mobile nature of the gear. While the stock assessment author's sensitivity analysis gives us some insight into the magnitude of bycatch mortality that would impact the stock, that work was a numbers exercise that did not incorporate important population and stock dynamics of crab with sporadic recruitment, nor does it factor in disproportionate impacts on crab at vulnerable life stages. What we know is that unobserved fishing mortality is not accounted for explicitly in crab stock assessments or in total mortality reporting, even though we know that number is not zero. We also highlight that we are concerned about impacts of fishing in crab stocks while they are molting, mating, or at other vulnerable life stages. The directed fisheries are closed when crab are at these stages to protect them, but trawling and other fisheries continue to impact those stocks during those vulnerable life stages. This is particularly troubling for Bristol Bay red king crab due to its sporadic recruitment and patchy distribution, with a tendency to school or ball up, where a tow through those crab can have disproportionate negative impacts. In preparing for this action, we also came across EFH work by the Council between 2012 and 2017 that flagged important areas for red king crab spawning grounds that suffered from high fishing impacts and called for further analysis to establish closures in Southwest Bristol Bay and broadly reconsider existing closures. Yet no action has been taken since then. We mention all of this as a reminder that there have been opportunities to take action over the past 10 years, in particular to help slow the decline of red king crab, with little done to date, while the stock continues its decline approaching overfished thresholds. The fixed gear sectors that take crab as bycatch have been working hard to make progress on bycatch reduction, and rightly so, as we have the biggest observed bycatch mortality as shown in figures 7, 11, and 14 of the analysis. We have a lot of meaningful forward progress on many bycatch fronts among sectors, except on PSC limits for the trawl fishery and on unobserved fishing mortality in EFH. This action would be a small first step. We also encourage more collaborative research like has been happening among fixed gear fisheries and is proving effective. We'd like to see that same interest in meaningful collaboration and problem solving with the trawl sectors, such as on further unobserved fishing mortality research. In closing, we recommend that you incorporate information from the AP and SSC and move action either on to final action or for another initial review draft. We ask that the analysts add a section describing the efforts in both directed crab fishery and the fixed gear fisheries to reduce crab bycatch to provide a more complete picture of bycatch reduction work. And finally, we ask that the scientific questions in our written comment be further considered and look forward to the white papers outlined by the SSC. It's incumbent on all of us to be part of the solutions, no matter how small. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from council members? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I had a question. You mentioned, or you expressed some interest in further collaboration between the fleets to reduce mortality. I wondered if you could let us know if there are other efforts underway to increase communication amongst the skippers on the grounds and the different trawl and pot fisheries?
Through the chair, Ms. Bush, thank you for the question. Are you asking specifically between crabbers and trawlers or with all sectors?
Specifically between trawlers and crabbers, thanks.
Thanks for the question. We have had some meetings as industry outside of council over the last couple of years here, and most recently a couple of weeks ago. Those conversations are happening. There has been mention of a suggestion of getting our skippers together to further coordinate on what efforts might help further reduce bycatch in both trawl and crab fisheries. So yes, those discussions are happening outside the council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bush. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Gunn, for your testimony. I guess my question is, you had mentioned in your testimony the efforts by the fleet to try and further reduce discard mortality in the directed fishery. And what specific measures are you anticipating the fleet will be able to adopt in the coming years? And how much do you think that might be able to affect discard mortality?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, that's a great question. Thank you for that. In our directed fisheries, first I want to highlight, and I think everyone knows, that we will always have regulatory discards. We discard our female and our undersized male crab because we're a size and sex limited fishery. That's how we keep our fishery sustainable. So we will always have those discards of female and undersized male crab. Some of the work we're currently doing to further reduce our handling and discard mortality, we've met recently. We were part of a workshop with the Canadians considering different size limits for snow crab and whether it might make sense from a scientific perspective to look at a smaller retention size on snow crab. So moving to a smaller size limit would reduce our discards of those smaller crab. Some of the other things we're doing are reminders with our fleet on best handling practices of crab. Many boats have lowered their chutes so that they're closer to the water, things like that. Moving to a rationalization program helped our crab fishery as well by slowing down the race for fish and increasing soak times and improving handling of the crab. And then, as you heard also, we don't fish when crab are molting or mating. Some of the other things we've been discussing, although these are very preliminary discussions, are that we have quota for these multiple crab species. As a multi-species quota fishery, we could retain any of those crab we're coming across. So say you're fishing barredeye, you keep the opies, or vice versa. But those discussions have implications for processors and markets, and our fishermen. So there's a lot of conversations that need to be happening internally on that. Those are just some of the some of the things that we're doing in our directed fisheries.
Mr. Merrill.
Second question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. Also, I wanted to get your perspective on bycatch in the fixed gear fisheries. So currently there is no PSC limit in fixed gear fisheries. And in some years that is a substantial, perhaps a more substantial amount of bycatch relative to trawl gear. What is the perspective of the directed fishery in terms of either extending a PSC limit to fixed gear fisheries or other efforts that you're trying to undertake to reduce bycatch in those fisheries?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, another great question. So you heard some of the efforts we're doing under the B reports at this council meeting under our bycatch reduction engineering program grant process, where we're looking at gear design to keep crab from even going in the cod and halibut pots in the first place. I personally think gear design, if we can keep crab out in the first place, is our best bet at reducing bycatch in those fixed gear fisheries. As far as applying a PSC limit to fixed gear fisheries, I would say that if we have a PSC limit approach in the trawl fishery that we are discussing now is not working, I don't know that it makes sense to apply that same approach to another fishery. I think we look at the things that we think can be most effective at reducing bycatch and creating the right incentives to reduce bycatch.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen. I know you've looked at the analysis in detail, and particularly for Bristol Bay red king crab, what we're seeing as a result is the action alternative is essentially the same as the no action alternative in terms of impact. And you listed out a lot of other things that we should be doing, thinking about pursuing relative to that, I think to all stocks, but to that stock in particular. What do you think is the most important or impactful thing we could be pursuing with Bristol Bay red king crab, given its stock status at this time?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Given the status of red king crab, I think we should be looking at every possible thing we could do right now, big or small. And I think we should be looking at things to do quickly and proactively. I was surprised as I came across the EFH work from 2012 to 2017 that hasn't been followed up on, as far as I can tell, where it flagged some really important key spawning areas for crab and the unobserved fishing mortality impacts on egg-bearing females. So I think that is some really important work that I would think we should be following up on quickly, and further looking at better understanding these impacts of unobserved fishing mortality across the board by all sectors. But we think it has the potential to be significant from both pelagic and non-pelagic. And I think reevaluating our area closures, are they in the right place? We've seen during the past 2 warm years that the red king crab were actually outside of that red king crab savings area. They were off to the west, which is part of why we were having our crabbers and trawl fishermen fishing on top of each other. So, I think we need to look at, are the crab moving, and are these closed areas in the right place to protect them, especially when they're at vulnerable life stages like molting and mating that need protected, and looking at these spawning ground areas.
Mr. Chair, and Ms. Goen, please feel free to say you don't want to answer this question, but those kind of 3 big picture things, unobserved mortality, which I note in the SSC minutes, would be kind of a long-term, pretty resource-intensive thing to research, but it's in there. Reevaluating area closures and looking back at EFH and where some of those designations should be maybe turned into area closures. Are those all of equal importance, do you think? Is there any further prioritization of those 3 big picture items?
That's through the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's a good question. I would say I would add on to reevaluating these PSC limits and whether they're at the right levels to incentivize vessels to move off of crab. So I know that's not answering your question. That's actually adding more to my initial list.
That's fine. That's fine, Ms. Goen. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Goen and Mr. Lesher. My question is on the white paper that you have presented in your comments, and I appreciate that very much. And I did listen to the presentation of that at the crab planting meeting, and have looked at it here. The SSC's reference that, and in Ms. Kimball's comments, she aptly identified that this is a long-term, research-intensive issue to get to the bottom of it. But I think your paper makes a good case, a compelling case, that until we get to that place, that some proxy should be assigned to the bottom trawl fishery and the pelagic fishery. Until that a question is answered that some proxy should be used, I think the proxy that's currently used is 0. So that 0 is not right. We all know that. I'm just wanting to get your input on that. Is this something that you think we're close to being able to do that could be done without some of this research to be able to try to get to a proxy? I'm just trying to better understand how we would get to. I think you make a compelling case that we should do that because these other cases are years away. But how do we get to that first step, assigning a proxy?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I'm going to let Corey answer that question on whether we have enough information for a proxy here based on our white paper work.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher, and through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for that question. We identify that the current proxy being used, if you will, is in fact zero. And we all know that there is some amount of unobserved fishing mortality taking place. It's unaccounted for in our stock assessments and management. However, in our white paper attached to our comment, we didn't go as far as recommending a proxy until further research can be carried out and some sort of fishing rate, unobserved fishing encounter and mortality to be quantified. Perhaps a better proxy could be implemented, and we didn't identify a certain proxy because we want to leave that up to the scientists. So we presented to the CPT as well as the SSC in hopes that moving forward, some of the scientists can come forth with a suitable proxy in the meantime.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Lesher. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the time.
All right. Any further questions? All right. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next up will be Chris Oliver and Chris Woodley. Just quickly before we get there, looks like we're slightly ahead of schedule depending on how things go today. If we have time to move on to another agenda item, we won't have staff available or minutes available for agenda item C5, and we won't have the SSC minutes in full until tomorrow. So if we do move along this afternoon, we will take up agenda item B2, the EFP application, but we'll just see how the timing shakes out when we finish up this agenda item. So with that, Chris Oliver and Chris Woodley.
Hi, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
And this is Chris Woodley. Do you have me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great.
Great.
Take it away, Chris.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Chris Oliver, and I'm with Chris Woodley on behalf of Groundfish Forum and the Amendment 80 fishery. So we have a few points we'd like to make relative to the letter which we submitted. First, it's clear that crab bycatch in groundfish trawl fisheries is not a conservation concern. Second, we would request that if the council move forward with this action, it should fully explore all potential sources of crab discard mortality. And that includes all potential sources of unobserved or underestimated mortality. And finally, we note that changes to the criteria for setting these limits and for the triggers could have significant impacts on our fisheries. So first of all, the analysis before us does clearly state that there's essentially no conservation concern regarding trawl bycatch of crab. It states several times that the action is not expected to have any appreciable impact on crab stocks. It also includes sensitivity analyses that you've heard about to try and estimate the effects of any assumed unobserved mortality in groundfish fisheries. And for all the crab stocks, the conclusion is that it would take tremendous increases in assumed mortality to even begin to see adverse impacts on the stock health. The analysis also examines other sources of crab discard mortality. Now, the discussion notes a variety of metrics for the stocks, and it presents some very helpful figures, but the conclusion for all the stocks is that the majority of discard mortality comes from directed crab fishery discards. Now, the specific data that's discussed in the text is a little bit inconsistent from one stock to the next. And so we would request that if this moves forward, future analyses present, to the extent possible, more standardized discussion in that respect. We note that the figures, which I pointed out, are very helpful, and they do show that trawl bycatch of crab represents a very small fraction of discard mortality. Unfortunately, the raw data for those figures is not included, and so we would request that any future analyses include those raw data simply to make direct comparisons a little bit easier. We also believe it's appropriate to consider additional sensitivity analyses that look at all sources of unobserved or potentially underestimated crab discard mortality. We think that's especially appropriate given the 30% observer coverage of directed crab vessels and some of the fixed gear fisheries that use crab bycatch. We note that this action seems to be taking a different approach from past bycatch management actions that the council's pursued, for example, in halibut, where the council did choose to focus first on the biggest user of discard mortality. And this seems to be taking a different approach without a clear explanation of why that's the case. Finally, we note that the proposed action could have significant impacts on our fisheries. We highlight in our letter a hypothetical scenario regarding tanner crab, where you have a large recruitment event. If that were the case, our fisheries could see higher encounter rates of juvenile tanner crab because we do encounter juvenile tanner crab in the fishing grounds. Now, if that occurred concurrently with a directed fishery closure due to low adult biomass, under the action, what you would see is a scenario where the trawl fisheries were at their lowest PSC limit amidst high numbers of those crabs on the fishing grounds. Now, that's counterintuitive. And in fact, that scenario was taken into account during the design of those existing abundance-based limits that the council adopted. So to summarize, the document demonstrates that there's not a conservation concern regarding trawl bycatch of crab. We request that if the council move forward with this, future analyses consider all potential sources of crab discard mortality, including all potential unobserved or unaccounted mortality in the directed crab and fixed gear groundfish fisheries. We would like to request some more of the data that I mentioned just to even more clearly rank the sources of bycatch mortality in order of impact on the stocks. We note that the current approach seems to depart from that used for other bycatch management issues where the council has focused on the largest sources of bycatch mortality first and foremost. And finally, we note that changing these criteria for the PSC limits and triggers, which were intentionally adopted, could have significant potential impacts on our fisheries. And unless Chris has anything else to add, I'll conclude our testimony there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to add.
Right, great. Thank you, Mr. Oliver and Mr. Woodley. Council members, any questions? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Oliver, for your testimony. I just had a question on what level of information sharing occurs between the Amendment 80 fleet in terms of crab bycatch. Are there sort of hotspot reporting that occurs, or how do the skippers factor in crab PSC when they're making decisions about their target fisheries?
Yes, through the chair, thank you for the question. We certainly do. You reference hotspot avoidance, and that is certainly something that our skippers use. So our skippers do communicate quite a bit when they're on the ground. We do also have everyone linked in through our cooperative manager, and she does prepare weekly reports on fishing operations, and that certainly includes all of our sources of bycatch. And those go out to the fleet every week, and she also is a coordinator in that hotspot avoidance that I mentioned. So there is a lot of information sharing with our skippers, and they certainly do, if anyone encounters, and that goes for any bycatch, you've heard testimony in the past that we have a lot of different hard caps that we are kind of trying to watch all at the same time, and we got all of our different target species, and there is a lot of information sharing, and it goes for any bycatch. That is definitely shared throughout the fleet, and they definitely make efforts to avoid that. I've been out there with our captains, and I can certainly tell you they don't like running into bycatch of any sort, so there's definitely a lot of effort going on to avoid that.
Yeah, thank you. Just one follow-up question. Understanding that minimizing bycatch for all fleets is a goal of the council. What steps do you think the Amendment 80 fleet could take in terms of coming to the table with some of the directed crab fishermen to increase communication and transparency on bycatch avoidance?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Well, I'll say we certainly have in the past, been at the table with the directed crab fishermen, and definitely back in, I believe, late 2018, we were working with them when we were kind of looking at snow crab bycatch issues. And you heard earlier from another member of the public that we have recently been in talks with, between the directed trawl and directed crab fishery sectors. We've been working most recently this year on getting contact information and establishing communication essentially between the skippers and the direct lines of communication from vessel to vessel to try and facilitate any kind of gear conflicts. And we've been working on that up to, last week, and it's still ongoing. I think there's been also talk of trying to get skippers in the same room. That's obviously a little bit harder, especially with all the differences in fishing season. But we've definitely had our organizations in the same room, and I think there's a lot of benefit that we could realize if we could actually get some of the skippers from, say, our fleet and some from the crab fleet together, because of course they're the ones on the grounds and they know, what's going on, and they're going to have the ideas on how to minimize these conflicts. And so that's something that we've definitely discussed. I think there's a lot of value there, at least in the near term.
Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Thanks, Ms. Bush. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I hope this isn't repetitive, but Mr. Oliver, when you're talking about responses of what you're already doing for kind of hotspot reporting or keeping track, is that, we heard testimony about, the directed fleet avoiding certain areas at certain times that are important to avoid softshell crab. When you're talking about hotspot reporting, are you just trying to avoid all crab at all times, or is there some nuance to that previous testimony about sensitive times for crab, for vulnerable populations? Or is it really about numbers? I just really need to understand that a bit better.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. And I'll say that I am not the expert on this, that it would be our co-op manager. And to my knowledge, the biggest, focus is really on just avoiding all kinds of bycatch. So I guess you could say in numbers. I think I wouldn't say there's no sensitivity to different, types of bycatch, things like that. But I think it's really just trying to minimize, to the extent practicable, just any bycatch, honestly. I mean, obviously, it's never perfect, but we really do try to minimize whatever bycatch we come up with, encounter. I don't know if Chris has anything to add to that, but.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think Chris is right. The focus is on the numbers. I'm not, I haven't seen any specific reporting regarding shell condition of crab. I'm not you know, and quite frankly, I think, you know, maybe Mr. Dobbin's going to come up after us. That might be a better question for him. He's got some more, you know, long-term experience with that. But I think it's primarily, you know, what we're focused on is overall numbers, because that's you know, that's how we're measured, if you will.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Chris and Chris. And I just wanted to follow up on a couple questions regarding coordination. And these folks have reached out to me, and I've indicated that I would help a conversation between the two sectors, and I'm happy to do that. So kind of when we're done or here later in the week, I'll probably reach out to CRAB folks and make that offer if I can help coordinate a discussion to assist with coordination on the ground and other activities. So I just want to bring that up. Thanks.
Through the chair, just want to say thank you. Yeah, I do appreciate that. I think that kind of effort has really been productive in the past. And like I said, we are kind of looking all the time for ways that we can talk sector to sector, because it's the more, you know, probably the most efficient way to solve these kinds of problems. But yeah, just say thank you for that. I appreciate it. Excuse me.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Right, next up is John Govan, then Heather McCarty, and then Mateo Pasalan.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative. Thanks for the opportunity to give some comment on the C4. First, I want to compliment the staff's work on this C4 analysis. I think it's really thorough, and I really think they've done a great job presenting the information in a way that's understandable. I also appreciate their idea to do the sensitivity analysis to look at the issue of unobserved mortality. I want to just agree with the SSC's points on unobserved mortality, and that would be partially picked up in natural mortality, a portion of the coefficients in the assessments. And, you know, I think it also would be picked up in the future use of risk tables. But I also think, just to put some bounds on it, I think if unobserved mortality were large, I think we'd actually be picking it up now in these annual assessments. It would be noise in the assessment, and probably be seeing real difficulties with unobserved mortality showing up as retrospective bias. I agree with the SSC's point that the study of unobserved mortality would be a large undertaking and would be very challenging, and that there's no accepted methodology to do this. I'll point out that I looked into this issue. This unobserved mortality is not a new issue. The crab fleet has been bringing it up for years, and as you know, in the past, when it was brought up, the Alaska Seafood Cooperative and Groundfish Forum worked with Dr. Rose at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center to take a look at it. We could not come up with a methodology to estimate the rate of capture versus crab that aren't captured and come in contact with the gear. That would involve some very large trailing nets to pick up crab that were impacted by the gear but not caught. Not something that could technically be done in any way that has ever really been done. That said, we focused on recapturing crabs that are subjected to different parts of the net as a subsample with these little trailing nets, and looked at the sweeps, the elevated sweeps, as well as unmodified sweeps and foot ropes, and noted the elevated sweeps really did reduce the impacts on crab, particularly for tanner crab and snow crab, but and for red king crab as well. So for tanner crab, the impacts of the sweeps were essentially neutral, and for red king crab, it reduced the encounter rate to somewhere around 4%. So if we don't really know if these injuries would have hurt the crab because it's hard hard to net that out of the research, but definitely the rate that the crabs appeared to be impacted went down to 4% for the sweeps. So I don't think there's any way to do a proxy for unobserved mortality. I think that would be non-scientific. I think the SSC does a good job pointing that out. I think what's been done in Appendix 4 with a sensitivity test is an appropriate way to look at this. And there, the analysis suggests that 5 and 10 times the amount of bycatch mortality still doesn't, from the trawl sector anyway, doesn't seem to actually become important to the stock. So, and I'll note that I went back and looked at that, and yeah, they actually looked at all bycatch mortality times 5 and times 10, not just trawl mortality. So I think the potential that there's a big effect of unobserved mortality here is evaluated pretty well with the sensitivity analyses, and I think largely I'm confident that we would see it through those sensitivity analyses. And then finally, just a note on what our skippers do to avoid crab hotspots. It's the biggest subject of every captain's meeting we have. We typically appoint a lead captain to be the one who coordinates up there to make sure the boats are paying attention to the information they get from our co-op manager. As to whether we look at, certain life stages of crab, I'm not aware of any discussions. I think it's very infrequent that we encounter molting red king crab, but I know we have discussed female red king crab. In fact, our captains found an area off of AMAC where they did encounter one year some female crab, and actually did an excellent job identifying that and noting those females, because we had discussions with the crabbers in the past. Our boats moved out of there, in fact, and reported it to some of the codfish pot boats that were still in the area. That this was an area that had been noted by the crabbers as, if we see this, can we please avoid it? So I think we do share information and qualify it to the degree we understand it's important. That focus on female red king crab that year, and I think it was 2010 or 11 when this happened, came from discussions with between captains that we'd had at the Leif Erikson Hall in Ballard, between the trawl captains and the flatfish captains. So I'll stop there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Any questions from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gavin, for that. You refreshed my memory on a couple of subjects associated with our evaluation of elevated sweeps, and appreciated that. I was thinking that was relevant to this issue. You cited a figure of 4% at some point, and without context, and I was wondering if you could just a little bit more sense. 4% of what in terms of the efficacy of the elevated sweeps? And I think you cited it in reference to Bristol Bay Reds.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, tried to go through the information pretty quick, and I probably did it quick up. So what I was trying to say is, when we looked at the elevated sweeps and recaptured crab that were in contact with the pathway of the sweeps, through this method, these recapture nets, they looked at the handling effect of a recapture net, netted that out, if you will, of the equation, and the research showed that for tanner and snow crab, essentially the elevated sweeps reduced the impact on crabs in the pathway of the sweeps to be essentially no effect, zero. And for Bristol Bay Red King crab, unmodified sweeps resulted in an estimate of 10% having injuries that could lead to mortality. And with the modified sweeps, elevated sweeps, that was reduced to 4%. So that was the finding I was trying to describe.
Thank you. Second question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Twice.
Thank you. And Mr. Coffin, I maybe should have asked this of Mr. Oliver instead, but I've just been sort of thinking about the Amendment 80 use of hotspot sort of management for crabs, and as I was thinking about it, I just started wondering, so how do you choose a trigger point for when there's crab bycatch is too high and you implement area advisories, or you consider moving? How do you choose that trigger point for that? And is there any relationship between that trigger point and the overall bycatch limit that I'm trying to manage under?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Troy, for the question. And I wish Beth Concepcion could take the question, but I think I know what's going on here. Specifically for crab, what Beth does is looks week to week at our crab bycatch rates, and basically if she sees any kind of spike at all in those rates, she points it out to the fleet. We kind of actually have religion on this avoiding crab, because it's never been something that's really led to a lot of love from the crab sector. So I think there's really no oh, don't worry, this would be a burn rate that's not going to result in any kind of problems down with it. So I think it's not at zero, but any kind of elevated rate or rate for a time of year she has not seen those kind of rates triggers her messages out to the fleet that, hey, this week you guys are seeing more crab, and want to make you aware of that, and then brings it back to the members of the co-op, the people who have the board meeting, and they discuss it and get are asked to get in contact with their captains to kind of figure out what they can do to reduce that bycatch.
Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Govan, and Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John. I'm looking at these papers now. I think I've got the right ones in front of me that you're referring to. This is the two Craig Rose papers on unobserved mortality of Tanner crab, and one is Tanner and snow, and one is Tanner snow and red, and with Craig Rose, Hammond, and Govan. These papers, when I've looked at these in the past too, when I thinking about this. The thing that I noticed is that the cod end is wide open in all of these testings. In other words, there's no fish in the cod end, and that caught my attention. I would think that you'd have quite different results if that. And I realized these were done on a small. The intention was not to catch fish in this. This was to test your sweeps. But that occurred to me as a real issue with whether we can draw any kind of conclusion from this at all, was that the cod ends are wide open in both of these tests. I'm looking at them right now, and also I noticed that the location of the recapture nets, the foot rope recapture net didn't do much. It was the sweep recapture net, I think, that primarily determined the mortality or injuries on these crabs. So I guess the question is, I don't know a lot about the trawl nets, of course, so I'm just curious if that trawl net had fish in it, wouldn't it behave a lot differently? It'd be a lot harder on the bottom, and the mortality would be different if you were actually fishing rather than just towing a net.
Mr. Chair, I'll take Mr. John's question. Thanks for the question. There's a couple things there. I think the research was done under the permits available, and I don't think it was, intentionally done in a way that didn't have fish in the cod end. That wasn't the design of the study. That was the permits we were working on it. But in any case, I actually don't think that the amount of fish caught in a typical Anemone flatfish net is going to have any impact at all on the front parts of the net we're studying. Remember, the contact points are out at the foot rope and the sweeps. That's not going to change at all whether your caught end is full or not. I mean, the only way you would ever get into that situation is if you caught enough fish to actually change the spread of the doors, and that would be an exceptional amount of fish. So no, I don't actually think that has any impact on the way the front end of the net and the sweeps would affect the contact on those crabs and the way the study was designed. The force of the spreading of the net is with the doors, and that is what's going to determine the amount of force on the bridles and the sweeps and the foot rope, not so that's the force that has to be overcome, and that's why you have tension on the sweep wires, etc., not the caught end weight or drag.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Dobbin, and I look forward to maybe following through with you on that. But I appreciate that answer very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for Mr. Dobbin? Thanks, Mr. Dobbin, for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next up is Heather McCarty.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, CBSFA, which is, as you know, the CDQ group for St. Paul Island. Crab is of utmost importance to CBSFA, and thus, so is careful management of all sources of crab mortality. CBSFA holds significant amounts of both crab harvesting quota and crab processing quota, and participates in the crab fisheries with vessels partly or completely owned by CBSFA. We are only one of several CDQ groups who are heavily invested in crab. In 2020, the revenue from crab represented 50% of CBSFA's total revenue, and thus contributed half of all the benefits CBSFA was able to provide to the St. Paul community in 2020, which was a total of $2.2 million in projects and programs. These included community capital projects, preschool and scholarship programs, housing, food and utilities aid for elders, and mitigation for the COVID-related changes in the local halibut fishery. In addition, the crab processing facility on St. Paul accounts for about 85% of the tax revenues annually for the city. While St. Paul is indeed a halibut community, St. Paul is also a crab-dependent community. With some crab species experiencing low abundance levels, we are concerned about the present and future continuation of these benefits to St. Paul. We share the thoughts of the directed crab fishermen who brought this action to the council, that utmost caution should be exercised in the management of crab bycatch, as it is in the management of the directed crab fisheries. And we noted that the analysts indicated that at low abundance of the red king crab stock, decreases in bycatch could indeed help slow the decline of the stock. We agree with the SSC and the AP that the issue should be advanced to final action or to another initial review, and that the SSC recommendations be included, particularly the linkage between communities and fisheries potentially impacted by this action. We have heard comments that this action may not be comprehensive enough. We agree with that and believe that the council should take this opportunity to focus on the recommendations from the SSC to get more information about the current PSC stair-step management, noting that it may not align with assessed stock trends. They identified a potential need to perhaps better align PSC management with the stock assessment explored in a white paper. A second white paper was recommended to provide information on historical methods used to calculate abundances and identify potential options. So at least two white papers are suggested by your SSC, and the council analysts have also concurred with the need for further investigation. we hope the Council carefully considers these recommendations. The SSC did not consider it necessary to have these white papers in hand before taking final action, presumably because of the limited scope of the current action. Going forward, however, it does seem clear that more work needs to be done on this framework of abundance-based management of bycatch of crab. As you know, those of us involved in the directed halibut fishery have a real stake in the concept of abundance-based management of bycatch and in its success. Finally, given the Council's focus on ecosystem management and the need to understand and respond to changes in the ecosystem and in the fisheries, it seems prudent to more closely examine the underlying elements of crab stock health and survival, in particular, given the current status of red king crab. We encourage Council support for more investigation in these areas before we arrive at an overfish status of this stock. That would be a serious blow to all fishing sectors and to both crab and groundfish dependent communities, and we hope it can be avoided. And finally, I'm hearing comments regarding a working group of trawl sector and crab sector participants, and I would recommend, if the Council plans to go in that direction, that they make sure that any expectations and tasking for that working group are very clearly delineated. Otherwise, I think it could just be not as effective as it could be. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. If there's any questions. Mr. Down, do you have a question?
No, I just forgot to put my hand down. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Down. Other council members? Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. McCarty. I have a similar question for you that I asked Ms. Goen based on the results of this analysis and any limited benefit from the result. What are you thinking, because crab is so important to St. Paul, is the most important action for the Council? Are we looking at the ways in which we evaluate crab abundance so that we're sure that we know what we're doing when we're setting crab PSC limits? Are we looking at EFH? Are we reevaluating our current area closures? We've talked a lot about unobserved mortality. I'm just wondering, since crab is so important to St. Paul and we have very limited benefits from this action, what do you think our biggest bang for the buck really is?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Mr. Chairman, I do agree with what Ms. Goen said and those things that you've laid out. I think temporal and spatial considerations are probably important. I look at the history of Pribilof blue king crab and how it went from being an important aspect of crab fisheries to being a zero. And we certainly don't want that to happen again with red king crab. And I think we need to know more about the life stages and the vulnerability of life stages of crab, thus leading to some sort of temporal and spatial restrictions potentially. I think that the suggestions made by the SSC regarding further investigation of the stair-step approach to bycatch management based on abundance are very well taken. I think that they were put together, I believe, 25 years ago, generally speaking, for all those species. And I think it's time to take a really close look at whether that is still working the way it's supposed to work. So I think those would be good steps to take. I don't know enough about unobserved bycatch or mortality to understand what could be done in that regard. I do think that the crab plan team perhaps has better ideas than we might on that, but clearly if it's important enough to take a look at, they'll do that. So I think all of those things.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. McCarty? For your testimony. Step is Mateo Pasadan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Mateo Pasadan. I'm going to testify on behalf of the City of St. Paul. I wanted to express the city's support for the AP motion, as well as the SSC comments regarding the analysis clarify the linkage between communities and fisheries potentially impacted by this action, and second, the recommendation concerning the development of white papers. As I have stated many times before, crab is vital to St. Paul's economy, and through taxes, the sale of services, and other activities, accounts for approximately 85% of the community's economy. Crab is also the underpinning of the public infrastructure that has been built at a cost of approximately $150 million on St. Paul since the late 1980s. This season and this past year, the existence of this infrastructure has proven to be of vital importance, not just to the Bering Sea crab fishery, but to other fisheries, including Amendment 80, that have used the harbor and St. Paul's infrastructure for medical emergencies, crew transfers, and other necessities. There was such an event just last week. As you're aware, due to problems with COVID in the southern region plants, which had to be closed, St. Paul for a period of time has been the major available COVID-free harbor and processing plant for the Bering Sea snow crab fleet. St. Paul Harbor and the local Trident plant are currently buzzing with activity related to the deliveries and processing of snow crab. Seaman Sweats of it, sending pictures every day of all the vessels coming into the harbor. This activity this season is good news amidst an otherwise challenging big picture. So on to this action, the city understands that regardless of whatever action the council decides to take, based on the scope of the current analysis, the benefits to crab stocks and dependent stakeholders, including communities, of this action is not expected to be substantial. However, we can also agree that big picture, the crab fisheries are in trouble, and that there is a problem. Reducing bycatch at low levels of abundance, or when the directed crab fisheries are closed, as proposed by this action, is a small part of a broader set of responses. Just because the return on this action is potentially small, doesn't mean it shouldn't be taken. What does mean is that the council needs to take a more comprehensive look at this problem. We think that, for example, the council's overall effort on ecosystem-based fisheries management under the Bering Sea FEP is positive and could eventually have benefits for management of various fisheries, including snow crab. About 3 years ago, there was discussion around the council table in the context of the council's consideration of an EFP, fish in the red king crab savings area, to look at the Bering Sea's various crab savings and protected areas to determine whether these areas are still serving their intended purpose and whether they need to be updated. For example, the Pribilof blue and red king crab fisheries have been closed for about 20 years. What implications does this have for the Pribilof no trawl zone? Should it be modified, expanded, changed in a way that is more responsive? We clearly don't know the answers at this time, but it may be the time to look at this in other areas. Clearly, current measures don't appear to be working, and the crab stocks remain in a depressed or unstable state. Obviously, some of the contributing factors, such as climate change and ocean acidification, may be outside our control, but there may be value to resuming this broader conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadan. Questions from council members? Any, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Right. We have two more signed up to testify. Eric Belsko and then Craig Lowenberg. Take our afternoon break. Mr. Lowenberg. Or sorry, Mr. Belsko.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canine and members of the council. My name is Eric Belsko and I represent myself. I would like to take this opportunity to testify on agenda item C4. The Bering Sea crab fisheries are very near and dear to my heart. and it's where I got my start in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands fisheries. I set foot on my first crab boat after graduating early from high school in the winter of 2001. My captain told me if I could make it to Dutch Harbor by January 12th, he would take me for the Opelio season. I failed to mention I was only 17 until we passed Priest Rock, headed to Zimchuk Canyon for the January 15th derby opening. Later in my career out west, I spent about 7 years as a licensed mate aboard a CP crab vessel, harvesting Bristol Bay red king crab, snow crab, and barredeye. My brother-in-law is up there somewhere north of St. Paul, grinding away as we speak. I'd like to express my support of Alternative 2 for reducing PSC limits for BSAI, trawl, CDQ, and non-CDQ groundfish fishing for the upcoming fishing year when the corresponding directed crab fishery is closed. Although this action doesn't show any large direct crab savings, I believe it aligns the reality of the directed crab fisheries with PSC limits that reflect the actual health of the crab stock. At this point, abundance estimates of crab may no longer be a proper gauge of crab stock health. If a directed crab fishery is closed, it only makes sense to ratchet down PSC limits, as insignificant as they may seem. The reason this action is narrow in focus is because that was the direction that I believe the crabbers were pointed by the council at the time when this issue came forward. This action almost seems like a minor housekeeping measure since the trawl fleet isn't anywhere near their PSC limits. Additionally, I hope there will be further action and analysis forward in relation to unobserved mortality and fleshing out what an accurate proxy is through the crab plan team and SSC. But the current action is a first step in the right direction to begin aligning the council's idea of a healthy crab stock with the state of Alaska's. We need to be able to compare apples to apples. I don't think it's fair to say that unobserved mortality can be captured with natural mortality calculations, as is currently the case, until we can get an EFP or accurate study of unobserved mortality. Modern trawl gear has been modified to not capture crab, but I'm not so certain that zero crab are being harmed by intensive fishing effort across a wide range of crab stocks, both before, during, and after the molting seasons, and over an extensive area of the Bering Sea crab grounds with both non-pelagic and pelagic gear. The council should keep this action narrow and focused as intended, and if there are further bycatch reduction measures in other sectors, we can address those in a separate action. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Velsko. Any questions from council members? Thanks for your testimony. Last up will be Craig Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Podcod Cooperative. Bering Sea Podcod Cooperative is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of that organization, as well as the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. So I'm here today to provide the council a brief update on steps our sector has taken to avoid and reduce bycatch. As you heard in previous testimony, our sector is participating in a gear design research project along with the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers and the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation with the intent of developing gear to better avoid bycatch. Our sector also implemented a voluntary hotspot reporting program in 2019. Additionally, most of the participants in this sector also participate in the directed BSAI crab rationalization fisheries, so there's an inherent desire to avoid bycatch for the health of their other directed fisheries. I might also point out there appears to be a disconnect between the DMRs for crab and the directed fishery as opposed to the groundfish pot fisheries. And as you've heard me testify several times before, rationalization of our sector will provide the most efficient tools to avoid bycatch, and we'd welcome that discussion under a separate agenda item. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see if there's any questions. Don't see any. Thanks again for your testimony. All right. It is 2:35 Alaska time. We've concluded our public testimony. Let's take a break, come back at 2:50 Alaska time, and see what action we have. Come back at 2:50. council please come back to order? We have completed public testimony on this agenda item and are ready for action on C4. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I think the motion should be coming up on the screen. So the motion is, the council takes no further action on this issue. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last time we had this action, we moved this forward for staff analysis and SSC and AP review. We did this in response to a request from the crab sector and public testimony to consider whether this action would have an impact as intended. This action is intended to make a more explicit link between the harvest controls on the directed crab fishery and the allowable bycatch levels in the groundfish fishery in order to balance impacts to all the fisheries and communities that are affected by the status of depressed stocks. After review of the analysis, it's clear that this action would not be expected to result in any change in the Bristol Bay Red King Crab bycatch limits revised to change in the Bristol Bay Red King Crash by limits relative to the status quo. Given the current trajectories and low recruitment, it's possible that Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock may be lowered to the point it is designated overfished, due primarily to changes in the ecosystem and climate impacts. But regardless, this would require us to look at all sources of mortality. But for what we have in front of us, alternative 1 and 2 are essentially the same for Bristol Bay Red King Crab. This particular action in front of us could result in lower tanner and snow crab bycatch limits. But current bycatch in the fishery is already substantially below existing limits in almost all years analyzed. The SSC states that action is largely a matter of policy rather than addressing a specific conservation issue. They also state that based on recent PSC levels, this action will not substantially improve conservation of declining stocks. This action could in some years result in areas closed to groundfish fishing, but those closures would not be likely to have a significant conservation benefit to the tanner snow crab resource. The SSC state that the Amendment 80 vessels have some flexibility to shift fishing locations and species targets, but lower PSC limits could create negative impacts depending on the time of year, distribution of other PSC species the fleet needs to avoid, and directed species spatial distribution. The analysis, page 92, states if halibut ABM reduces halibut PSC limits, cumulative effects with lower crab PSC limits could reduce the ability of the fleet to adapt and respond and may constrain Amendment 80 groundfish catch. Preventative measures taken to avoid area closures due to crab PSC limits or area closures themselves could also affect Amendment 80's sector's ability to catch the full allocation of groundfish species. As these actions both move forward, consideration be given to the cumulative impact of possible described limits for both types of species. This action would not address bycatch mortality in other fisheries, the directed crab fisheries or fixed gear groundfish fisheries. They are greater than the bycatch in the fisheries that would be regulated under this action. The crab planting states Bristol Bay Red King Crab PSC limits set to lower thresholds are expected to have limited indirect impacts to the directed fishery. Trawl crab PSC is a small portion of observed fishing mortality for snow and tanner crab. Further, this narrow action, focusing only on trawl PSC, is why it doesn't show any impact. There are much greater sources of bycatch, fixed gear, crab discards that don't have PSC limits, and we may need to look at all sources of mortality in the future. This action has been reviewed by all the relevant bodies and given full review. Because it is unlikely that the action alternative will have a notable effect or result in lower bycatch, we recommend no further action at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Any questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross. I listened carefully to your rationale. I don't want to presuppose some additional or further action or different action that you might propose after this motion, but I wonder, we got the question and testimony, why not do it anyway? Why not do every single tiny thing that we could possibly do? And I hear you loud and clear on, no impacts to Bristol Bay red king crab, which I know is the stockade issue, but I wondered if you could just further explain why not go forward anyway, even if it has a tiny effect?
Well, because if you do go forward anyway, you're taking up a tremendous amount of council time to take on something that has very, very little benefit. And on top of that, not only does it have not have very much benefit to the crab stock, but it could, as it was said by the SSC and the crab planting, it could affect the Amendment 80 sector's ability to harvest all of their fish. It could also have an effect on their ability to maybe avoid other PSC species. So, the pain is not worth the gain. It just isn't, and that it was brought up by both the SSC and the crab planting, and by public testimony by Mr. Govan and others. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'll think about that. Thanks.
Further questions for Mr. Cross? Okay. Any amendments to offer? What are comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Cross's motion. I tend to look at this differently. I think this was one item we could take in this stepwise approach that I think is going to be necessary that we go forward looking at. But I do support his idea of favor of looking at all sources of mortality. I have no issue with that at all. This was, in my opinion, the crab fisheries looked at all sources of mortality, and that was way too big of an issue. Then we asked them, okay, well, can we reduce that down to looking at just snow crab? And by the time the council got there, snow crab really wasn't an issue, and it was determined by the council that this was, we wouldn't go forward with doing anything on snow crab mortality, that there wouldn't be a big effect there. So they got even more refined, and they seem to be placed in a position where they're either, oh no, that's too much, that's too big, or no, that's not enough. And this is, no, that's not enough. This is too refined, it's too small, it doesn't make a big enough difference. But I see this as a stepwise approach. It's the only way to deal with that problem that we have at hand, that we should, I believe, be taking action on this, moving this forward and closing this action out for exactly the reason that the SSC says in their deal, that this may not be a conservation issue. I think there's a case been made that perhaps it isn't a conservation issue, or at least not much of one with what we know now. But that this is really a policy issue for the council. I think, if it was a policy issue, I would support a policy that supported the lowest level when crab is closed, and that's similar to what we have in king crab now, that the harvest strategy matches the closing of the bringing this to the lowest threshold when the fishery is closed. Where tanner crab and snow crab, we have a situation where the harvest strategy does not match that. The harvest strategy, in fact, would leave it open for tanner crab, as we heard in testified to in public testimony by the trawl fleet. There may be a situation where you'd have a large recruitment event in the Tanner crab fishery, and this could place the trawlers in a predicament where they might have some of the effects that Mr. Cross mentioned. If we lowered this and there was a big recruitment event, I think that's, looking back at history, I don't know that that's a real scenario, but it's one that we dealt with. But I look at that the other way. I look at if we have a large recruitment event in Tanner crab, which has been closed in a number of years, that's exactly the time when you would want the lowest threshold. But we're in a position where we're going to have, if that does happen, and we are lucky enough to have a recruitment event in the Tanner crab fishery, we're going to be at a place where we don't have, we're not even taking the very minimum action that the council could be taking. So I have a feeling I'll be outnumbered on this, but I wanted to say that just to give some rationale to why I will not be supporting this motion. I do understand this, but as a policy issue, I favor it. I hope that the council will have some willingness to move forward with a white paper or some other scenario so we can continue on this stepwise path. I hope this doesn't spell the end of the steps that are going to be necessary for us to get to the bottom of all sources of crab mortality in the situation that we've got with red king crab and to some extent with Tanner crab. Thank you.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Cross, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what you're saying, but on a stepwise approach, Mr. Down, I agree. Let's do a stepwise approach. Let's start with the highest and most prevalent bycatch, and that's in the fixed gear sector. That's where we should start on a stepwise if we're going to do a stepwise. But I also think it's more important, and one of the reasons that we've noted in the past, you think that, or you kind of insinuate a little bit that the council's kind of gone one way then the other, too much, too little. But what's happened in the past with all of the crab ones is that they didn't take into account all of the different sectors and all the different sources of mortality. That's what is necessary going forward. And I think you've brought that up in the past of looking at these things, is looking at all the way that we deal with bycatch and all sources. So yes, stepwise, but let's start with the most if that's the way you want to go. And let's take a look. And the reason it hasn't gone in the past is because we haven't taken a look at all sources of mortality. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for your motion. Analysis provides an excellent overview of our current management and high-level overview of the history of how these abundance-based crab PSC limits were set. The analysis of the current PSC usage in particular was helpful just in getting my mind wrapped around this issue relative to the concerns that we heard from some stakeholders and in the written public comments. One of the primary concerns that we heard from participants in the directed crab fishery is concerns over the decline in the Bristol Bay red king crab stock. That fishery and all the fisheries are important to the state of Alaska, and I agree that low recruitment and declining biomass in the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery is concerning. Unfortunately, the PSC action before us today does not address these concerns for Bristol Bay red king crab. The thresholds that we currently have to set the PSC limits and close the directed fishery are already aligned, and if the directed fishery closes, the analysis shows that the lowest PSC level is expected to constrain the non-pelagic trawl fisheries relative to their current use. For Tanner crab and snow crab, the PSC limits are based on abundance, and making a policy decision to change that under Alternative 2 is unlikely to change the trawl fleet behavior in terms of avoiding or minimizing bycatch when we compare that to Alternative 1. I've also have concerns about staff time and the overall council priorities, and note that the SSC expressed these same concerns. There are a number of research priorities related to crab, and I reviewed those. And I'll note that in particular, research priorities number 148, 164, 182, 184, 217, and 235 all touch on some of the questions that have been brought up through this agenda item. and most notably those surrounding our concerns with red king crab. Many of those studies are already underway or partially underway. And I'll highlight that number 148, which concerns the spatial distribution, habitat requirements, and movement of crabs relative to the life history events and fishing, was listed as one of the top 5 priorities by the crab plan team. And I would encourage the SSC and the council to keep this as a top priority when we take up the research priorities at a future meeting. I want to voice my support for the SSC's recommendation to use current methods for calculating the PSC limits, as well as their past recommendation to provide the PSC values in the SAFE report, along with a brief explanation of how the PSC values were calculated. I believe this helps, that these steps help to increase the transparency for our PSC management. Finally, I want to encourage all sectors to keep working to reduce crab bycatch mortality in their fisheries. We heard there have been some efforts in terms of skippers sharing their fishing locations to reduce gear interactions, and hope that these and other efforts around increased on-the-ground communication between the directed crab and groundfish trawl fleets will continue. And I appreciate Mr. Marks' offer to help facilitate these conversations, and wanted to voice my strong support for those exchanges to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to align myself with the comments from Ms. Bush. I think she very articulately described the action that's before us today, the rationale for not choosing to proceed at this time, and also the suite of issues that are already before the crab plan team, before the SSC, in terms of research priorities that can help us moving forward. I also want to address very briefly an issue that did come up, which is looking at all sources of mortality. And I think that it is important for us to keep in mind that there may be solutions to reduce mortality that do not require regulatory intervention by the council. And I think we heard in public testimony, both from directed users and those in the trawl fleet, as well as those in the fixed gear fleet, that there are a number of endeavors that they can undertake, whether that is modifying gear, whether that is improving communication, whether that is expanding hotspot management, whether that is reviewing some of the industry standards in terms of size of crab that are retained. There are a wide range of measures that can be undertaken by the industry voluntarily that can reduce bycatch. I'd also like to remind the council that we do have a sensitivity analysis that has been prepared for us and is part of this analysis. And that is discussed in section 3.4.6.1 of the analysis. And in particular, I think it highlights that at the current known levels of bycatch from all sources, you would have to have substantial increases from all of those sources of mortality, well beyond what we currently know, see, or would be restrained by the various limits we have in place in order for us to begin to see impacts on stocks, particularly for tanner and snow crab. I think that that is informative for us in terms of highlighting whether or not we have a conservation issue ahead of us, whether we have an issue that requires immediate action by the council. That does not in any way diminish some of the extreme challenges I think we are likely to face with Bristol Bay Red King crab, but those are actions that I think this council can review and undertake as appropriate once the time is right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I failed to do the most important part of this, and that was I want to thank the staff for going and digging into this issue as they did, and giving out the conclusions and going through it thoroughly as they did. And I think that's important, and I commend them for going through it as thoroughly as they did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Further comments on the motion? Ms. Bush, did you have another comment? I think that might be it.
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, no problem. Okay, any final comments from council members? We are ready to vote then. Mr. Witherell.
Okay, calling the roll. on the motion for no further action on this issue? Ms. Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Cross,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
No.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Marks,
Yes.
Mr. Mesro,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Mr. Merrill,
Yes.
Ms. Bush,
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further under this agenda item? Okay, so as we discussed previously, we aren't quite ready with staff and minutes for moving on to the C5. So I think we have time to get moving on agenda item D2, the ESP application.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. This is Anna Henry, council staff, and I'll give a brief introduction on this agenda item D2, exempted fishing permit applications, and then John Govan of the Alaska Seafood Cooperative, the PI on the ESP application, will present his project. Additionally, Megan Mackey from the NPFMC Alaska region is available to answer questions. So the ESP application package that's posted on the agenda includes multiple documents. There's a letter to the council chairman from Dr. Jim Balsiger of the NPFMC Alaska region regarding receipt of the application, the ESP application itself, a memorandum of approval of the experimental design from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and NPFMC's draft determination for categorical exclusion under NEPA. In terms of the council process and requirements, NPFMC is required to consult with the council before issuing an ESP, and the council can provide whatever feedback you would like to, but are not required to do so. So unless there are any questions at this point, I'll turn it over to John Govan to present his application.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to run through the basics of our ESP application. Chair, I want to just point out, I think it's important for the council to understand kind of why we want to do this and what's involved. But as you know, I can get on the weeds on these things, so I look to you for guidance on that. If I'm giving too much detail or TMI, and I'd be prepared to go to LI or ALI if you find it's too much detail. Okay, so hope you can all hear me. It's hard, but I can't see your pictures of my presentation up there. But first, I'd like to thank the Alaska region for doing all the work to review this EFP along with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and particularly to the Fisheries FMA and part of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, who committed to working with us on some of the data collection aspects that are key to the success of this EFP. And also note that this is being proposed by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, but we have a strong team. You had a chance to look at the application. Dr. Harris and Seti and Dr. Wolf from APU, Dr. Stan Kotwicki from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and Dr. Martell from C-State. And then a lot of the statistical work for the application was done by Scott Smeltz, who's a PhD candidate at Cornell. So what I'm going to run through is basically what we want why we want to conduct this halibut excluder test, and then why we need an EFP to do so, and what we hope to learn from this study. So we're requesting an exempted fishing permit to understand the selectivity trade-offs from a hallway style halibut excluder, and I will give you some background on what that all means. So the origin of this project came from review that the co-op did of its member fishing vessel data covering 2018 and 2019, where we had information identifying which hulls had halibut excluders and which didn't as part of the deck sorting EFP. And our analysis suggested that the loss of target fish associated with hulls with an excluder was greater than we expected to see relative to ones without. And also that the reduction in halibut bycatch was lower than we expected. And so the trade-offs of using a halibut excluder, the one that's in use today, didn't seem to be that beneficial. I have to tell you that the data that we used to look at this was far from ideal, in the sense that fishery data is real data, but obviously if a captain decides to use a halibut excluder, it's probably because he anticipates that there'll be more halibut bycatch in the area, or he's seen that from a previous haul. So there's a selection bias, if you will, in using fishery data, comparing hauls with and without. And then secondly, as we all learned over the years, that while observer sampling techniques work well when you're trying to track a fleet over time to understand their catches, the methods that for observer sampling were not designed to work well at the haul level. They tend to have a lot of variance at that level. So when we're looking at this haul specific data, it has that observer sampling bias in it, and I'll get into why that's important in a bit. But anyway, that was the available source of information that we used, and we, from our analysis, thought that, if these preliminary conclusions looking at the data are correct, then we may not be getting that much benefit out of a halibut excluder. So we really need to do a rigorous test of the current design that is in use today, this hallway excluder, so that we can understand its performance. So the EFP would test one of these hallway excluders that the fleet feels is most representative of what's in common use today. And then we hope with these data to get better information on kind of when, where, and whether to use an excluder based on what we learned from the study. And it also might inform next steps in terms of if we do see suboptimal performance, what we might do to change excluders to be more effective. So what is a hallway excluder that we want to test, and how did this style of excluders come into use? The background here. Back when I was involved with field testing excluders with Dr. Rose years ago, the excluder that first came about was a rigid metal grate excluder that's fit into the intermediate of the trawl ahead of the cod end. And it showed promise for reducing halibut bycatch rates, but these devices were impractical for several reasons. It was a metal grid inserted into the net, and we thought it, based on our study, it reduced halibut bycatch by weight of 60 to 80%, based on what our testing back in 1999 and 2000. But this was a metal grate perpendicular to the flow. So how that excluder worked was the target fish would go through that grate, we hoped, and the halibut would be larger and couldn't go through there, so they would go up and out the top escape chute. But these devices had several problems for regular use. One of them was that large flat fish like skates could get stuck on the grate to be removed when the net was hauled back, or as another practice was to use the winches to pull the excluder off to the side and then pull the cod end up on deck, which took approximately 30 minutes in retrieving the cod end. Also, with using these hooks attached to that different components of the intermediate, there were safety issues. In fact, I've seen that myself, where with all these hooks hanging there and you're moving things forward, so one can come loose and swing, and dangerous for the crew members on deck. So to address this problem of not being able to handle the gear right and quickly, gear manufacturers worked on alternatives to creating this kind of a grid in the net using more flexible materials, but it was still a semi-rigid plastic panel perpendicular to the flow of water. This one in the picture here is made out of electrical conduit covering over a square mesh grate. So these could be rolled onto the net reel, but what captains found is that the pressure of the net reel would distort these soft panels, so they wouldn't have the same shape over time. And also these soft panels were held open by spreader bars, but they tended to impale fish on the grid even more than the rigid metal bars. So then fishermen came up with the idea of the hallway excluder, the one that's still in use today. And the hallway excluder worked on a completely different principle. It basically is based on an inner mesh panel and an outer mesh panel of netting. The outer panel is the normal netting in the sides of the intermediate that's spread open by these kites that you see in blue here. And so the principle is that the fish coming down, as that panel narrows on the inside, the target fish actually swim through the internal panel and go back to the cod end and are captured. And the halibut hopefully won't swim through there because they're larger, and they'll go out the escape chute in the net. So this is what this device looks like. It's a very large section of a emanating trawl, 20 meters long in some cases, a section. That gives it a lot of surface area for the target fish to swim through that panel. But they're a game changer in terms of being able to be used on a regular basis because they can go up on a net reel, and this design and the water flow aspects of it really avoid clogging problems that were seen with those grids perpendicular to the flow. But as the years have gone on and the captains have tweaked these devices to try to make them work better, they're still noting high escapement rates, they think, for target fish, just based on hauls with and without, the same problem, the data we looked at. And they don't really know the halibut bycatch reduction rates. They definitely, are looking for harder, more scientific information. That type of information was done for a study off the West Coast by Lamelli et al. And that was done on small West Coast trawlers that tow completely different from the way these boats up in on Bering Sea tow. And also they use 2-seam small nets for flatfish instead of our 4-seam nets. So there's really no other information available on the performances that's relevant to the fishery. And also another problem is, we have several designs of these out there, and nobody seems to know which one everybody's using, et cetera. So I just wanted to show you, and you can look at the application. This table's in there, table 1. Based on what we know of looking at with and without this hallway excluder, in some cases over, if you look at vessel A here in 2019, based on this data I've talked about with and without from the regular fishery, this boat had a 31% reduction in halibut and a 30% reduction in groundfish. catch rates. There are other year vessel performance that's slightly better, but in all cases, the loss rates of groundfish are pretty high, ranging 26%, in some cases 48%. Those are the highs. And then the reduction in halibut is not as large as we would have hoped. So is this really what the performance of these excluders is? And that's really the central question of this EFP. And so we want to do a rigorous test to see just what we are losing in terms of groundfish and reduction in halibut bycatch. So how do we do this test? To get around this issue of selection bias of hauls with and without, and having different, the net put in different circumstances in one haul and another, we would use a twin trawl rig, which tests the same conditions in two nets, fish simultaneously, one with the excluder and one without. We feel this is the most effective way to get meaningful results and address this selection bias. And we can compare the two sides and these otherwise identical nets to look at the effects on halibut catch rates and also groundfish. So why do we need an EFP? The main reason is that Amendment 80 catch handling rules don't allow us to account for the catches in the net separately. And that's what we need to understand. So the main thing is an exemption from the catch handling to allow us to do that. And then I'll work with the FMA to integrate this into the test while still being able to use the data for fishery management. Involves them working with us to change fish handling so that we can collect the halibut data and the groundfish data separately from each net, while still operating within Amendment 80. Because this catch comes out of Amendment 80 allocations, this isn't separate fish we're asking for. Also, we need an exemption to allow the crew to census the halibut in the factory. That addresses the observer variance, sampling variance, because while we can account well for the halibut on deck through deck sorting, whatever gets to the factory, we wouldn't want to use observer sampling there. We would want to have a census of each net separately. So the EFP proposes to exempt the test vessel from using this twin trawl, and that will be the factory trawler North Star. The new vessel to the fleet should start fishing this year. From the Amendment 80 catch handling regulations for purposes of this EFP, and that allows us to do the systematic testing. We plan to do this on one EFP trip, which will give us about 60 to 70 paired trawl comparisons. And we think that based on the statistical analysis that's part of the application, that's going to be sufficient to have reliable data in a statistical sense to understand the effects of the excluder on halibut catch rates and selected target species. We also may get enough data to look at how the excluder affects the size of halibut taken as bycatch. So the application contains the background of kind of why and how we want to do the test and what we want to do. Shows the analysis we did of the excluded performance from the fishery data, lists the objectives of the EFP, explains the proposed methods to conduct the testing, and provides a statistical power analysis that Scott Smeltz did to help us understand the statistical power associated with the kind of test we want to do. And also, there's a supplementary data collection that we want to do, pilot project here to evaluate the feasibility of collecting samples from halibut, to evaluate the sex ratios of halibut taken as bycatch in Amendment 80 fisheries. So this is not about determining the sex ratio of that bycatch, but to develop the methods so that we could potentially in the future do collection of samples to better understand the sex ratio. And this came about actually suggested by the International Pacific Halibut Commission as a data gap because they don't know about the sex ratio for halibut taken as bycatch in bycatch fisheries in the Bering Sea. And so if we can work out the methods, we may be able to do that study in the future at a larger scale on boats across the season. So this pilot program will assess the feasibility of collecting the samples. The samples are small portions of the caudal fins of halibut. We would take about 100 samples in this data collection, and it's really more about how to integrate the sampling methods into the handling of halibut, how long it would take, how to handle those samples so that they're preserved sufficiently for the analyses. So it's a small portion of the tail fin, and how to do the sampling, how to collect the samples, and label them in such ways that we would feel confident if we ever undertook a larger study. I'll note that I did inquire of the IPHC at the beginning of this on their interest in this project, and at this point, the feedback I've had is that they're interested in this as a pilot to understand the methods, and I understand that they will help us look at the methods we're proposing for this pilot project and give us some input on that as requested. So anyway, other important things are that the fisheries monitoring analysis is going to work with us on the data collection methods. The application lists the expected catches, and these will all be funded through amenity allowances, not asking for any additional fish. And there's all kinds of details about the tasks and organizational timelines and reports we intend to do when we collect the data, et cetera. I don't think you care that much about the methods. This is more for the SSC going into the proposed data analysis stuff. And I haven't seen their minutes yet, but hopefully they provide you with some feedback on what we propose to do methodologically. And so that, Mr. Chair and members of the council, is my presentation. I appreciate your attention through that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Govin. I unfortunately lost my connection. I think I still have audio here, but cannot see if any council members do have questions. So, Mr. White, if you're available to moderate questions, that'd be great.
You don't think they were cut off for that whole time, do you, Mr. Chairman?
I think it was just me. I think it was just me.
Right here. Could you repeat that, please? No.
Mr. Twite, are you able to see if there's any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. It's Nicole Kimball.
Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Godwin, for the presentation. I did read the EFP application, and I was wondering if you could comment on, one of the reasons that's provided is that the escapement rates for the target fish are pretty high, up to 20 or 30%. And that if that's high, then that means you're on the water longer, and that could actually undermine your efforts and increase halibut bycatch because you're on the water longer. So I'm wondering what's the tipping point there, or what are you looking for? What would you think would be appropriate, or how would you do an analysis to find out what the balance is? Your target loss of X percent to prevent more fishing time to avoid increased halibut bycatch.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for that question. And that's the crux of the matter. I think it's a really good question. I guess at this point, we want to collect data to get us the information. We have a lot of superficial information that suggests that the target fish rate loss is as high as even 30%. You know, captains really need to know kind of what that trade-off is. It's not just that in a static sense, but what if you're getting 20 to 30% loss of target fish, what's our compensate, if you will, reduction in halibut bycatch? And that trade-off, it's hard to know until you have both of those. But I think this is the type of information that will inform that discussion. You know, is this device in its current form working well? Under what conditions? We'll be testing in two different target fisheries, yellowfin and flathead sole. So we may see a difference in that to some degree. So I think that gives us the baseline information to have that discussion. And then the options would be maybe if things are as this preliminary data analysis suggests, maybe you're better off without a halibut excluder. That would be one end of it. And the other one might be there could be some conditions where it works better and we focus the use of it in those conditions. And then finally, it may help us understand kind of what to focus on. Do we focus on trying to get more halibut out, or do we focus on trying to reduce groundfish loss? And are those things always going to work the same way? So I think it just provides information for our co-op and then to kind of really think about this and then think of what the next steps are.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, I apologize. I still don't have connection. Any more questions?
There's no other questions showing now. There's no other questions showing now.
All right. Thank you. No other questions.
Oh, sorry. I see questions from Kenny Down and then Nicole Kimball.
All right. Thanks, Mr.
Yes,
Down.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't somehow I clicked my hand, but didn't go up. There was a big delay in the hand going up, so I appreciate that. Sorry for the delay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Govan, thank you so much for continuing to work on bycatch issues, and I really commend you for all the work that you've done. I know sometimes I ask some tough questions or seem a bit pointed towards trawl on bycatch issues, but I just really want to commend you on this. My question is on and you know, I'm very supportive of this, but the question I have is the flexibility of being able to get this on the net reel and those kind of things are great, but what was the solution? Did I miss something on the skate issue when you get these big flat fish that would be normally discarded? What was the solution for there being the old rigid design and this new hallway design?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Down, first for your comment on the sector's efforts to reduce bycatch. So my point on this was that these early designs with this grid perpendicular to the flow were problematic for fish becoming pinned on these sorting grids, if you will. And this hallway design actually completely removes that problem because you don't have a grid perpendicular to the flow of water. So the fish that swim through that inner panel and go back to the cod end can, they do that without in any way changing the sorting surface because they're not going to become pinned because there's no water flow against the panel. They're actually moving perpendicular to the water flow temporarily and then rejoining the waterfall as they go back, water flow if they go back. So that problem is addressed with this hallway excluder, and that was one of the major, that and going up on the net reel, the major reasons why captains have really worked on this one because it's practical to use. So we're not getting fish pinned on this design of excluder. We don't have that problem anymore. The real problem is, are we getting the selectivity advantages on halibut and minimizing our loss of target fish. I think that addressed your question. Unless I misunderstood, I apologize if I did.
No, that answered my question. I have to probably look a little closer at this, but yeah, no, that answers my question. You've solved that problem, and that's the answer to the question. So thank you very much.
Yeah, for the record, I didn't solve that problem. A lot of captains put a lot of thinking into this design.
I think we've totally lost Mr. Canine at the moment. Ms. Kimball, you had a second question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know quite how to ask it, Mr. Godwin, but I recognize in the background of your paper, you talk about a difficulty in trying to reduce the bias associated with the captain's selection of when to use an excluder. And so then that makes you think, could you just use the excluder on every hull and do some tests that way? And I see that this EFP is intended to conduct tests in a manner that reflects actual fishing conditions when the excluder would be used. So can you describe to me again why that decision is being made as opposed to conducting some testing of the excluder on all hulls?
Okay, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So we will use the excluder on all the hulls in the EFP. So it'll just be on one side of that twin trawl. So we're testing simultaneously with and without, rather than what I view as problematic, the data where a fisherman decides under these conditions, I need an excluder, and so I'll use it, and then others I didn't. So trying to make that comparison to look at the difference in catch rates for halibut and groundfish is really not appropriate. So that's why the preliminary analysis I did of fishery data really doesn't tell us whether this excluder is working or not. But this test will always have the excluder tested under the same conditions that the control net would fish under, and we'll rotate the excluder to the other side for some portion of the testing to make sure one side's not just catching more fish than the other. So it does, I believe, address the selectivity problem, the selection bias problem of the data that we have.
I understand that now. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Godwin? All right, thank you, Mr. Godwin.
And thank you.
Okay, so we have an SSC report. Dr. Dressel available?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chair, before I start. I have the SSC also had a report received under D2 on Aleutian Island pollock, and that was not on the council schedule. And so I simply have two slides here. One is on the EFP application, one's on the report. Do you have a preference on whether I give you the report now or whether I include that in the balance of my report tomorrow?
I think it's fine to just include that with the balance of the report tomorrow.
Okay, glad to do that.
It's almost ready.
All right, Mr. Chair and members of the council, I actually just have a single slide then for this application. Mr. Godwin explained the paratrawled experiment, and the SSC finds that this experiment is well designed and could be quite valuable. The twin trawl configuration in particular is a powerful control for this experiment. So the SSC recommends proceeding with the proposed work. And there were two suggestions that the SSC had, and those were that the excluder, we recognize the logistical difficulties of this, but if possible, that the excluder be switched between sides more often than was originally or initially contemplated, just to control for any effect the sides might have. And then the second one was that an effort be made to investigate the potential bias from the past excluders, the non-experimental data that Mr. Govin talked about, so that these data might become more useful. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dressel. Are there any questions from council members? And I've lost my connection again, so please just jump in if you do have questions.
Mr. Chair, this is Bill. I'm not seeing any.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Ms. Baker has one.
All right, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. I was a little late. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I just wondered, I think you explained pretty clearly the last bullet on your slide, but I guess I haven't had a chance to read the SSC report thoroughly on this issue. Can you explain to me again the rationale for the SSC suggestion to change one of the components of the ESP as outlined, please, in the last bullet on your slide?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, the suggestion was that that the excluder be switched from between the two sides. So if there's a paired trawl, the excluder on one side, the trawl without the excluder is on the other. And our suggestion was to try to approach some randomization in which side these trawls were on, in case, just to rule out that side made any difference. And so we just suggested that if practicable, possible, that the excluder be switched between sides more often than was initially suggested.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions for Dr. Dressel? Thank you, Dr. Dressel, and we'll talk to you again in the morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you.
Okay, so that would bring us to public comment. I am not seeing anybody signed up for public testimony. So back to the council. Any action on D2? Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am sending something. I had sent something, but have changed it. I'm sending it now. So bear with me for a second.
Sure thing. We can stand by while the motion is coming up.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've resent that second replacement motion. Hopefully staff is getting that.
We don't have it quite yet, but I'm sure we'll get it just any moment.
I can start reading it, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Okay.
D2 EFP application. The council recommends the Alaska Seafood Cooperative, AKSC, EFP application be approved by NPFMC, noting suggestions by the SSC for some experimental protocols where possible.
Mr. Cross. I've lost my connection again. I apologize. So I don't know if the motion has been posted yet, although I think it was pretty clear. Pretty clear.
The motion has now been posted, and this is Bill. I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Amendment 88 has identified the need for a rigorous study to evaluate if their current halibut excluder design is effective. They have explained why an EFP is needed to collect this data for their study. The Alaska Seafood Cooperative's application describes how that test would be done. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center and SSC have reviewed that application and signed off on the methods. NMFS is looking for the council's input on the EFP after considering the presentation of the EFP study in light of the recommendation by the NMFS Alaska Region, AFSC, AP, and SSC. And after hearing from Mr. Govin, that is what prompted this motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cross. We'll go to questions on the motion. Mr. Twite, please administer the questions, amendments, and action on this. I don't have my connection.
Okay, I will. Council members, I'm not seeing any questions at this point. The question feature appears to be a bit slow, so I'll give it another few seconds. Not seeing any. Are there any amendments to Mr. Cross's motion? I'm not seeing any of those either. So the floor is now open for comments on Mr. Cross's motion. Ms. Baker and then Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cross, for the motion. I think you covered the main issues very well in speaking to the motion, and I also wanted to express my thanks to the Alaska Seafood Cooperative and all of the other participants in getting the EFP application to this point and in thinking through the research objectives. I think they're very clearly laid out, and appreciate the agency's work on this as well in terms of early review by the Science Center, preliminary review as it were, and providing some suggestions. And I particularly wanted to express my appreciation for you thinking through and taking advantage of the research and data collection staff that you'll have at sea for the pilot study for sex ratios of halibut bycatch. I think that's definitely an issue that we've talked about within the IPHC process, at least for a number of years. And while I understand it is a pilot project, and with all the caveats that Mr. Govin provided, I do appreciate thinking through things like that and taking advantage of research like this to potentially explore other questions that are of interest to us. So I'll support the motion. Thank you again, Mr. Cross, and to everyone involved in the EFP application.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I too would like to express my appreciation to our staff and the applicant for all the back and forth work that you don't see before it comes to the council, and the efforts to try and streamline our process. I think this is one of the first EFPs that you've had before you since we've implemented sort of our new process. I think that seems to be working pretty well, at least in terms of balancing some of the workload issues. So appreciate the efforts of all involved to get us to this point and your recommendation.
Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a quick note, I support this moving forward. I appreciate the work that's gone in to try to get to this important research. And I do note that the EFP doesn't, as Mr. Govin mentioned, request any additional catch by the cooperative, either target catch or any additional halibut bycatch, and that they've committed to work with the observer program to establish the catch handling and protocols necessary to account for both halibut and target catch in each of the nets separately. So I think that's an important point to continue to work with the agency on the monitoring that's required to ensure that this comes to fruition. So Thank you, and I'll be supporting this.
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any further hands raised for comments or discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Twite. With that, I think we are ready to vote then. Is there any opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. And unless there's anything further under this agenda item, we are ready to break for the day, and we can come back in the morning, 8 o'clock Alaska time, and I think we'll take up the SFC report in full. Thanks, everybody. We'll come back at 8 a.m. Alaska time.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.